Chapter 759. Heard of it? Fatso immediately lost interest. Qin Feiyang looked at him in amusement and said, "Let's go to White Fox City." "What? To White Fox City?" Immediately, Fatso and Wolf King stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. "What are you afraid of? If we disguise ourselves, as long as we don't cause trouble, who will know it's us?" Qin Feiyang said. Fatso frowned. "Then what are you going to White Fox City for?" Qin Feiyang said, "I'm going to buy some teleportation portals and see if the mysterious madam is still there." "Do you think the mysterious madam will leave White Fox City?" Wolf King asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. The mysterious madam must have concealed her identity and lurked in White Fox City for some reason. And now that her whereabouts had been exposed, the chances of her leaving were very high. Looking at the man and wolf, Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Forget it, you guys go to the castle to cultivate, I'll go alone." Finished. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fatso and Wolf King to the castle. Then he opened a teleportation gate and strode in. Not long after Qin Feiyang left, two figures descended from the sky above the Pill Pagoda. One of them was Mu Qing. The other person was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. His face was rough and there were strands of white hair on his temples. The aura he exuded was unfathomable, like a vast ocean. The middle-aged man scanned the area below, his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. "Looks like Qin Feiyang has already left." His voice was full of vigor, with a great sense of majesty. Mu Qing frowned and bowed. "It's my fault for not doing my job well and losing the sacred artifact. Please punish me, father." Losing the sacred artifact is indeed not a small matter. "But now that your sister is dead, I only have one child, how can I bear to punish you? But as the clan leader, I can't possibly cover for you, right? So, when you go back, go find the elders of the various clans and take the initiative to apologize to them and ask for leniency." The middle-aged man looked at Mu Qing dotingly. "I understand." Mu Qing nodded, then frowned and said, "But the heavenly thunder flame, don't worry. As long as the heavenly lightning flames aren't in the hands of those people from the Pill Tower, everything will be fine. The person I'm most concerned about now is still that mysterious woman. She's actually a warlord. If we don't find her and find out her identity, it will cause endless trouble for our Mu clan." The middle-aged man said worriedly. Mu Qing's eyes flashed as he said, "Leave this matter to me. Consider it a chance for me to make amends for my mistakes." "That works too. However, I still have to go back first and meet with the elders." The middle-aged man waved his hand and opened a teleportation door. Then he walked in with Mu Qing. At the same time, Qin Feiyang first found a pool, washed the bloodstains on his body, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then entered the White Fox City with a disguise. Everywhere he went, the discussions he heard were basically all about the destruction of Sky Thunder City. He did not stay in the city for long. After buying enough teleportation doors, he went to the city lord's mansion to inquire. In the end, that mysterious lady really did not come back. Frankly speaking, if the mysterious lady was still in the White Fox City, he would be a little more at ease. But now, the mysterious lady had disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where she was hiding. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against her. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. He could only be more vigilant when he was doing things normally. Following that, he left the White Fox City and once again appeared in the sky above the Pill Tower. If he remembered correctly, the city lord had said that there was a glacier 1,000 miles away from the Sky Thunder City. As long as he crossed that glacier, he would be able to enter the next region of the Forgotten Continent. Shua. Qin Feiyang did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards the depths like lightning. An hour later, a towering and majestic glacier finally entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. At a glance, it was covered in thick snow everywhere. Layers upon layers of mountains stretched for tens of thousands of miles. And from afar, Qin Feiyang could already feel the terrifying might of the glacier. Even at the edge of the glacier, he could sense no less than dozens of one Star Wars sect's ferocious might. It was no wonder that the Sky Thunder City's city lord did not dare to set foot in this glacier. To ordinary people, This glacier was a forbidden area. 9 deaths and 1 life. Boom. Qin Feiyang's aura of a 5-star war sect erupted, and without the slightest pause, he directly rushed into the glacier. Roar! When the ferocious beasts below saw that there were outsiders invading, they immediately roared. However, not a single ferocious beast dared to charge forward, as they were all intimidated by Qin Feiyang's aura. Along the way, it could be considered unimpeded. However, the deeper they went, the stronger the ferocious beasts they encountered. Until the 3rd day, a black panther soared into the sky. It was over 100 feet long and opened its bloody mouth as it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. This black panther had the cultivation of a 5-star war sect. You're courting death. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold as he waved his hand in the air and instantly killed it. Blood was like a waterfall, dyeing the sky red. Below, there were originally some fierce beasts that wanted to rush up and take a share of the loot. However, when they saw the strength that Qin Feiyang displayed, they were like chickens flying and dogs jumping, scaring them to the point of fleeing in panic. 5th day. The fierce beasts that Qin Feiyang encountered basically all had the cultivation of a 7-star war sect. As soon as he came up, it was not as easy as before. From time to time, a fierce beast would jump out to block his path. There were even some fierce beasts that, although they only had the cultivation of a 7-star war sect, the strength they displayed was almost on par with Qin Feiyang. The 9th day. When Qin Feiyang passed by a canyon, a huge white tiger rushed out from the canyon and blocked his path. This huge tiger was dozens of feet tall, like a small mountain, and its cultivation had reached the level of an 8-star war sect. Qin Feiyang only managed to kill it after a bitter battle. The fierce beasts he encountered were basically all 8-star war sect. On the 11th day, Qin Feiyang had no choice but to stop in his tracks. Because on top of an ice mountain in front of him, he sensed a ferocious might that made his heart palpitate. This ferocious might was shockingly the 9-star war sect. In other words, on top of the ice mountain, there was a 9-star war sect ferocious beast lurking. Moreover, in this area, he did not sense any other ferocious auras. This was enough to show that the ferocious beast lurking on the ice mountain was the emperor of this area. However, after 11 consecutive days of traveling, he still could not see the end of the glacier. It felt as if this glacier was endless. Looks like I have to take a detour. Looking at the ice mountain in front of him, Qin Feiyang frowned, retracted his aura, and rushed to the side. Chirp. However, just as he was about to circle around, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the ice mountain. Have we been discovered? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He immediately looked over and saw a huge ferocious bird flying out from the peak of the ice mountain. It was a snow eagle. Its entire body was snow white and its body was extremely large. When its wings were spread out, it was more than 100 feet long. And that pair of huge eagle eyes also flickered with an extremely sharp light. Qin Feiyang was shocked by the snow eagle. It wasn't because he was shocked by the snow eagle's strength, but because there were 2 pairs of wings on the snow eagle's back. A terrifying name surfaced in his mind. Double-winged snow eagle. According to the ancient records, this double-winged snow eagle was the same as the snow python and the snow mountain ape. They were all species from 10,000 years ago and had long been extinct. But he didn't expect to meet one here. Moreover, it was the 9-star war sect. Human, hand over your life. This emperor will let you die a little faster. The double-winged snow eagle stared at Qin Feiyang, and that cold and stern voice entered Qin Feiyang's mind. Humph. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. Surrender obediently, and I will spare your life. This double-winged snow eagle was very beautiful. Its entire body was as white as snow, and its eyes were as clear as diamonds. Therefore, he planned to subdue it and give it to Lu Hong as a mount. The most important thing was, the double-winged snow eagle just so happened to be a 9-star war sect. As long as he could subdue it, he could immediately open the door to his potential. What did you just say? The double-winged snow eagle's wings paused, and it stopped in the air, looking at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Qin Feiyang said, "Follow me, and I will grant you a great fortune." The double-winged snow eagle laughed wildly. Is there something wrong with this human's head? A mere 5-star war sect actually dared to make it submit? Insignificant human, your arrogance will cause you to die miserably. The double-winged snow eagle laughed sinisterly, and with a flap of its 4 huge wings, it shot towards Qin Feiyong like a meteor. Boom! Qin Feiyong did not hesitate to activate the battle character art. His long hair and eyes instantly turned blood red, and a terrifying fighting intent shook the glacial land. There was a certain difference between the 9-star war sect's berserk beasts and humans. If he was facing a human from the 9-star war sect, Qin Feiyong would definitely not pester him and turn around to leave. This was because humans would more or less master 1 or 2 battle arts. However, although the berserk beasts were innately stronger than humans in terms of physical body, unless it was the berserk beasts that followed humans, they would not have any battle arts. Of course, it was also possible that he would encounter a few battle arts by chance somewhere. But this possibility was too low. So, facing this double-winged snow eagle, Qin Feiyong could still take a gamble. Shua. After activating the battle character art, he immediately used the phantom steps, and his speed was almost the same as the double-winged snow eagle. So fast. The double-winged snow eagle was surprised, but its huge eyes were still filled with disdain. One man and one beast collided with each other like lightning. Qin Feiyong directly raised his arm, and the battle character art appeared in his palm. Golden light surged as he slapped the double-winged snow eagle's claws. Boom! The double-winged snow eagle was sent flying on the spot, but it did not cause much damage to it, only its skin and flesh. However, Qin Feiyong's move shocked the double-winged snow eagle. It could actually bounce back its power? Was this a dream? Did you see that? Although your cultivation is higher than mine, I have mastered the divine art. You are not my opponent at all. Qin Feiyong smiled coldly and rushed forward again, slapping with his palm. The double-winged snow eagle did not dare to meet it head-on and quickly turned around to fly away. After opening up a distance, it turned to look at Qin Feiyong and asked in surprise, "What did you just say? You have mastered the divine art?" "That's right." Qin Feiyong nodded. Huh. Chapter 760. Qin Feiyong said, "You don't believe me? I'd be a fool to believe you." The double-winged snow eagle sneered. Its huge body trembled and 2 rays of white light shot out from its back. When it appeared in the sky, it was a pair of light wings. Qin Feiyong was slightly stunned. This was the double-winged snow eagle's fighting soul? The pair of wings floated in the sky and flapped slightly. Its entire body was snow-white and light poured out like a pair of angel's wings. "Lowly human, I'll show you the power of my fighting soul." The double-winged snow eagle sneered. The pair of light wings quickly fell and attached to its back. There were now 3 pairs of wings. Swoosh! Immediately after, the double-winged snow eagle moved. Like a flash of lightning, even Qin Feiyong could not catch a trace of it. According to his estimation, the double-winged snow eagle's speed was at least 4 times faster than before. Boom! Qin Feiyong could not dodge in time and was hit in the chest by the double-winged snow eagle's claws. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body smashed into the glacier below like a meteorite. The land within a radius of a few miles was razed to the ground in an instant. Why did it suddenly become so fast? Could it be because of the fighting soul? Qin Feiyong, who was buried under the ice and snow, was overwhelmed with shock. If it wasn't for the battle incantation protecting him, he would have lost his life. However, even though he didn't die, his chest was lacerated and blood was gushing out. There were even a few cracks on his heart. Without hesitation, he took out a heart protection pill and threw it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic energy that quickly repaired his damaged heart. Boom! Subsequently, he fiercely punched upwards, and the ice and snow that buried him immediately shot out in all directions. Swoosh! Immediately after, he flew out and stood in the void opposite the double-winged snow eagle. He looked at the pair of light wings in shock. "How is it? I'm powerful, right? This fighting soul is equivalent to a perfect auxiliary battle skill. It can increase my speed by 4 times. Moreover, if I master an auxiliary battle skill, my speed can be doubled. The double-winged snow eagle looked at him proudly. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. If it could only increase his speed by 4 times, it would not be surprising. But it could be doubled? Stacking meant that if it grasped an auxiliary battle art, it would be able to increase the power of the auxiliary battle art by 4 times. For example, if the double-winged snow had a perfect auxiliary battle skill and activated battle skill, its speed would increase by 8 times. What was 8 times? With its speed, is regret? But it's too late for regrets. Snow, T, of course, T. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. A dragon's roar reverberated throughout the world. In the next moment, a purple-gold divine dragon roared as it emerged from behind him. The dragon's might was vast and intimidating. You've activated the dragon soul? The double-winged snow eagle's eyes trembled as a sense of awe rose in its heart. The dragon was the supreme of all beasts. What more, the purple-gold divine dragon with the highest bloodline. Therefore, no matter what kind of beast it was, it would be fearful when it saw the purple-gold dragon soul. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me or you'll die today. Qin Feiyang leaped up and stood on the head of the purple-gold dragon soul. He was like the overlord of heaven and earth, exuding a domineering aura that could intimidate all living things. The beasts within a radius of dozens of miles could not help but prostrate on the ground and worship him respectfully. The double-winged snow eagle raised its head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the purple-gold dragon soul. Its heart trembled. It seems like it's not intimidating enough. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The 9-leaf fire lotus soared into the sky. Waves of fire surged and the sky was dyed red. What? Double war souls? The double-winged snow eagle's eyes widened in shock. Shing! Before it could regain its senses, the crimson sword soul shot out of Qin Feiyang's body and hovered above his head, radiating a dazzling light. He has activated 3 war souls. The double-winged snow eagle's eyes widened in anger. Was this a joke? How could someone activate 3 war souls? However, the truth was right before its eyes. It had no choice but to believe it. It glanced at the 3 war souls and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. It asked, "Who are you?" A person who could activate 3 war souls was definitely not a simple person. "Submit to me and I'll tell you." Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. The double-winged snow eagle was truly shocked. It did not know what to do. Qin Feiyang smirked. He waved his hand in the air. With a loud clang, the holy weapon battle sword appeared out of thin air. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying saint aura surged out in all directions. The double-winged snow eagle trembled in fear. Holy weapon! Qin Feiyang said word by word. His voice was as loud as a bell, resounding through the clouds. At the same time, the double-winged snow eagle's heart was in turmoil. Not only did he activate 3 war souls, but he also possessed a holy weapon. Who exactly was this human? "Now tell me, will you submit to me?" Qin Feiyang asked. His voice was very calm. However, when it entered the double-winged snow eagle's ears, it was like a clap of thunder. It struggled for a moment before it lowered its proud head and said respectfully, "I submit." Qin Feiyang smiled. He could tell that the double-winged snow eagle was sincere in submitting to him. With a thought, the 3 war souls entered his qi. However, just as he was about to put away the sword, he suddenly frowned. He discovered that there were actually 3 cracks on the blade of the battle sword. What was going on? He clearly remembered that when the 2 old men took out the sword, the blade was still intact. Could it be because of the rib? Ever since the sword was taken out, it had only collided with the rib. In other words, the 3 cracks could have been caused when the sword collided with the rib. That was unbelievable. If the rib could damage a holy weapon, did that not mean that the power of the rib was far greater than that of the holy weapon? How powerful was Mu Tianyang when he was alive? While Qin Feiyang was in a daze, the double-winged snow eagle did not run away. On the contrary, it flapped its 4 wings and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Looking at the sword, its huge eyes shone with a green light. Ah! When Qin Feiyang noticed the look in its eyes, his expression froze. He was familiar with that look. This was because Wolf King often had the same look in his eyes when he saw treasures. Don't tell me it's another top-grade item? Qin Feiyang mumbled and asked with a smile, do you want it? The double-winged snow eagle nodded and drooled. Looking at the drool on the double-winged snow eagle's mouth, Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Sure enough, it was another treasure. Forget it. Just treat it as a misunderstanding. Don't follow me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, put away the sword, and flew away. The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and hurriedly shouted, "Want to escape? No way." Then it flapped its wings and chased after Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned and turned back. I let you go. Shouldn't you be grateful? But why should I be grateful? Anyway, since I have chosen to follow you, you have to be responsible for me. The double-winged snow eagle snorted. Qin Feiyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, Brother, I regret it, okay? Let me tell you, if you dare to abandon me, I will order all the ferocious beasts in this glacier to come and kill you. At that time, you will be exhausted to death. The double-winged snow eagle sneered, like a scoundrel. Abandon me? Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and said angrily, I didn't do anything to you, why should I be responsible for you? You didn't do anything to me, but you scared me just now, and my heart is very fragile. The double-winged snow eagle said shamelessly. Qin Feiyang was physically and mentally exhausted. This guy was simply like a dog's skin plaster. Once stuck, he could not get rid of it even if he wanted to. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and said, You just said that you can order all the ferocious beasts in this glacier? That's right. I am the ruler of this glacier. The double-winged snow eagle laughed proudly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. This bastard was indeed comparable to the Wolf King. The double-winged snow eagle looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He laughed and said, What is the great fortune you mentioned just now? Potential pill, potential pill. Qin Feiyang glared at it in annoyance, then turned around and continued on his way. What is a potential pill and a potential pill? The double-winged snow eagle chased after him and asked curiously. Qin Feiyang said impatiently, A pill to open the door of potential. What? The door of potential can be opened with a pill. The double-winged snow eagle was shocked, and quickly smiled. Then look, now that I have followed you, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Not now, the time is not right. Qin Feiyang shook his head. To open the door of potential, one needed the assistance of pressure, and the double-winged snow eagle was a 9-star war sect. Therefore, he had to wait for an opportunity. Don't be like this. This emperor is sincerely following you, so hurry up and give it to me. As a person, you can't go back on your word. However, the double-winged snow eagle did not know that opening the door of potential required the assistance of pressure, and Qin Feiyang was too lazy to explain. Therefore, along the way, the double-winged snow eagle kept pestering Qin Feiyang. Finally, Qin Feiyang really couldn't take it anymore. He threw a transformation pill and a barrier-breaking pill to the double-winged snow eagle, and after it consumed them, he forcefully sent it to the castle. This time, his ears were finally at peace. However, from the double-winged snow eagle's mouth, he had a rough understanding of this glacier. This glacier was very vast, and he was only in the center. In other words, if Qin Feiyang wanted to cross this glacier, he would still need more than 10 days. And inside the glacier, not only were there fierce beasts, there were also many precious medicinal herbs. Along the way, he did find a lot of precious medicinal herbs. Moreover, these medicinal herbs were all very old. There were medicinal herbs that were 100 years old. There were also medicinal herbs that had grown for thousands of years. Chapter 761. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. At this time, Qin Feiyang was only 4 to 5 days away from the other side of the glacier. Along the way, in order to find medicinal herbs, he had wasted a lot of time. This morning, when he passed by a snow forest, he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance in the air. What is it? His expression froze as he sniffed carefully. His eyes immediately lit up. This was the fragrance of medicine. There must be some rare medicinal herbs down there. Shwa. He swooped down and landed in the snow forest. Smelling the medicinal fragrance, he went down to search. A moment later, he walked out of the snow forest and arrived in front of an ice valley. The ice valley wasn't very big. There were ice peaks on all sides, and there was only one narrow entrance. Qin Feiyang looked at the entrance, his eyes shining. The medicinal fragrance came from the ice valley. Moreover, the medicinal fragrance here was several times stronger than the medicinal fragrance he smelled before. Shwa. Qin Feiyang turned into a ray of light and rushed into the ice valley like lightning. But when he entered the ice valley, he immediately braked and looked ahead with a vigilant expression. Just as Qin Feiyang entered the ice valley, roars exploded one after another, resounding in all directions. The ice valley was about 3,000 meters long. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice that was as bright as a mirror. And in the center of the ice valley, there was a huge vicious beast. It was an ape that was 3 to 4 meters tall. Its hair was as white as snow, and its entire body emitted an extremely terrifying and vicious aura. And on its shoulders, there were actually 4 heads. At this moment, it stared fixedly at Qin Feiyang, its 8 bell-like fierce eyes flashing with an astonishing ferocious light. Snow Mountain Ape. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with shock. The Snow Mountain Ape was also a species from 10,000 years ago. Moreover, when it broke through to the War Chief, it would grow a second head. When it broke through to the War Emperor, it would grow a third head. And when it broke through to the War Master, it would grow a 4th head. In other words, the Snow Mountain Ape in front of him had already broken through to the War Master. But that was not the point. The point was that even Qin Feiyang was unable to see through the cultivation of this Snow Mountain Ape. According to his speculation, it should be an 8-star war sect. The Snow Mountain Ape of the 8 Stars War sect was not an ordinary person, because the Snow Mountain Ape was the same as other apes. Not only was it extremely strong, but its physical defense was also extremely shocking. Furthermore, their speed was extremely fast, and they could basically crush humans of the same level. However, shouldn't the fierce beasts of the 8 Stars War sect live in the central region? Why you here? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He took a few steps to the side and looked behind the Snow Mountain Ape. His eyes immediately shone with a heroic light. Behind the Snow Mountain Ape, there was a circular ice pillar. The icicles were more than a meter tall and as thick as a water bucket, emitting cold air. And at the top of the ice pillar, there was a piece of snow crystal. The snow crystal was about the size of an adult's palm. It was like a snowflake that emitted a hazy radiance. Furthermore, there was a naturally formed tiger-shaped spirit pattern on the snow crystal. This meant that this snow crystal was at least 10,000 years old. Qin Feiyang looked at the snow crystal and felt extremely excited. Refining small creation required all 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. The snow crystal was one of them, and it was one of the most important medicinal herbs. I must get it. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He looked at the Snow Mountain Ape and smiled. You and I need that snow crystal. Can you give it to me? Scram. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the Snow Mountain Ape's voice that was filled with hostility exploded in his head. Qin Feiyang patiently said, I can use other treasures to exchange. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being impolite. The Snow Mountain Ape didn't listen at all. Qin Feiyang frowned and said in a deep voice, I don't want to hurt you, give me the snow crystal immediately. A mere 5-star war sect dares to boast shamelessly. The Snow Mountain Ape sneered and walked towards Qin Feiyang. With every step he took, the ice valley would tremble and rumble. Qin Feiyang's gaze darkened. It seemed that in order to obtain the snow crystal, he had to first defeat this violent ape. Go to hell. When it was only 100 feet away, the Snow Mountain Ape suddenly swooped down and instantly rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. Its millstone-sized fist carried an ear-piercing whistling sound as it smashed towards Qin Feiyang. You don't know what's good for you. Qin Feiyang's expression was slightly cold. He stretched out his arm and struck out with his palm without dodging at all. The moment the fist and palm collided, the layer of ice beneath the feet of the man and beast crazily cracked open. The entire ice valley began to tremble at this moment. The next moment, the snow mountain ape spat out a mouthful of blood, and its thick arm was torn open on the spot. Its huge body was like a meteor as it crashed into the ice mountain opposite it. The ice mountain that was several hundred meters tall was instantly shattered and crumbled. The snow mountain ape was buried deep inside. Shwa! Qin Feiyong did not care about it and rushed towards the snow crystal like lightning. Crash! But at this moment, a black iron chain that was as thick as an arm swept down from above and headed straight for Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows. There was someone else? But when he raised his head and saw the iron chain, a trace of disdain crept into his eyes. It was just an ordinary iron chain. But the iron chain was very fast. Like a giant python, it swept in front of him in the blink of an eye. Qin Feiyong stretched out his arm without hesitation and grabbed it in his hand. Immediately, a terrifying force came over, and it actually blasted him back a few steps. Humph! After he stabilized his body, he immediately snorted coldly and clenched his 5 fingers, ready to crush the iron chain. However, he was shocked to find that he could not exert any strength. Then he immediately sensed that a mysterious force was surging into his body. And this mysterious force came from the iron chain in his hand. Is there something wrong with the iron chain? Qin Feiyong was shocked and quickly looked at the iron chain carefully. He did not know if he did not look, but when he looked at it, he was shocked. This was not an ordinary iron chain at all, but an iron chain made of gravity divine iron. Gravity divine iron could imprison the cultivation and strength of living creatures. Once bound by the gravity divine iron, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would become a powerless ordinary person. Who is so insidious? Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows and hurriedly let go. With a clang, the iron chain fell to the ground and immediately smashed a deep pit. Human, I will kill you. It was also at this moment. An angry roar exploded. The snow mountain ape rushed out from the collapsed ice peak and charged towards Qin Feiyong with a monstrous murderous aura. Damn it! Qin Feiyong was extremely angry. If it were not for someone secretly playing tricks, he would have already obtained the snow crystal. Qin Feiyong raised his head to look at the snow mountain ape and shouted, I've already been very polite to you. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. However, the snow mountain ape turned a deaf ear to him and charged forward in an instant. It raised its huge foot high and stomped towards Qin Feiyong. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Feiyong finally lost his patience. With a wave of his hand, the battle sword appeared. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and slashed out. Terrifying sword chi swept in all directions. With a crack, the snow mountain ape's thick leg was directly cut off by the battle sword. Blood poured down like a waterfall, dyeing the ice valley red. Roar! The snow mountain ape roared in pain and hurriedly rose into the air. It retreated far away and stared at the battle sword in Qin Feiyong's hand in horror. Qin Feiyong looked at it indifferently, grabbed the battle sword, and rushed towards the snow crystal again. But just as he arrived in front of the ice pillar and reached out to grab the snow crystal, the ice layer under his feet suddenly cracked. Immediately after, another dark iron chain swept out from the broken ice layer. Like a poisonous snake, it pierced through his legs and tied them to his legs. Immediately, the power in his body receded like the tide. His entire body slumped powerlessly to the ground. With a clang, the battle sword also fell out of his hand and fell to the ground beside him. Qin Feiyong lowered his head to look, and a cold light suddenly surged in his eyes. This was actually another iron chain made of gravity divine iron. Who the hell is it? He scanned his surroundings, his eyes cold and bone-chilling. Hee-hee. Accompanied by a chuckle, an old man walked out from the ice peak on the left. At the same time, the ice layer behind Qin Feiyong also cracked, and an old figure also swept out. Both of them had white hair and white beards, and were emaciated. One was wearing a snow-white robe, while the other was wearing a black robe. That dry old face was full of complacent smiles at this moment. Shwa. On the ice peak, the white-clothed old man leaped and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He bent down and picked up the battle sword. After sizing it up for a while, he nodded and laughed. It is indeed a good sword. The black-clothed old man walked forward and asked curiously, "Let me see." The white-clothed old man handed it over. The black-clothed old man took it in his hand and carefully examined it for a while. Then he flicked it with his finger, producing a crisp sound. Not only is there no noise at all, it can also easily cut off one of the snow ape's legs. What level of weapon is this? Immediately, the black-clothed old man's eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment. "For you?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The two old men looked at each other and smiled. The white-clothed old man said proudly, "This old man is the old patriarch of the Li tribe, and the one beside me is the old patriarch of the Wang tribe. So it's people from those two tribes." Qin Feiyang muttered. The Sky Thunder City Lord had said that there was a Wang tribe and a Li tribe on the other side of the glacier. And these two tribes each had a 5-star war master overseeing them. The two people in front of him happened to be 5-star war master. Presumably, the city lord was talking about these two people. "You're also here for the snow crystal?" Qin Feiyang asked calmly. "That's right. We discovered a long time ago that there was a 10,000-year-old snow crystal here. But that damned snow ape has been following us closely, leaving us with nothing to do. Just a while ago, we found these two chains made of gravity divine iron. Originally, these two iron chains were used to deal with that bastard. And in order to deal with it, we spent a lot of effort and even dug a tunnel underground. Seeing that the time was right, we were just about to take action, but we never thought that you would suddenly appear and easily take care of that beast. Brat, if you don't want to die, then tell us honestly, what level of battle weapon is this battle sword?" Chapter 762. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them. A dignified 5-star war sect actually didn't even know about sacred artifacts. They were truly frogs at the bottom of a well. His mind stirred. The battle sword suddenly trembled and broke free from the black-clothed old man's hands, releasing a world-shaking holy might. The two of them were sent flying on the spot, as if they had suffered a heavy blow, and blood spurted out of their mouths. Qin Feiyang raised his arm with difficulty and pulled out the chain that had pierced through his thigh. At that moment, the power that had been restrained surged towards his limbs and bones like a tide. The explosive power instantly filled every cell in his body. Shwa! He suddenly stood up, stretched out his arm, and the battle sword automatically fell into his hand. "What level of war weapon is this?" He lowered his head, rubbed the blade, and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at the two of them and said coldly, "To be able to be the souls of the dead under the sacred artifact, it can be considered the glory of your life." As soon as he finished, he raised his battle sword and slashed through the air. Clang! A ray of sword chi roared out, bringing with it a world-destroying sharpness as it slashed towards the two of them. "What? It's actually a sacred artifact." Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the two of them trembled both physically and mentally, their faces deathly pale. "Don't kill us. Please, we were wrong, we won't dare to do it again," the two of them wailed. But everything was in vain. The sword chi was like a rainbow, directly cutting the two of them into two pieces, blood splattering across the sky. At the same time, the ice valley also crazily collapsed. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, the Snow Mountain ape's heart trembled in fear as it hurriedly turned around and fled into the air. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look, his eyes flickering. But in the end he withdrew his gaze, reached out to grab the snow crystal, and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Not long after he disappeared, a white figure flew out from a nearby ice peak and stood high up in the sky, looking in the direction Qin Feiyang disappeared. It was that mysterious lady. Interesting. The corner of her mouth pursed into a faint smile as she muttered to herself and disappeared without a trace. Not long after, two more figures appeared out of nowhere. One of them was a young man wearing a fitted white robe. He was about 23 or 24 years old and had a dignified appearance. The other person was a black-clothed old woman. Her body was stooped, and she held a walking stick. Her sunken eyes were suffused with wisps of eerie green light. Young master is indeed a genius. They've all gone to the Forgotten Continent's second region. The black-clothed old woman laughed, but her laughter was somewhat sinister, like the sinister laughter of a malicious spirit, very frightening. It's not that I'm a genius. It's just that I understand Qin Feiyang. If he doesn't figure out the secret of the heavenly thunder flame, he won't give up. And if he wants to investigate this, he can only go to the Pill Tower in the second region. Let's follow them. Don't let them discover us. The white-clothed young man said. With me around, they won't be able to find out. The black-clothed old woman smiled sinisterly. Then, with a wave of her hand, she silently tore through the air with the white-clothed youth. 4 days later, Qin Feiyang stood in the air above a snowy ridge and looked ahead. In front of him was still a forest of ice and snow. Every big tree was like a large snow-white umbrella, standing tall on the ground. And at the end of the forest, there were 2 huge tribes. The 2 tribes occupied an area of more than 10 miles. The wooden fences around them were all more than 10 meters tall, preventing the invasion of the cold currents and wind and snow. The buildings inside were also made of wood, emitting an ancient charm. And beside the gates of the 2 tribes, there was a tall stone tablet erected. On it were carved 4 bold words. Wang tribe, Li tribe. The 2 tribes were adjacent to each other. There was only a river a few meters wide in between, which could be considered the dividing line. And within the 2 tribes, Qin Feiyang also sensed quite a few powerful auras. Among them, there were a total of 10 auras of war masters. The auras of war emperors were at least 500 to 600. Compared to the Purple Sun tribe, the Black Tortoise tribe, and the Bright King tribe, they were indeed much stronger. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then turned into a stream of light and directly swept past the 2 tribes. Although the old patriarchs of the 2 tribes had plotted against him, he had already killed them. There was no need to find trouble with the 2 tribes. However, just as he was about to leave, 2 middle-aged men, one tall and one short, rushed out from the 2 tribes at the same time and blocked in front of him. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stopped in the air, sizing up the 2 of them. One of them was about 2 meters tall. His upper body was exposed, and his bronze skin was filled with an explosive power. The other person was considered normal. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a thin figure. However, there was a shocking scar on the left side of his face. The auras emitted by the 2 of them were both 2-star war masters. Qin Feiyang asked, "May I know what the 2 of you have to teach me?" The 2 of them also curiously sized up Qin Feiyang. At the same time, a large number of clansmen also appeared from the 2 tribes below. They looked at Qin Feiyang with slightly fanning eyes. A moment later, the middle-aged man asked, "Did you come from the glacier at the back?" His voice was loud and clear, as deafening as thunder. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. The 2 of them looked at each other, and a hint of shock flashed across their eyes at the same time. The thin middle-aged man said again, "So, you're from the 1st district?" "What 1st district?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the 2 of them in confusion. "You don't even know the 1st district?" The 2 of them were stunned. But immediately after, a trace of understanding appeared on their faces. The people of the 1st district were the lowest class people in the Forgotten Land. How could they know about this? The thin middle-aged man said, "Is there a city called Sky Thunder City where you were before?" Qin Feiyang nodded his head. The area around Sky Thunder City is the 1st district of the Forgotten Continent. It is also the weakest district in the Forgotten Land. And this is the 2nd district of the Forgotten Land. The overall strength is much stronger than the 1st district. The thin middle-aged man explained. "There's such a thing?" Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, "How many districts are there in the Forgotten Land?" The thin middle-aged man said, "We don't know about that. We only know that there is a 3rd district in the depths." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands and said, "Then may I ask, is there a Pill Tower in the 2nd district?" "Yes, in the Ice City. It's estimated to be hundreds of thousands of miles away from here." The thin middle-aged man said. So far? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, Then can the two of you tell me the coordinates? We haven't been there either. Only the two old patriarchs have been there, but the two old patriarchs are now in the glacier behind. If little brother is not in a hurry, you can stay in our tribe for a while and wait for them to come back. The two of them smiled and appeared to be amiable. This, Qin Feiyang was embarrassed. The two old patriarchs had died in his hands a few days ago, and the two of them still greeted him so warmly. It made him feel a little embarrassed. Ahem. He coughed and cupped his hands and said with a smile, I'm really in a hurry, so I won't disturb you. He couldn't tell the two of them the truth, right? I see. The two of them looked at each other, and there was a trace of disappointment in their eyes. The thin middle-aged man smiled and said, Since little brother is in a hurry, we won't force you to stay, but we've told you so much, shouldn't you do something? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them suspiciously. They didn't seem to have told him any useful information, so what was there to do? The thin middle-aged man frowned and said with a smile, Little brother, we all understand, so don't pretend. Why should I pretend? Qin Feiyang frowned. Why did he feel that something was wrong? Well, then I'll be straightforward. Leave your Chinkuan bag, and we'll let you go. The thin middle-aged man said. His eyes instantly turned cold. The middle-aged man's eyes were also shining with a piercing cold light. Chinkuan bag? Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened, and said, I understand, on the surface, you are kindly inviting me to be a guest, but in reality, you are planning to kill me for money. Ha! The middle-aged man laughed loudly and said, You're not that stupid. Originally, we wanted to trick you into the tribe and take the opportunity to give you a fatal poison. But I didn't expect that you wouldn't fall for it. Then there's no other way. Now we can only snatch it. The thin middle-aged man laughed. Poison. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. These two people were too sinister. He almost believed that the two of them had a warm heart. He glanced at the two of them, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and said, Are you that confident? Of course. Although your aura is very strong, similar to the two old patriarchs, if you don't agree, we will immediately send a message to the old patriarchs. They will also immediately open the teleportation gate and return. At that time, facing the two old patriarchs, do you think you have any hope of survival? The thin middle-aged man said contemptuously. Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule and said, I'm afraid your old patriarch won't be able to come back. What do you mean? The two of them looked at each other, and then at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Because I've already killed them. And you guys will die soon. As soon as he finished, Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to point at the air, and an invisible force emerged. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The invisible force was earth-shattering, and in an instant, it drowned the two of them. Accompanied by two painful screams, the two of them were smashed into pieces on the spot. You dare to deceive my feelings, you're simply courting death. Qin Feiyang laughed coldly. The enthusiasm of the two of them before made him feel guilty. But he didn't expect that the result was just a scam. He glanced at the clansmen of the two tribes below and left. And the clansmen of the two tribes were all dumbstruck at this moment, extremely shocked. Patriarch, suddenly, accompanied by a sorrowful cry, 8 figures rushed into the sky at almost the same time. Looking at the rain of blood, their eyes were filled with sorrow. These 8 people all emitted the aura of a 1-star War Master. You dare to provoke Qin Feiyang, you guys really don't know what's good for you. But at this moment, a cold laugh rang out. Then, the mysterious madam appeared. Her face was full of disdain. And who are you? The 8 of them looked at the mysterious lady in surprise. Me? Of course I'm Qin Feiyang's companion. The mysterious lady pursed her lips and smiled. Her slender jade finger pointed at the air, and a terrifying battle chi roared out. Ah! Those 8 people were instantly obliterated, and not even their bones were left. Immediately after, that battle chi split into 2 and blasted into the 2 tribes below. Boom! Chapter 763. At this time, Qin Feiyang had not gone far. Hearing the loud noise behind him, he stopped in the void and turned around to look at the two tribes. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. What happened? After pondering for a moment, he turned into a ray of light and returned. After a while, he appeared in the sky above the two tribes again. Looking at the two tribes that had been destroyed, his face was filled with horror. Qin Feiyang, you are too cruel. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? An angry and sorrowful roar was heard. Qin Feiyang looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw that in the snow beside the two tribes, there were more than 100 people gathered together, and they were all staring at him with hatred. These people were all missing arms and legs and were dripping with blood. The one who shouted at Qin Feiyang was a middle-aged man who was a 3-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man and frowned. What do you mean? Still pretending? Look at it yourself. This is your masterpiece. Our two tribes had more than 200,000 people. But now, only 100 of us are left. You are inhumane. The middle-aged man and the people behind him were filled with grief and indignation. Qin Feiyang flashed and landed in front of the middle-aged man. He said gloomily, "Speak clearly. What happened?" "Hypocritical bastard. Kill us all if you dare." The middle-aged man stared at him. Both his eyes and his face were filled with hatred. The people behind the middle-aged man also looked as if they were ready to die. Qin Feiyang's eyebrows couldn't help but knit together tightly as he swept his gaze over these 100 people. Who was it that was so cruel to the two tribes? After a while, he turned around decisively and flew away. Because the survivors of the two tribes were blinded by hatred, they would not be able to get any answers. Continuing to ask would only be a waste of time. However, from then on, Qin Feiyang always paid attention to his back. Although he didn't know what was going on, he vaguely guessed that there might be a strong enemy following behind him. This person could be Mu Qing, or one of Mu Qing's clansmen, or even that mysterious madam. Therefore, he couldn't tell who it was, so he could only keep an eye out. However, as the days passed, Qin Feiyang did not find any suspicious person. 5 days later, he appeared in the sky above a tribe. This tribe was called the Min tribe. It was much larger than the Li tribe and the Wang tribe. Within the tribe, Qin Feiyang could sense a total of 15 War Master auras. The strongest aura was that of a 6-star War Master. As soon as Qin Feiyang stopped above the Min tribe, a shout exploded in the tribe below. Following closely, a white-robed middle-aged man soared into the sky and stood in front of Qin Feiyang, looking at him warily. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "I am Qin Feiyang, I have something to ask you." "You are Qin Feiyang." The middle-aged man in white looked as if he had seen a ghost and turned pale with fright. Qin Feiyang frowned, looking at the expression of the middle-aged man in white. He couldn't help but feel uneasy, and asked, "You know me?" "Of course I know. You and your accomplices have mercilessly slaughtered over 200,000 people from the Li and Wang tribes. Your vicious methods are simply inhumane." The middle-aged man in white said in disgust. "Accomplices?" Qin Feiyang was startled and frowned. "Who told you? Don't let others know. Don't do it unless it's in the first place. Everyone in the second district knows what you've done." The middle-aged man in white sneered. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold and he said, "Don't challenge my patience, answer me." "What is it? You still want to slaughter my Min tribe?" "Let me tell you, my Min tribe is not something that the Wang tribe and the Li tribe can compare to. The old patriarch of my Min tribe is a 6-star war sect that you can't afford to offend. If you know what's good for you, then obediently surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The middle-aged man in white shouted coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. 6-star war sect? Qin Feiyang was slightly startled. The corner of his mouth pursed into a playful smile, and said, "Is a 6-star war sect very strong?" Shwa. As soon as he finished, he took a step forward, and his large hand, like an eagle's claw, reached out towards the middle-aged man in white's neck. This person was a 3-star war sect, a level stronger than the patriarchs of the Li and Wang tribes. However, in front of Qin Feiyang, it was nothing. Seeing Qin Feiyang start a fight without saying a word, the middle-aged man in white was shocked and quickly retreated. However, how could his speed compare to Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang took another step forward and closed in on him with extreme speed. He directly grabbed his neck. "Let him go!" But at this moment, accompanied by an old shout, a black-clothed old man rushed out from the tribe below and stood opposite of Qin Feiyang. His cold gaze was extremely frightening. Qin Feiyang looked over and said, "You are the old patriarch of the Min tribe?" The aura this person emitted was that of a 6-star war sect. "That's right, it's this old man." The old man in black nodded. "Tell me the coordinates of the Ice City." Qin Feiyang did not waste any time and directly revealed the purpose of his trip. "You want to go to the Ice City?" The old man in black was stunned. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said expressionlessly, "Don't worry about what you shouldn't care about." Arrogant. The old man in black was furious, but he endured it and said, "This old man can tell you, but you have to let him go first." "All right." Qin Feiyang let go without hesitation. With his overwhelming strength, he was not afraid of the two of them playing tricks on him. Cough, cough. The middle-aged man in white also immediately retreated to the side of the old man in black. While staring at Qin Feiyang, he rubbed his throat and kept coughing dryly. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "As you wish, you can speak now." "All right, I'll tell you," the old man in black nodded, but killing intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. He turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. At the same time, the pressure of a 6-star war sect erupted, and like a torrent, it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang squinted his eyes, revealing a dangerous signal, and said, "What do you mean?" "You slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people from the Li and Wang tribes. This is simply an unforgivable crime. The city lord of the Ice City has already placed a 100 billion bounty on you." Do you know what a 100 billion bounty means? It means that as long as we can take your head, our Min tribe will be rewarded with 100 billion gold coins. The old man in black said, his old eyes filled with greed. 100 billion? Qin Feiyang was stunned. His head was only worth so much money? Just as he was in a daze, the old man in black had already arrived in front of him. Without the slightest bit of mercy, he clenched his 5 fingers and attacked with all his might, smashing towards Qin Feiyang's head. Seeing that he was about to succeed, even his old face revealed a victorious smile. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang stretched out his arm and slammed his palm into the air, golden light surging from his palm. The moment the fist and palm collided, the old man in black immediately let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. His entire arm was instantly shattered, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. "What?" The middle-aged man in white who was watching the battle not far away had a face full of disbelief. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang would be taken down by the old patriarch in one fell swoop. However, he never would have thought that the old patriarch would be severely injured by Qin Feiyang in one move. Was Qin Feiyang's strength that terrifying? 100 billion bounty is very tempting, but it also depends on whether you have the life to spend it. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly as he stepped into the air. Like a god or devil descending to the world, his aura shook the heavens. "Don't be arrogant." The old patriarch roared and waved his hands. His battle chi was like a tide, turning into a ferocious beast that pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Its ferocious might shook the sky. This was a type of battle art, and it was a high-grade battle art. At the same time, the old man's face was also filled with confidence. With the cultivation of a 6-star war master and the amplification of a high-grade battle art, this move had the lethality of a 9-star war master. He was confident that Qin Feiyang would definitely not be able to block this attack. But the result left him dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang only raised his arm and lightly tapped the air with his index finger. Boom! An invisible force roared out and collided with the ferocious beast. With a wail, the ferocious beast collapsed. The old patriarch's blood splattered across the sky as he shot backward like a meteor. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. Whoosh! He used the phantom steps and caught up with the old patriarch in a few breaths. Then he grabbed the old patriarch's throat and hung him in the air like a little chick. Don't kill me, the old patriarch panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. He really did not expect this person's strength to be so terrifying. Qin Feiyang said lightly, if I didn't need the coordinates of Ice City, you would be dead now. Do you understand? Yes. The old patriarch nodded hurriedly and then gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang without hesitation. Why didn't you do this earlier? You had to force me to make a move. Aren't you looking for trouble? Qin Feiyang also let go of his hand and smiled faintly. Yes, I was wrong. Thank you for not killing me, sir. The old patriarch nodded submissively. Now, other than agreeing, he did not dare to have any other thoughts at all. The middle-aged man in white lowered his head and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them, opened a portal, and strode in. The old patriarch and the middle-aged man in white only breathed a sigh of relief when the portal disappeared. The middle-aged man in white wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and flew to the old patriarch. He whispered, "Are we letting him go just like that?" The old patriarch was silent for a while and sneered, "Letting him go like that is too easy for him." The middle-aged man in white was shocked and asked, "What do you mean, old patriarch? Isn't he going to Ice City? I'm going to Ice City now. If I tell the city lord about his whereabouts, I'll definitely get some rewards." The old patriarch said, "Good idea. As long as the city lord receives the news in advance and sets up a heavy ambush at the city gate, he won't be able to escape." The middle-aged man in white smiled and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "How dare you scheme against Qin Feiyang? You really don't know what's good for you." However, before the middle-aged man in white could finish his words, a bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded in the sky. "Who is it?" The old patriarch and the middle-aged man in white were shocked. They looked up and saw a woman in white standing in the void above them. She looked to be in her 30s, but her skin was delicate and fair like a young girl's. She wore a snow-white long dress that was spotless. Her soft and beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Chapter 764. I'm Qin Feiyang's companion. I'm here to kill you all. The woman in white smiled coldly. Her slender finger pointed in the air, and a vast majestic aura roared out. Accompanied by two desperate screams, the old patriarch and the middle-aged man in white died on the spot. And that pressure continued to blast towards the tribe below. With a loud rumble, the enormous Min clan tribe was instantly annihilated into nothingness. Why did you do this? But at this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air and glared at the woman in white. The woman in white was slightly stunned. She turned around and turned into a ray of light, breaking through the air. Don't run. Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps and chased after her crazily. After leaving the Min tribe, the woman in white stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Puzzled, she asked, "Didn't you go to the Ice City?" "I did go to the Ice City. But I suddenly thought that the situation between the Li tribe and the Wang tribe might happen again, so I came back to take a look. As expected, I really bumped into you." Qin Feiyang's face was as gloomy as water. The woman in front of him was the mysterious lady. The mysterious lady looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and wondered, "Why are you so smart?" Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. What is your purpose?" "My purpose? It's very simple. I want you to be notorious in the Forgotten Land and become the enemy of the entire world." The mysterious lady said. "But," Qin Feiyang said angrily. The mysterious lady teased, "There's no reason, it's just fun." Fun? Hearing this, the anger in Qin Feiyang's heart could not be restrained. He roared, "Just because it's fun, you kill the innocent. Do you still have any humanity? Now that you're a 5-star war master, don't you understand the principle of the strong preying on the weak?" The mysterious lady mocked. "Of course I understand. But you can also use other methods. Do you have to be so extreme?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "Extreme?" The mysterious lady shook her head and sneered, "This is the most direct and effective way. Why do I have to rack my brains to think of other methods?" Qin Feiyang said gloomily, "You're simply a madman. You're still too young, you still need to train." But this is your business. My goal. In the future, you will not be able to live a peaceful life. The mysterious madam smiled mockingly and turned around, disappearing from Qin Feiyong's line of sight like lightning. Damn it! Qin Feiyong gnashed his teeth in anger. He had never been so angry before. Although the Li clan, the Wang clan, and the Min clan were destroyed by this woman, no one else knew about it. Most importantly, this woman had repeatedly said that she was his companion before she made her move. Naturally, others would put the blame on him. Now, there was nothing he could say to defend himself. How did I provoke such a fiend? Qin Feiyong sighed helplessly. He took out an illusory form pill and turned into a thin and sickly young man. He opened the portal and once again headed to the Ice City. Ice City. This huge city was just like its name. Whether it was the city walls, the buildings, or the streets, they were all covered with a thick layer of ice. It was bone-chilling. Outside the city, snow covered the mountains and rivers. Everywhere was a snow-white world. Not far away, in a dense forest, Qin Feiyong appeared out of thin air. He stood in the snow and scanned his surroundings. There were many footprints of berserk beasts on the ground. And in the vicinity, he could also sense the aura of many berserk beasts. And they were all very strong. The weakest was a 1-star war emperor, and the strongest was a 9-star war emperor. Of course, the so-called strong was only aimed at ordinary people. To Qin Feiyong, a war emperor-level berserk beast was no longer a threat to him. He only released a little pressure, and the nearby berserk beasts did not dare to approach. He strode out of the forest, and the Ice City immediately came into sight. The city covered an area of dozens of miles. And that crystal-clear city wall was like a giant python lying on the ground, emitting a cold aura. The city gate was also very tall. The pedestrians were also hurrying to and fro. Qin Feiyong took a deep breath, suppressed his aura to a 1-star war emperor, and walked towards the city gate. Tell me, who exactly is this Qin Feiyong? He actually did such a heinous thing? Is there a need to say? He must be a heinous devil. The city lord offered 100 billion bounty to capture him. If we can capture him, we don't need to rely on hunting for a living. We can live a good life for the rest of our lives. That's right. It's a pity that our strength is not enough. Even if we find him, we don't have the ability to capture him. On the way, Qin Feiyong met 5 burly men who were walking together. These 5 men were all hunters. As they walked on the snow, they discussed in a low voice. Hearing the discussion of the 5 men, Qin Feiyong couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. The current him had really become the most popular person in the second area. Everyone wanted to kill him. Very soon, he arrived in front of the city gate. On the city wall to the left of the city gate, there was a bounty poster with his portrait attached. It was also clearly written that anyone who took his head would be rewarded with 100 billion. He was still very puzzled. One had to know that any potential pill he took out was worth more than 200 billion. And he had at least a few hundred potential pills on him. If it was changed to gold coins, it would be impossible to estimate it with numbers. But now, his head was only worth 100 billion, which was not even worth half a potential pill. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. If others knew what he was thinking at this moment, they would definitely be dumbfounded. If others were wanted, they would hide in time. But him? Not only was he standing here openly, he was also dissatisfied with the bounty. Wasn't this perverted psychology? Get out of the way, get out of the way. Suddenly, a shout rang out. The sound came from within the city. The guards at the city gate, as well as the passers-by, all stopped and looked into the city. Qin Feiyong also looked over suspiciously. On the streets of the city, a black armored guard was hurriedly rushing over. Wherever he went, people also quickly retreated to the side. After a while, that black armored guard ran out of the city gate. He Chuan, what are you doing here in such a hurry? The 4 guards guarding the city gate looked at him in confusion. Something big happened again. He Chuan sighed deeply and took out a piece of craft paper from his chest. What? This Qin Feiyong actually slaughtered the Min tribe again. Only a few dozen people survived. Is he crazy? What is he trying to do? The 4 guards came closer to take a look, and their expressions suddenly changed. The Min tribe was also killed by Qin Feiyang? Is this Qin Feiyang the reincarnation of a fiend? How can he be so cruel? The crowd around immediately became restless. Everyone's heart was surging with shock. After all, the 3 tribes together had a population of 300,000 to 400,000 people. This person was simply deranged. Qin Feiyang, who was mixed in the crowd, couldn't help but frown. Wasn't the news spread too fast? 3 tribes were wiped out in a row. Is the city lord very angry now? The 4 guards looked at He Chuan and asked. More than angry. He's going crazy. He Chuan shook his head and said. Then he walked to the left side of the city wall, pulled out the previous bounty poster, and pasted the craft paper in his hand on it. It was also a bounty poster. It was still Qin Feiyang's portrait. There was a shocking murderous intent between the lines. And the bounty was doubled. After pasting the bounty poster, He Chuan turned to look at the crowd and said loudly, "See, in order to get rid of this devil as soon as possible and restore peace to the 2nd district, the city lord has increased the bounty to 200 billion. And the city lord has promised that whoever can get rid of Qin Feiyang will be rewarded with a 5th grade alchemy fire. In addition, if anyone knows the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang, you can also report to us. After confirming that there is no mistake, we will also reward you with 100 million gold coins." He Chuan added. 5th grade alchemy fire. The scene suddenly boiled up. Many people here couldn't save 200 billion gold coins in their lifetime, let alone a 5th grade alchemy fire. Therefore, everyone present was full of fighting spirit and looked like they were determined to win. Even if in the end, they didn't have the ability to take down Qin Feiyang's head, they could still send a message. At that time, they could also get a reward of 100 million gold coins. This was also a considerable amount of wealth. However, they didn't know that the person they were looking for was right beside them. You guys keep a close watch here. Don't let that devil sneak into the city. He Chuan said something to the 4 city guards, then turned around and left quickly. Okay, don't crowd around here. Quickly disperse. The 4 city guards immediately waved at Qin Feiyang and the others. At that moment, the crowd dispersed in all directions. Some entered the city, some went hunting. Qin Feiyang looked at the bounty poster. Not only was he not worried, but there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. This was in line with his status. He looked at the 4 city guards. The 4 of them had the cultivation of a 9-star combat emperor. It was still not bad. But the strange thing was, looking at the people coming in and out, they didn't check and let them go? What was going on? According to normal logic, shouldn't they use the Heaven's Eye stone to check them one by one? After thinking for a long time, Qin Feiyang couldn't figure it out, so he was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, for him, this was a great thing. After adjusting his mood, he blended into the crowd and strode toward the city gate. The 4 city guards also noticed him, but they didn't pay much attention to him. The defense is too lax. Qin Feiyang shook his head and finally entered the city gate. However, the moment he stepped through the city gate, the layer of ice under his feet suddenly trembled and released a hazy glow. What's going on? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the ice layer under his feet in surprise. At the same time, the pedestrians around, as well as the 4 city guards, all looked at Qin Feiyang. Their eyes were also full of surprise. And under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Feiyang's body and face began to change. In less than 2 breaths, he actually restored his true appearance. He is Qin Feiyang. Quick, stop him. The 4 city guards stared and then immediately shouted excitedly. It's really Qin Feiyang. Chapter 765. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Since he didn't take the facial restoration pill, nor did he have the detection of the Heaven's Eye stone, how did he suddenly recover his true appearance? Do you think you can sneak into the city just by changing your appearance? How naive. The 4 city guards laughed mockingly. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. One of the guards said, "Look at what's under the ice." Qin Feiyang was slightly startled. He lowered his head and scanned the ice on the ground, but didn't find anything unusual. That's not right. Suddenly, he noticed that there seemed to be something under the ice. With a slight force from his feet, the ice layer broke open inch by inch, and in an instant, it was like a spider web. With a wave of his hand, the shattered pieces of ice rose into the air. The things under the ice were also exposed to the air. They were strange stones that were shaped like eyes. They were the size of a palm, simple and unadorned, and looked very ordinary. But when he saw these stones, Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Because these were all Heaven's Eye stone. He swept his gaze over them one by one and discovered that the bottom of the ice at the city gate was actually covered with Heaven's Eye stone. There were 500 to 600 of them. Normally speaking, the Heaven's Eye stone needed to be touched in order to work, but there was also another situation. That was the quantity. The Heaven's Eye stone itself emitted an invisible energy, but the energy of one Heaven's Eye stone was very thin. However, if the number of Heaven's Eye stones reached a certain level, then the energy would become denser. At that time, there was no need to touch it. As long as it was within a certain distance, the Heaven's Eye stone would work. Qin Feiyang also never thought that there would be such a mechanism under the ice. It was simply impossible to guard against. Now that you have nowhere to run, obediently kneel down and accept your surrender, so as to avoid suffering physical pain. The 4 guards shouted. With just you guys? Qin Feiyang scanned the 4 of them. To ordinary people, the 9-star war sect was like a god. But in his eyes, they were inferior to ants. Today, don't even think about escaping. The surrounding crowd also roared. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one, and the disdain in his eyes deepened. The strongest here was only a 1-star battle ancestor. The rest of them were basically battle emperors, and some were even battle kings. However, for the sake of the 200 billion bounty, even those battle kings didn't back down at all. They stubbornly trapped Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "If I said that I didn't kill the 3 tribes, would you believe me?" Hearing this, everyone's faces were filled with ridicule. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. "Then pretend I didn't say anything." After saying that, he turned to look at the crowd behind him and said coldly, "Get out of the way if you don't want to die." However, those people acted as if they didn't hear him and remained indifferent. Moreover, his eyes flickered with shocking killing intent. Boom. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to waste any more words. The aura of a 5-star war master exploded forth with a loud bang. The surrounding crowd was instantly thrown off their feet. Bang, bang, bang. Some people crashed into the city wall, while others crashed into the ground. They all spat out blood and their faces were pale. So powerful! This aura is almost on par with the commander. The 4 guards were also sent flying. They kept spitting out blood and their eyes were filled with shock. Shua! Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer. He used the phantom steps and rushed towards the forest outside the city like lightning. He was confident that he could break into the ice city. However, now that his identity had been exposed, if he were to barge in, he would most likely die. This was because he could sense many powerful auras in the city. And some auras even surpassed his. Therefore, he had to retreat for the time being and think of a way to enter the city after the news had passed. You're not allowed to leave. Those who were sent flying by Qin Feiyang didn't give up either. Seeing him escape, they immediately got up and chased after him. You're really obsessed with money. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Anyone with a bit of rationality could tell that he had already shown mercy. And these people were still chasing after him? As the saying goes, one won't cry until one enters the coffin. Shua! Suddenly, 2 black figures appeared out of thin air above the city gate. Both of them looked middle-aged and were more than 9 meters tall. Their bodies were burly and they exuded a valiant aura. Moreover, the aura exuding from their bodies was very terrifying. The 2 of them looked at Qin Feiyang, who was running away, and frowned slightly. Then, they opened a portal and walked in one after another. The next moment, the 2 of them appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang braked and stopped in the snow, looking at the 2 of them in surprise. These 2 people actually looked exactly the same? "Greetings, Commander." "Greetings, Deputy Commander." As for the crowd behind Qin Feiyang as well as the 4 guards, when they saw the 2 of them, they all bowed to greet them. "Commander! Deputy Commander!" Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. Without a doubt, these 2 people must be the commander of the guards of Ice City. The commander had the cultivation of a 7-star battle grandmaster. The deputy commander was a 5-star battle grandmaster. Looking at their appearances, they were already twins. The 2 commanders were also sizing up Qin Feiyang. At the scene, dead silence. Suddenly, the deputy commander waved to the crowd behind Qin Feiyang and said, "All of you, step back." "Yes." Everyone respectfully replied and quickly retreated. The deputy commander then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Are you still very young?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "You're so young, yet your heart is already so vicious. If you continue to live, I really don't know how many innocent people will die in your hands," the deputy commander said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Vicious?" Qin Feiyang sneered, pointed to the crowd that had retreated into the distance, looked at the deputy commander, and said, "Are you blind? If I was really vicious, would they still have the chance to watch the show?" The deputy commander said, "Then what about the destruction of the Min clan and the other 2 tribes?" Qin Feiyang said, "Someone wants to frame me." "Frame you?" The deputy commander was stunned, and then his face was full of sarcasm. He said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth." "The truth?" The deputy commander sneered and said, "Let me tell you what is the truth. We went to the Min clan, the Wang clan, and the Li clan in person to ask. The surviving clansmen of the 3 tribes all claimed that you were an accomplice who destroyed their tribes and killed their clansmen. With so many witnesses, how do you still want to quibble?" The deputy commander looked at Qin Feiyang as if looking at a clown. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and wanted to say something. "It's all nonsense." But at this time, the Ice City commander, who had been silent all this while, snorted through his nose. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang expressionlessly and said, "Kneel down immediately and accept your execution. This commander will leave you with an intact corpse." "But since it's nonsense, then I won't explain any more. As long as you have the ability, I'll give you my head with both hands." Qin Feiyang looked at the commander without any fear. He had finally lost his patience. Arrogant, the commander's gaze turned cold, and the pressure of the 7 Stars War Master broke out of his body. Like an invisible torrent, it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Pumph! Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and waved his hand. Red sword chi appeared, and 20 sword shadows instantly appeared out of nowhere. The terrifying sharpness suddenly toppled the mountains and overturned the seas, tearing apart the glaciers and earth. Seeing this, the 2 commanders' pupils shrank slightly. Boom! The deputy commander also immediately made his move, his hands dancing in the air. In the next moment, the accumulated snow within a radius of several miles rose into the air, like a white waterfall, surging into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a huge snow-white palm condensed, covering the sky and covering the sun, emitting a great pressure. At the same time, the commander also began to evolve his battle art. With a stretch of his hand, an ice mountain that was hundreds of feet tall suddenly rose from the ground. He clenched his hand, and with an earth-shattering sound, the ice mountain shattered, turning into sharp ice cones. Each one was as thick as a thigh, floating behind him, filling half of the void. Their auras were firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. "Kill!" In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 10 sword shadows above his head cut through the sky, furiously slashing down. "Die!" The 2 commanders' eyes were also filled with killing intent. The huge palm condensed from snow suddenly trembled in the sky, bringing with it a terrifying power as it slapped towards the sword shadows. At the same time, those ice cones also broke through the air like sharp arrows, emitting an ear-piercing whistling sound. Clang! Boom! The 10 sword shadows took the lead to collide with the huge palm formed from snow. A loud explosion suddenly exploded, like the roar of thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers. That huge palm was immediately torn apart by the sharpness of the sword shadows, turning into nothingness. The huge palm flashed, and the vice commander also spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating continuously. Regarding this point, Qin Feiyang was not surprised. Because, although the vice commander's cultivation was the same as his, their battle arts were one level apart. The battle arts that the vice commander mastered were only superior slaughter battle arts, and could not block his Guiyuan sword technique at all. However, the vice commander was horrified. While retreating, he looked at the 10 sword shadows in shock and suddenly seemed to think of something, shouting, "Brother, be careful, he has a perfect battle art." What? Perfect battle art? The commander's expression changed, and his heart was filled with shock. One had to know. There was no perfect battle art in the entire second district. Even he, the commander, had never seen one before. It could even be said that perfect battle arts were a legendary existence in the second district, unattainable. However, he did not expect that this seemingly young man in front of him actually mastered a perfect battle art. Who exactly was he? Clang! Just as he was shocked, the sword shadows and the ice cones collided with a loud bang. Accompanied by a series of deafening noises, a destructive wave rolled wildly between heaven and earth. For a moment, within dozens of miles in the distance, glaciers collapsed, and the earth sank, as if the end of the world had arrived. Even the ice city was affected by it. The city walls were crumbling. Chapter 766. But suddenly, a man in white appeared and stood in the sky above Ice City. With a wave of his hand, a golden battle chi appeared and turned into a light screen in front of the city wall, blocking the surging waves. The man in white looked at Qin Feiyang, who was fighting with the two commanders. Clang! The sword shadows and the icicles were still clashing. Waves of air waves continuously pounced in all directions. The ice and snow beneath Qin Feiyang and the commander had already disappeared and was replaced by a huge sinkhole. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was also retreating, and there were even strands of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. The 10 sword shadows were also shattering and disintegrating. The commander's strength was much stronger than the deputy commander's. The cultivation of a 7-star war master, coupled with the superior slaughter battle art, was enough to dominate the war master realm. As for Qin Feiyang, although the Guiyuan sword technique was a perfect battle art, his overall strength was a level lower than the commander's. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was no match for him, the commander heaved a sigh of relief and said coldly, "Even if you have mastered a perfect battle art, you will definitely die today. Isn't it too early to start being complacent?" Qin Feiyang laughed coldly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and suddenly waved his hand. Clang! Crimson sword chi surged out and condensed into 20 sword shadows above his head. Every sword shadow was trembling violently and crazily, as if they were ready to move. Kill! Abruptly, Qin Feiyang shouted sternly. The 20 sword shadows were like ferocious tigers that had left their cages, crazily slashing forward. At this moment, only 5 of the 10 sword shadows remained. But when these 20 sword shadows joined in, the 25 sword shadows immediately turned into a torrent, crushing over with unstoppable force. One by one, the icicles shattered. The commander's face also turned pale bit by bit. Finally, the moment all the icicles shattered, he cried out and spat out blood. And of the 25 sword shadows, after a series of collisions, only 2 were left. Qin Feiyang glanced at the commander, then turned to look at the man in white standing above Ice City, killing intent surging in his eyes. He suddenly turned his head and waved his hand in the air. The 2 sword shadows immediately separated. One slashed towards the commander. One of them slashed towards the vice commander. From afar, they looked like 2 graceful flashes of light. It was impossible to capture their trajectories with one's eyes. Seeing this, the white-clothed man raised his eyebrows. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Boom! A terrifying pressure emerged and swept across the sky in an instant, rushing toward Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang did not stop there. Instead, he summoned the 9-leaf fire lotus. Because he knew that the 2 sword silhouettes could only kill the vice commander. As for the commanders, they would at most be injured. Therefore, he wouldn't give the commander of Frigid Ice City any chance to make a comeback. Clang. A fire lotus leaf left its body and shot towards the commander like a beam of light with a destructive aura. Just as the fire lotus leaf broke away, two sword shadows had already arrived. Dodge! The commander's expression changed. He turned to look at the vice commander and shouted. In fact, even without his reminder, the vice commander knew that he could not fight head-on. Moreover, he had already chosen to dodge at the first moment. However, the aura of the sword shadow was firmly locked onto him. No matter where he dodged, the sword shadow would follow. Moreover, the speed of the sword shadow was twice as fast as his dodging speed. Just as the commander was about to warn him, the sword shadow whizzed by and directly slashed him into two. Fresh blood stained the sky. His tragic cry reverberated through the clouds. Bastard! Seeing his own brother die in front of him, the commander cried out in grief, gritting his teeth and cracking his eyes. Swoosh! He suddenly turned around. Like a mad beast, he stared at Qin Fei Yang and roared, "If I don't kill you today, I'm not human." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge beast shadow roared from behind him. It was a raging bull. It was more than 100 feet tall, and its entire body seemed to be cast from stone, emitting a terrifying aura. And that pair of bull horns were several meters long, as if they were cast from divine iron, emitting a shocking cold light. This was his battle soul. Once the raging bull battle soul appeared, it roared towards the sky and charged towards the sword shadow. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword shadow instantly shattered. Qin Fei Yang's body shook. A gush of hot blood rushed up to his throat and he directly spat it out. As for the raging bull battle soul, it was almost torn apart by the sword shadow. It dragged its broken body and madly charged towards Qin Fei Yang. Its millstone-sized fierce eyes flashed with a terrifying murderous light. Qin Fei Yang smiled contemptuously. With a wave of his hand, the fire lotus leaf paused in the air and directly charged towards the raging bull battle soul. Boom! The fire lotus leaf's aura was like a rainbow, instantly shattering the raging bull battle soul. Then, without any pause, it swept in front of the commander like lightning. Explode! Qin Fei Yang immediately shouted coldly. Boom! The fire lotus leaf exploded, and a destructive aura was born, drowning the commander. That mournful scream immediately resounded in all directions. Even the commander is not his match? No wonder he dared to massacre the 3 major tribes. It turns out that he is so strong. When the people of Ice City saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Seeing the 2 commanders killed one after another, the eyes of the man in white standing above the city also flashed with a sharp light. All of this was said to be slow, but the entire process took less than 3 breaths. At this time, the pressure of the man in white finally descended, wanting to imprison Qin Fei Yang in the air. Qin Fei Yang was stunned. This pressure was quite strong. According to his judgment, it should be the 9-star battle sect. Swish! He turned around, looked at the man in white, and said indifferently, "You are the city lord of Ice City?" "That's right, it's me." The man in white nodded. However, there was a trace of surprise in his heart. Why did it seem like this kid wasn't affected by his pressure at all? "Don't bother me again." Qin Fei Yang coldly said these words, then turned around and stepped on the phantom steps, breaking through the air. He really isn't affected. The city lord's gaze trembled. One had to know. He was a 9-star battle sect, and this Qin Fei Yang was only a 5-star battle sect. Even if his pressure couldn't imprison Qin Fei Yang, it could at least affect Qin Fei Yang's speed, right? How did this kid do it? Suddenly, someone shouted, "City Lord, he's running away." The city lord came back to his senses and looked at Qin Fei Yang, who was about to disappear into the horizon. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Don't worry, he won't be able to escape." Swish! As soon as he finished, he took a step forward and chased after Qin Fei Yang. His speed was several times faster than Qin Fei Yang's. Let's go and take a look as well. The people of the Ice City also swarmed out, turning into a tide of people as they chased after him. How troublesome! above a forest of ice and snow. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the city lord who was quickly approaching, and a trace of anger could not help but crawl up between his brows. Don't run, you can't escape. The city lord's speed was too fast, and he had already closed most of the distance. At this moment, he was only a few miles away from Qin Feiyang. A distance of a few miles, for experts like them, was only a matter of a few blinks of an eye. So, the two of them, one in front and one behind, entered a glacier mountain range. In the mountain range, the ice peaks were like giant swords, standing tall and majestic. In the mountain stream, countless fierce beasts ran amok, their roars shaking the heavens. A few fierce beasts ran out to block the way, but they were all killed by Qin Feiyang with a wave of his hand. And now, the distance between the city lord and him was only about 100 meters. Shua. Qin Feiyang decisively stopped, stood above an ice peak, and turned to look at the city lord. The city lord also stopped and stood in the air with Qin Feiyang, saying, "Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want the city lord to do it? Do we have to do this?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Although this person was strong, he was still not a threat to him, because in the ancient castle, there were still Wolf King, Fatso, and the recently subdued double-winged snow eagle. With this lineup, he was completely capable of counterattacking. But he had to consider it. Now, he had already killed the two commanders of the Ice City. If he killed the city lord, then in the second area, he would really be the enemy of the whole world. Boom! But in the face of Qin Feiyang's question, the city lord of Ice City directly used practical actions to respond. The aura of the 9-star war sect erupted. Several nearby ice peaks that were more than 10,000 feet tall were directly shattered by the aura. This also meant that there was no room for negotiation. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, "Then let's begin." Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord flashed and instantly landed in front of Qin Feiyang. His large hand shot out and slapped towards Qin Feiyang's head. The terrifying aura made Qin Feiyang's scalp go numb. Without the slightest hesitation, he retreated like lightning. But with his speed, how could he keep up with the city lord? Even if he activated the phantom step, the difference was too great. Swish. The city lord's figure moved, appearing behind him like a ghost, and slapped him on the back. Qin Feiyang also did not hesitate to activate the battle character's secret art. This palm made Qin Feiyang's body almost fall apart. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, he crashed into the glacier below like a meteorite. Kacha! The glaciers within a radius of several miles were all broken by him. The fierce beasts in this area were even more dead and injured. But very quickly, Qin Feiyang rushed out, his eyes flashing with bone-piercing killing intent. Previously, if he had not activated the battle character's secret art, he would have died by now. And for those who wanted to kill him, he would never show mercy. He waved his hand. Fatso, Wolf King, and the winged snow eagle all appeared in an instant. "Kill him!" Qin Feiyang shouted coldly, his aura fully released, and took the lead to kill the city lord. Boom! Wolf King and Fatso did not say anything and directly activated their transformation state, their aura crazily soaring. Bullying with numbers? This is this emperor's strong suit. At the same time, the winged snow eagle also howled excitedly and instantly returned to its original form. Following closely, it flapped its 4 huge wings, like a towering mountain, with an ear-piercing whistling sound, following behind Qin Feiyang, charging towards the city lord. This guy is indeed not a good bird. If it was a good bird, then it would be boring. That's true. Let's go and kill that bastard. Chapter 767. Looking at the 2 men and 2 beasts, the Ice City Lord's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Qin Feiyang, Wolf King, and Fatso, although they were only 5-star War Master, the aura they emitted was quite impressive. As for the dual-winged snow eagle, it was a genuine 9-star War Master. He really didn't expect that this young man who had risen out of thin air would have such a strong foundation. "You must be scared." The dual-winged snow eagle chuckled, and in front of Qin Feiyang, it extended its sharp claws and grabbed towards the city lord's head. Humph! The city lord snorted from his nose, quickly raised his arm and punched towards the dual-winged snow eagle's sharp claws. Boom! The fist and the sharp claws collided, giving birth to a terrifying wave of air. One man and one beast were forced back at the same time. Kill! At this time, Qin Feiyong's group and the Wolf King also arrived one after another. Qin Feiyong's index finger pointed in the air, and the fourth style of the ruins technique roared out, bringing with it an apocalyptic aura as it crazily attacked. Wolf King and Fatso were even more violent. They directly used their fists to attack the city lord from both sides. They were currently in a state of transformation. Fatso's dragon transformation art was a perfect battle art. Coupled with his cultivation of a 5-star war master, the power of his fist was comparable to that of a 9-star war master. Although Wolf King's berserk fury was only a superior battle art, its physical body was naturally stronger than a human's. Therefore, it could also display the strength of a 9-star war master. However, in the face of the storm-like attacks of the 2 men and 1 wolf, the city lord of Ice City did not panic in the slightest. With a wave of his hand, a stream of battle chi whizzed out and blasted towards the 4th style of the ruins technique. Following closely, he raised his hands again and clenched them into fists. Without dodging, he collided with Fatso and Wolf King's fists. Boom! A loud explosion rang out in the sky. Destructive waves of air, with the few of them as the center, surged out in all directions like mountains and seas. In the meantime, Qin Feiyong, Wolf King, and Fatso all spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. I'll let you see what it means to destroy everything. Cold light flashed in the eyes of the city lord of Ice City. Then he performed a mysterious footwork, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed. He landed in front of Qin Feiyong and slapped his palm on Qin Feiyong's chest. Qin Feiyong's body shook, and like a meteorite, he shot toward the glacier below. The disdain in the city lord's eyes deepened. He took another step forward and appeared behind Wolf King in an instant. His large hand slapped down on Wolf King's head. Roar! Wolf King howled in pain and uncontrollably fell towards the glacier below. Damn his speed! Fatso was dumbfounded. With the cultivation of the 9-star war sect, coupled with the auxiliary battle arts, who would dare to compete with this person in terms of speed? Without hesitation, Fatso turned around and fled. Humph! The city lord snorted and chased after him like lightning, punching Fatso's back. Fatso spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the glacier below. Damn, why are they all good-looking but useless fellows? The dual-winged snow eagle looked at Qin Feiyong and the other 2 with disdain in its eyes. You're not that useful either. The city lord laughed coldly. With a wave of his hand, a huge golden palm appeared out of nowhere. Following closely, the huge palm landed with a loud bang on the dual-winged snow eagle's huge body. Immediately, blood dyed the sky. Chirp! The dual-winged snow eagle wailed and smashed into the glacier. The glacier, with a radius of tens of miles, was directly razed to the ground by the 2 men and 2 beasts. The city lord is indeed strong. Aren't you talking nonsense? No matter what, the city lord is still a 9-star war sect and has mastered all sorts of superior battle arts. No matter how heaven-defying Qin Feiyong and his accomplices are, they are definitely not a match for the city lord. The people who caught up from behind looked at the city lord, who had displayed his might with admiration. Boom! Swish! Suddenly, accompanied by a few loud sounds, Qin Feiyong and the others rushed out from the ground and gathered in the sky. His entire body was dripping with blood. City lord, quickly kill them. That's right, they have already lost their minds and are inhumane. If we let them escape, who knows how many more people will be killed by them. Yes, we must bury them here. Seeing Qin Feiyong and the others appear, the crowd in the distance roared. Everyone's face was filled with intense hatred and disgust. Don't worry, as long as this city lord is here, none of them will be able to escape. The city lord smiled confidently, looked at the 2 men and 2 beasts, and said contemptuously, "A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals dare to be arrogant in front of this city lord. They are truly reckless. Oh my, they are really taking advantage of us." Wolf King screamed, looked at the two-winged snow eagle and laughed. Little eagle, he said that we are shrimp soldiers and crab generals. What do you think we should do? Nonsense. Of course we should kill him. I will take the lead, you guys take the rear. The two-winged snow eagle's eyes flashed coldly, and it flapped its huge wings and rushed toward the city lord. You are overestimating yourself. The city lord of Ice City smiled disdainfully, and with a mysterious step, he went toward the two-winged snow eagle. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Do you think that you have the right to look down on others just because you took advantage of me? Kid, you are too naive. Competing with me in terms of speed, you are just asking for humiliation. The two-winged snow eagle sneered, and two huge light wings rose into the air, instantly embedding themselves on its back. It was its fighting soul. Swoosh. As soon as the light wings appeared, its speed suddenly doubled, and it was much faster than the city lord. What? The city lord was shocked, and without hesitation, he raised his arm and golden fighting chi burst out. Crash! The golden fighting chi turned into a huge wave, drowning the sky and crazily pouncing towards the two-winged snow eagle. Kid, are you afraid? The two-winged snow eagle chuckled. Although its body was huge, it was very agile. Like a ghost, it dodged the bombardment of the golden wave and appeared behind the city lord. Its hard and sharp claws quickly smashed towards the city lord's back. The city lord was sent flying on the spot, blood spurting out of his mouth. What's going on? Why is the city lord injured? The crowd in the distance was dumbstruck. Good chance. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up, and he rushed over aggressively with Wolf King and Fatso. After rushing up, the two men and one wolf did not show the slightest bit of mercy and directly bombarded him. Immediately, the city lord screamed again and again. In his heart, he was also ashamed and angry. Not only was he a 9-star war sect, he was also the city lord of Ice City. It could even be said that he was the person in charge of the second area. But at this moment, he was actually being beaten up by 3 5-star war sects in public. Where was his face? How would he manage this place in the future? Boom! All of a sudden, a shocking aura rushed out from his body. Retreat! Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. The two men and one wolf retreated to the front of the two-winged snow eagle and looked at the city lord in shock. At this moment, the city lord was bruised and swollen. The clothes on his body were also torn to shreds. His originally jet-black hair was now like a chicken's nest. He looked to be in a sorry state. He stood in the air, staring at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said, I swear, all of you will die soon. Boom! As soon as he finished, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from his back. Within the golden light, there was an axe floating in the air. That axe was the size of a palm, as if it was cast from gold, emitting a terrifying sharpness. Battle soul? The two men and two beasts looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't it just a battle soul? What was there to be arrogant about? Innate ability, splitting heaven and earth. The next moment, the city lord roared towards the sky, and the axe actually rose in the wind. In that instant, a giant golden axe that was hundreds of feet long appeared out of nowhere. Following that, the giant axe chopped down from the sky, its sharpness toppling mountains and overturning seas, tearing apart the mountains and rivers below. The power is not bad, but isn't it a bit too exaggerated to say that it can split heaven and earth? If the name isn't a bit domineering, would it be able to scare us? Tisk, to put it nicely, it's called domineering. To put it bluntly, it's called a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Facing the giant axe that was crazily chopping down, Fatso, Wolf King, and the two-winged snow eagle were not the slightest bit nervous. Instead, they were still discussing with relish. Qin Feiyang, who was at the side, looked at them helplessly. Couldn't they tell that the city lord had already started to fight with his life on the line? Looking at the city lord, who was gritting his teeth as he stared at Fatso and Wolf King, he was so angry that smoke was rising from his head. Even at this time, he was still in the mood to chat. This was simply humiliating him. Hence, go to hell. The city lord roared. The speed of the giant golden axe suddenly increased, and like a graceful swan, it furiously chopped towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Fatso sneered, turned his head to look at Wolf King and said angrily, "Brother Wolf, he actually called us ants. Can you bear it?" "Of course not." Wolf King snorted coldly. A dazzling golden light emerged from behind him and rushed into the sky. The void, the earth, and the sky here suddenly seemed to be plated with a layer of gold foil. Boom. Following that, a boundless divine might spread out in a frenzy across the entire area. "What's that?" The city lord's gaze froze. The crowd in the distance was also surprised. Even the double-winged snow eagle beside the Wolf King was filled with bewilderment. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, a golden beast shadow appeared in the sky. Its head was in the sky and its feet were on the ground, like a beast god descending. Everyone present felt an indescribable fear in their hearts. "You dare to activate your fighting soul in front of me? I have to say, you're really brave." Wolf King sneered and suddenly shouted, "Talent superpower, deprive." The golden beast shadow immediately opened its mouth. In this place, a fierce wind suddenly blew, sweeping hundreds of miles of the sky. The golden axe immediately flew uncontrollably towards the golden beast shadow's mouth. What's going on? The city lord was shocked. The fighting soul was not under his control? Although the crowd in the distance did not know what was going on, they could imagine that the city lord must have suffered a great loss, so their hearts were filled with horror. The double-winged snow eagle was also puzzled. It looked at the golden beast shadow, turned its head to look at Fatso and asked, "What's the use of its fighting soul?" "Great use." Fatso smiled mysteriously. The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and hurriedly said, "Can you explain it clearly?" "Sure. Brother Wolf's fighting soul is the nemesis of all fighting souls. Because it has a terrible ability, deprive." Chapter 768. Deprive. The dual-winged snow eagle was even more puzzled and couldn't help but get angry. He looked at Fatso and said, "Can you not keep me in suspense and say it all at once?" Fatso chuckled and said, "It means that Brother Wolf's fighting soul can deprive other living beings of their fighting soul, including you and me. Once it is deprived, the fighting soul will disappear forever." "What?" The dual-winged snow eagle's eyes widened. How could there be such a fighting soul in this world? "Don't doubt it. Back then, you were very wise to choose to follow the boss. Otherwise, you would have ended up like the city lord," Fatso said. The dual-winged snow eagle looked at the golden beast shadow again, its eyes filled with shock. Was this Wolf King's strength? Although it had been getting along well with Wolf King these few days, it had always looked down on Wolf King in its heart. It was a 9-star war sect. Wolf King was only a 5-star war sect, a full 4 small realms lower than it. This was the first factor. The second factor was that it had a heaven-defying fighting soul that could stack speed. As for Wolf King, although it didn't know what Wolf King's fighting soul was before, it didn't think that it would surpass it. But it never thought that Wolf King's fighting soul would be so terrifying. Fatso wasn't exaggerating at all. This golden beast shadow was the nemesis of all fighting souls. The conversation between the man and the beast was not deliberately concealed. The city lord heard it clearly. In his heart, a storm was raging. Moreover, he immediately began to disperse his fighting soul. But it was too late. The golden axe was like a stream of light, disappearing into the golden beast's wide mouth. "Damn it." The city lord cursed and hurriedly looked into his chi-si, wanting to verify if what Fatso said was true. He didn't know if he didn't look, but after looking, his face turned pale. Inside his chi-si, the fighting soul had actually disappeared, as if it had never appeared. How could this be? How could there be such an outrageous fighting soul in this world? He muttered to himself, falling into despair. Whether it was a beast or a human, the fighting soul was the strongest trump card. In other words, losing the fighting soul was equivalent to a drop in one's strength. In the past, in the same realm, he dared to claim supremacy. But now, anyone with a fighting soul would be able to kill him in seconds. This kind of earth-shaking change was truly hard for him to accept. It was more painful than death. "How is it? Now, let's talk again." Who exactly are the shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Wolf King said proudly. Bastards, I'll kill you. The city lord abruptly raised his head and stared fixedly at the two humans and two beasts. His eyes seemed to be dyed red with blood, and a shocking murderous aura gushed out from his body. With a fierce roar, he tore through the sky and madly pounced on Qin Feiyang and the others. Beat him up. Wolf King waved its claws. The previous situation happened again. The double-winged snow eagle flew over like a bolt of lightning, relying on its overwhelming speed to severely injure the city lord. Fatso and Wolf King rushed forward, punching and kicking the city lord, beating him down on the spot. Miserable screams resounded through the clouds, filled with anger and unwillingness. This time, Qin Feiyang did not make a move. He had been watching coldly from the side. Seeing that the city lord had been beaten beyond recognition and had lost his human form, he said with a faint smile, "All right, just kill him." Boom. However, before he could finish his words, 3 terrifying auras suddenly descended. The next moment, in the air above, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. They were 2 men and a woman, all of them middle-aged. The aura emitted from their bodies was like a vast ocean, unfathomable. When they saw the miserable state of the city lord, the 3 of them were furious on the spot. They rushed down like lightning and charged towards Fatso and Wolf King. You didn't come earlier or later, but you came at this time. You really know how to join in the fun. Wolf King cursed angrily and quickly retreated. Fatso and the double-winged snow eagle's expressions also changed. They immediately retreated and joined up with Qin Feiyang. The aura of these 3 people was almost on par with the city lord. In other words, the 3 of them were all 9-star war sect. With the foundation of Qin Feiyang and the others, the 3 9-star war sects were actually not without the strength to fight. However, if they really fought, it would be meaningless. It would be a waste of time. Thought about it. Qin Feiyang still chose to retreat. He jumped up onto the back of the double-winged snow eagle and shouted, "Let's go!" Just as he spoke, Fatso and Wolf King also jumped up and landed on the back of the double-winged snow eagle. Chirp. The double-winged snow eagle spread its 6 wings and tore through the air like lightning. The 3 of them did not chase after him. Instead, they landed beside the city lord and checked his injuries. A moment later, the middle-aged woman raised her head to look at the other 2 and said in a deep voice, "Both the Sea of Qi and the Sea of Consciousness have been shattered. The situation is not good." The 2 middle-aged men's gazes also darkened. One of them asked, "Can you save your life?" The middle-aged woman thought for a moment and said, "If there are Essence Soul Pill and Spirit Sea Pill, it should be possible." Then quickly bring him back to the Ice City. The 3 of them immediately brought the city lord and rushed towards the Ice City. As for the people who were watching the battle from afar, they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. They were all intimidated by the methods displayed by Qin Feiyang and the others. At the same time, above the glacier, the double-winged snow eagle was like a divine rainbow, moving as fast as lightning. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang looked behind him and laughed. "All right, you can stop now." The double-winged snow eagle braked and stopped in the air. The light wings on its back also quickly dissipated. Wolf King immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and said with dissatisfaction, "Actually, we don't need to run at all. We are indeed not afraid of the 3 9-star war sects, but even if we kill them, what's the point?" Qin Feiyang asked. Wolf King was startled. Thinking about it carefully, it didn't make any sense. At this time, Fatso waved his hand and said, "These are all small problems. What Fat Lord is most curious about is, who are they?" Qin Feiyang, Wolf King, and the double-winged snow eagle also had a trace of doubt in their eyes. "Don't think about it." Fatso finally shook his head, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What are we going to do next?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's cultivate for a while first, and then we'll enter the Ice City after the wind blows over." Shwa. Finished. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone into the castle. Fatso and Wolf King also immediately entered a state of cultivation. However, the double-winged snow eagle turned into the size of a palm, flapped its wings, and floated behind Qin Feiyang, as if it had something to say. After Qin Feiyang opened the iron box, he turned to look at it and laughed. "Are you still thinking about the gate of potential?" The double-winged snow eagle hurriedly nodded, its eyes filled with desire. "You can't rush it. To open the gate of potential, you need the assistance of pressure. And with your cultivation, you need to at least use the holy aura. So, you just have to wait patiently." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking with a smile, he turned around and began to copy the fourth stroke of the kill formula. Holy aura? The double-winged snow eagle was stunned. Was there an existence of the war saint level in the second area? Even if there was, they were not related to each other. Why would they help you? It seemed that it was basically hopeless to open the gate of potential. It sighed deeply and lay on the side, feeling very disappointed. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at it, shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry, the Pill Pagoda Master in the second area is definitely a war saint. When the time comes, I will think of a way to get him to help." "Really?" The double-winged snow eagle immediately became spirited. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hearing this, the double-winged snow eagle's eyes darted around. Suddenly, its eyes flashed and it said, "Since I am not in the mood to cultivate right now, why don't I sneak into Hanbing City first and investigate the situation?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, then laughed. "That's fine too, be careful." After he finished speaking, he sent the double-winged snow eagle out. Time passed in a flash. For months passed. On this day, Qin Feiyang finally finished copying the fourth stroke. His cultivation had broken through to the 6-star War Master as he wished. And because he had crazily refined pills for 4 months a while ago and delayed his cultivation, Fatso and Wolf King had both stepped out of the 6-star War Master before him. The pangolin had also stepped into the 4-star War Master. Lu Hong had also broken through to the 2-star War Master. Now, their overall strength had risen to another level. After exhaling a long breath, Qin Feiyang closed the 6-word divine arts and prepared to leave the castle. But at this time, Lu Hong opened her eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Can you bring me out with you?" Qin Feiyang was startled and asked, "Aren't you going to cultivate?" "Ever since my cultivation was crippled, I've been cultivating. I feel a little tired, so I want to go out and relax." Lu Hong laughed. "Relax?" Qin Feiyang looked at her deeply and shook his head. "Do you think I'm that easy to fool?" As if her lie had been seen through, Lu Hong lowered her head in embarrassment. "I know you want to help me. Although you have already stepped into the 2-star War Master, you can't help me much in the face of the current situation and strong enemies. So, you can stay here and cultivate peacefully. In the future, when your cultivation catches up to everyone, I will bring you out even if you don't ask." Qin Feiyang laughed. Lu Hong hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "All right." Actually, she was very disappointed in her heart. Before her cultivation was crippled, she could still accompany everyone and face all kinds of difficulties and dangers together. But now, she was like a national treasure that was protected by everyone. If it was someone else, they might still feel happy and warm. But she was different. She felt that all these years, she was like a cripple who couldn't do anything to help. Even if everyone encountered a life and death calamity, she could only watch helplessly. That kind of powerlessness made her feel very uncomfortable. At the same time, after Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he wanted to leave the castle, but looking at Lu Hong's current expression, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable emotion in his heart. He pondered for a moment. He smiled helplessly and nodded. "All right, I'll take you for a stroll, but it's only limited to relaxing." "All right." Lu Hong immediately stood up, sweeping away the haze from before, and a brilliant smile appeared on her face. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be absent-minded. Her exquisite and tall figure, her skin as white as jade, her sexy and full red lips, her eyes rippling with autumn waves, this little girl was becoming more and more charming, more and more enchanting. Lu Hong discovered that Qin Feiyang was staring at her, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn slightly red. She lowered her head, showing a bashful expression. When Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and noticed Lu Hong's expression, he wanted to slap himself a few times on the spot. What was he thinking? The atmosphere was awkward because of him. Chapter 769. Ice City. 4 months had passed, but Qin Feiyang's popularity did not decrease much. Everyone was still looking around. The security at the city gate was even tighter than before. Not far from the city gate, there was a forest. Qin Feiyang stood on a small hill, looking at the city gate, his brows furrowed. Of course. Now, he had changed his appearance and lowered his cultivation to a 5-star combat emperor. Even his temperament and eyes had changed slightly. But facing the Heaven's Eye stone under the city gate, no matter how hard he tried to hide it, it was useless. Lu Hong stood at the side, looking at the city gate silently, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, she retracted her gaze and turned to Qin Feiyang, saying, "Didn't the double-winged snow eagle sneak into Ice City? Can you contact it?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. During this period of time, the double-winged snow eagle seemed to have disappeared from the world. From the moment it left until now, it had not appeared again. And the double-winged snow eagle did not have an image crystal, so Qin Feiyang had no way to contact it. So, he did not know whether the double-winged snow eagle was alive or dead, or where it was fooling around. Lu Hong was silent for a while, then smiled and said, "I have an idea." "What idea?" Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. "I can enter the city first. After I enter the city, I will give you the coordinates and you can directly teleport in." Lu Hong smiled. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of this idea? Currently, the people in the second area only knew about him, Fatso and Wolf King. As for Lu Hong, she had always been cultivating in the ancient castle and had never shown her face. There was simply no one who knew about his relationship with Lu Hong. So, Lu Hong didn't need to worry about anything. She could enter Frost City with her real face. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, Lu Hong knew that Qin Feiyang had acquiesced. She smiled and said, "Then I will go." "Be careful," Qin Feiyang reminded. Lu Hong nodded and walked out of the forest. She walked towards the city gate at a leisurely pace. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Qin Feiyang glanced at the 4 guards in front of the city gate and then looked at Lu Hong's back as he muttered to himself. Very soon, Lu Hong walked to the city gate. He curiously looked at the bounty poster and walked into the city. However, just as she stepped into the city gate, a city guard suddenly stopped her. Qin Feiyang immediately raised his eyebrows and paid close attention to Lu Hong's situation. Lu Hong did not expect to be stopped. Puzzled, she looked at the guard and asked, "Is there a problem?" The guard looked at Lu Hong from head to toe and asked suspiciously, "Why haven't I seen you before?" "I rarely come to Ice City," Lu Hong replied with a smile. "Really?" The guard looked at her suspiciously. At this time, the other 3 guards also turned around and looked at Lu Hong. Vaguely, deep in the eyes of the 4, there was a trace of undetectable laughter. The guard who stopped Lu Hong suddenly said, "Miss, I'm sorry, but you have to come with us." Lu Hong furrowed her brows. "I believe you also know that we are now arresting Qin Feiyang. And Qin Feiyang is insidious and cunning. It is very likely that he will bribe others to sneak into Ice City." The guard said. Lu Hong was stunned and asked, "You suspect me?" "But it's just a suspicion. After we find out your identity, we will naturally let you go." The guard nodded and said. Hearing this, Lu Hong was just a little dissatisfied on the surface, but she was surprised and suspicious in her heart. Did they see something? But it was not right. She had never appeared. How could these people know the relationship between her and Qin Feiyang? But what was the meaning of this guard stopping her? Did he have other intentions? At the same time, standing in the jungle, Qin Feiyang's eyes gradually became gloomy. Although he could not hear the conversation between Lu Hong and the guard, he could imagine that something bad must have happened after so long. "No, I can't let her continue to be in danger." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. After taking a face-restoring pill, he turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the jungle. But he did not rush directly to Lu Hong. Standing in the sky outside the city, he looked coldly at Ice City and shouted, "Lord of Ice City, come out and accept your death." "Who is it?" The 4 guards were shocked and quickly looked up. When they saw Qin Feiyang, their faces suddenly changed. The others next to them were also shocked. And Ice City, in an instant, was in an uproar. This is Qin Feiyang's voice. He dares to openly provoke the Lord of Ice City. What does he want to do? One figure after another soared into the sky and gathered above the city. They looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. At the same time, Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd at the city gate. When he saw Lu Hong, he immediately winked at her. Lu Hong immediately understood. While the 4 guards were not paying attention, she quietly squeezed into the crowd and entered the city. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He sneered and said, "I didn't expect the dignified city lord of Cold Ice City to be such a coward." After that, he turned around and quickly disappeared into the sky. His appearance was just to attract the attention of the 4 guards and create an opportunity for Lu Hong. Now, Lu Hong had entered the city. Naturally, there was no need for him to continue to stay. Swish! Not long after Qin Feiyang left, 3 figures descended out of thin air in the sky above the city gate. They were the 2 men and 1 woman who suddenly appeared 4 months ago. The middle-aged woman glanced at the void and looked at the 4 guards. She frowned and said, "Where is that little bastard?" "He has already left." The 4 guards replied respectfully, "Damn little bastard. Sooner or later, I will skin you." The middle-aged woman's face was gloomy, and the killing intent in her eyes was undisguised. On the top of an ice mountain, Qin Feiyang stood against the wind, holding the image crystal in his hand. About half an hour later, the image crystal shone brightly. Qin Feiyang also smiled. A wisp of battle chi gushed out of his palm and merged into the image crystal. An illusory figure immediately appeared. It was Lu Hong. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, "Did you encounter any trouble later?" Lu Hong smiled and gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a portal. The next moment, he appeared beside Lu Hong. It was a room about 10 meters wide. Although it was not big, it was very clean and tidy. In the corner, there were a few flower pots in full bloom. A faint floral fragrance filled the air. "Where is this?" Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Hong said, "Fragrant Flowers Restaurant." According to Lu Hong, this restaurant was located in the central area of the city. It was the most high-end restaurant in Ice City. Usually, the people he entertained were all rich and powerful. However, the most important thing was that the Fragrant Flowers restaurant was very close to the City Lord Mansion and the Pill Pagoda. Lu Hong walked to the window and opened it. 2 huge buildings immediately entered Qin Feiyang's sight. Qin Feiyang walked over and looked up. One of the buildings was an ancient stone pagoda. It was covered in a layer of ice and emitted a cold aura. The ancient pagoda was located in the center of a square. It was like a king looking down on all directions. In the 4 directions of the square, there was a tall stone tablet erected. 2 bold and eye-catching words were engraved on each of the stone tablets. Pill Pagoda. Opposite the Pill Pagoda was the City Lord Mansion. In terms of scale, the City Lord Mansion was several times larger than the Pill Pagoda. Majestic palaces were scattered like stars in the sky, crisscrossing each other. The guards stood upright like iron pines growing in the snow, giving off a bone-chilling coldness. The distance between the Pill Pagoda and the City Lord Mansion was at most about 10,000 feet. Qin Feiyang suddenly shivered and said, "Did you notice that the temperature here is lower than outside the city?" "I was wondering about that too." Sky Thunder City, because of the Sky Thunder Flame, the entire city is very warm. But Ice City is colder than outside the city. Could it be related to the alchemy fire here? Lu Hong said. Qin Feiyang said, "I don't dare to jump to conclusions before seeing the alchemy fire here." After saying that, he seemed to think of something and asked, "Why did the city guards stop you?" "I don't know." Lu Hong shook her head and explained the situation in a simple and clear manner. After hearing that, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and frowned. "That's not right. When I entered Ice City last time, they didn't interrogate me. If it weren't for the ice under the city gate that was filled with Heaven's Eye stones, I could have sneaked in." Lu Hong said in surprise, Do you mean that they really have other motives? Most likely. After all, there are countless people entering and leaving Ice City every day. How could they remember who is who? Just now, they didn't check anyone else but you. There must be something wrong, Qin Feiyang said. What is it? Lu Hong asked. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked Lu Hong up and down for a while, and said teasingly, maybe they like you. Like me? Lu Hong was slightly stunned, and her face suddenly turned red. She said angrily, don't talk nonsense, okay? Qin Feiyang laughed. Don't. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Lu Hong looked at the door suspiciously. It was her first time in Ice City and she was unfamiliar with the place. Who would come to find her? No matter who it is, you have to be careful. Qin Feiyang exhorted through voice transmission and immediately left for the ancient castle. Lu Hong took a deep breath, walked to the door, and slowly opened it. She saw two men standing outside the door. One of them was slightly plump and middle-aged. He was wearing a black robe and there was always a smile on his chubby face. The other was a young man in his 20s. He was about 1.75 meters tall and was quite thin. He was wearing a purple coat. His facial features were chiseled, and there were dark circles under his eyes. He gave people a feeling of coldness. Lu Hong looked at the purple-clothed young man suspiciously, then looked at the plump middle-aged man and asked, Housemaster, what's the matter? The plump middle-aged man was the housemaster of the Fragrant Flowers house. I'm fine. It's our young city lord who is in trouble. The housemaster pointed at the purple-clothed young man and looked at Lu Hong with a smile. Young city lord. Lu Hong looked at the purple-clothed young man in surprise. The purple-clothed young man had been looking at Lu Hong since he opened the door, and there was an imperceptible light in his eyes. Chapter 770. Both of you are important figures in Ice City, and I'm just a weak woman. How would I dare to be alone with you? What's more, if a woman like me is alone with two men, people will talk about me behind my back. So, if you have something to say it here. Lu Hong's eyes flashed, and she declined tactfully. Hearing this, the purple-clad young man raised his eyebrows, looking a little dissatisfied, but he didn't lose his temper. Miss, you're really considerate, but there are some things that can't be said here. Because if others hear it, it'll be even worse for you. The purple-clad young man said with a meaningful smile. Lu Hong looked at the purple-clad young man suspiciously. Seeing that the purple-clad young man didn't intend to explain, she gradually lost her patience. Since it's not convenient for you to say it, then don't. This way, please. Her face turned cold and she asked them to leave. Oh, you're taking advantage of me? The purple-clothed youth smiled coldly. He pushed Lu Hong aside and walked in a grandiose manner. Little girl, don't be so hot-tempered. After all, this is Ice City. The housemaster of Fragrant Flower Tower chuckled and followed him into the room. Lu Hong's face darkened. It was obvious that these two people didn't come with good intentions. She closed the door, turned to the two, and said, Now, can you say it? The purple-clad young man didn't say anything. He sat in front of the tea table, leaned on the chair, and crossed his legs, looking very arrogant. The housemaster of Fragrant Flower Tower also sat next to the purple-clad young man like a follower, making tea for him. So, the tea was ready, and the aroma assailed their nostrils. The housemaster washed a teacup, picked up the teapot, and poured tea, then respectfully handed it to the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man took the teacup and tasted it leisurely, as if Lu Hong didn't exist. Lu Hong's beautiful brows furrowed tighter. The tea in Fragrant Flower Tower is delicious. After a while, after drinking the tea, the purple-clad young man praised with a smile. The housemaster of Fragrant Flower Tower smiled, As long as you like it. Disgusting. Looking at the flattering smile on the OP's face, Lu Hong could not help but feel nauseous. As a human being, if he didn't even have the most basic self-respect, then what was the difference between him and a beast? The purple-clothed young man finally put down his teacup and raised his head to look at Lu Hong. He said with a smile, Not long ago, the guards of the city came to report to me that you were very suspicious. Lu Hong's heart trembled and she said, Then young city lord, Tell me, how am I suspicious? Don't be hasty. Let me finish slowly. In the beginning, I was also skeptical. However, now that I've seen you in person, I truly feel that you're extremely suspicious. The purple-clad young man said. Then go and investigate. If you find evidence, I'll let you do whatever you want with it. If you can't, don't harass me. Lu Hong said impatiently. The house master of the fragrant flowers house frowned. She stood up and looked at Lu Hong, shouting, "You're too bold. Do you know who you're talking to?" Of course I know. I also know that you're not worthy of being a human. Lu Hong sneered. What did you say? The house master clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with a shocking cold light. What? You can't hold it in anymore and want to make a move? Lu Hong sneered. Bitch, you're courting death. The house master took a step forward. His big hand was like an eagle's claw, grabbing towards Lu Hong. Lu Hong smiled disdainfully. This person was only a 2-star battle ancestor. Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the others in the ancient castle, even she had the ability to directly erase him. But at this moment, the purple-clothed young man stood up, grabbed the arm of the housemaster of the Fragrant Flowers house, and said unhappily, "You're a man after all. How can you attack a woman?" The housemaster was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded and smiled apologetically. Young City Lord is right. I was rude. That's right. Men can't bully women no matter what, right? The purple-clothed young man laughed. Yes. The housemaster nodded submissively, smiling fawningly. The purple-clothed young man smiled and sat on the chair again. He looked at Lu Hong and asked curiously, "Can you tell me why you said that he's not worthy of being a human?" Sure. Since you're curious, I don't mind saying a few more words. Other restaurants will basically protect the privacy of their customers. No matter who asks, they won't reveal it. But what about him? As the house master of the Fragrant Flowers house, not only did he not do that, but he also helped the villain do evil. He doesn't have any professional ethics at all. Tell me, is he worthy of being a human? Lu Hong sneered. What a glib tongue. The purple-clothed young man clapped his hands and cheered. Then, he said playfully, what you said makes sense. But it's different here. This Fragrant Flowers house is my family's business, and he's just a manager. If I want to find out about your whereabouts, he naturally won't dare to hide it. Lu Hong suddenly understood. So he's just a dog raised by your family. Bastard. Hearing this, the house master clenched his fists tightly. His lungs were about to explode from anger. The purple-clothed young man glanced at the housemaster. Then he looked at Lu Hong and sighed. This is your fault. It's only right for him to compliment me. After all, I'm his master. But if you say that about him, it's the same as scolding me. You're giving me a headache? As the purple-clothed young man spoke, he revealed a very difficult expression. Lu Hong frowned and said, Don't be so sarcastic. Just say it clearly. What exactly do you want? Hee. The purple-clothed young man smiled faintly and slowly drank a mouthful of tea. That arrogant look made Lu Hong want to slap him. After drinking the tea and putting down the teacup, the purple-clothed young man said, Right now, I suspect that you're Qin Feiyang's accomplice. I'm in cahoots with him from the start. Lu Hong sneered inwardly. However, she definitely didn't dare to say this out loud. She said angrily, Don't slander me. Don't be agitated. I'm just suspecting. Of course, if you can't satisfy me, this suspicion will definitely become the truth in the end. The purple-clothed young man said with a smile. What do you mean? Lu Hong was stunned. What I mean is that you have to satisfy my needs. Otherwise, even if you're not Qin Feiyang's accomplice, as long as I say the word, you'll become his accomplice. Do you know what will happen to you if you become his accomplice? The purple-clothed young man looked at Lu Hong with a playful expression. Lu Hong's eyes darkened. She said with disgust, So you're beating around the bush because you want to abuse your power for personal gain. Don't make it sound so bad. In this ice city, I'm the king. There's nothing I can't get if I want it. The purple-clothed young man smiled proudly. I've seen a lot of playboys. But this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant and conceited as you. Lu Hong sneered. This person was about the same age as Qin Feiyang, but in terms of temperament, it was like heaven and earth. You, forget it. I'll just take it that you're jealous of my identity and status. The purple-clothed young man was very angry, but for some reason, he suppressed it. Jealous? Lu Hong smiled. She had never been jealous of Qin Feiyang, the son of the great Qin Empire's emperor, let alone a mere son of a city lord. Moreover, she had seen all kinds of big shots in the years she had followed Qin Feiyang. Even if it was just a disciple of the Divine Hall, he would be much stronger than this person. She didn't want to waste time talking nonsense and said indifferently, "Tell me, what do you want me to fulfill?" The purple-clothed young man said with a smile, "This is a very simple request for you women." Lu Hong's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light, because she had vaguely guessed what this person wanted. The purple-clothed young man took a sip of tea and looked at Lu Hong again, his eyes suddenly bursting with a strong possessiveness. He stretched out a finger and said, "1 month. As long as you can accompany me for a month and serve me well, I'll let you go." Hearing this, Lu Hong's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of dense killing intent. However, on her cheeks, a bright smile climbed up and said, "Why don't I understand? Can you explain it a little more clearly?" If it was Fatso now, facing Lu Hong's abnormal attitude, he would definitely not dare to speak. Because he knew Lu Hong, the current Lu Hong was on the verge of rage. And Lu Hong, although usually very docile and considerate, but once she was angered, the consequences were unimaginable. However, the purple-clothed young man didn't understand Lu Hong's temper. Other women try every means to please me, and some even take the initiative to lie on my bed, but I don't care, the purple-clothed young man said proudly, but before he finished, Lu Hong laughed and said, "So, you can take a fancy to me and I have to thank you? What do you think?" The purple-clothed young man asked back, and couldn't help but reveal a trace of a lewd smile on his face. Lu Hong pursed her lips and smiled, walking towards the purple-clothed young man. Her eyes were charming, as if she was going to take the initiative to offer herself. The purple-clothed young man was even more proud, and winked at the housemaster. The housemaster understood instantly, with an ambiguous smile, turned around and walked out, and closed the door tightly. After the housemaster left, the purple-clothed young man also opened his arms, smiling, waiting for the beauty to enter his arms. So, Lu Hong stood in front of the purple-clothed young man, and there was only half a meter between them. Lu Hong smiled and said, "Do you know?" "What?" the purple-clothed young man asked. Lu Hong said, "Last time, there was someone who came to tease me like you. Guess what happened in the end?" The purple-clothed young man frowned and said in surprise, "Could it be that you have already been?" Lu Hong laughed and said, "He didn't take advantage of me at all." "That's good." The purple-clothed young man heaved a sigh of relief. If it was a broken shoe, then it would be disgusting. He asked, "What happened in the end?" Lu Hong looked at him strangely. This person didn't look stupid, why was he so slow? In the end, Lu Hong pursed her lips and laughed. Suddenly, she raised her leg and kicked the purple-clothed young man's crotch. Brr! How could the purple-clothed young man have thought that Lu Hong would suddenly kick him? On the spot, his eggs broke. He bent his body and covered his lower body, letting out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. Blood flowed from his hands and dripped onto the ground. It was a shocking sight. This is his end, and also your end. Chapter 771. You vicious woman. Here's it. The young man in purple was trembling both physically and mentally. He looked up at Lu Hong and shouted hysterically while enduring the pain. To deal with a scum like you, I naturally have to use extreme means. Lu Hong sneered. Bitch, just you wait. My father will not let you go. There will be no place for you in the second zone. The young man in purple looked at her with hatred and turned to run towards the door. I haven't said anything yet. How dare you leave? Lu Hong's eyes were cold. She stepped in front of the young man in purple and slapped him. Slap. The young man in purple was slapped away and hit the tea table beside him. With a crack, the tea table was smashed. Blood was spurting out of his mouth. Half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Clang. But suddenly, the door was knocked open. The owner of Fragrant Flowers Tower rushed in anxiously. When he saw the blood all over the floor and the miserable condition of the young man in purple, his face changed color. He stared at Lu Hong in shock and anger and shouted, "What did you do to the young city lord?" "Nothing much, I just crippled his manhood," Lu Hong said lightly. "What?" The owner of Fragrant Flowers Tower was shocked. He looked at the young man in purple who was lying on the floor and howling in pain. His face was pale. The city lord only had one son. He usually treated him like a treasure. If the city lord knew that the young city lord was destroyed in Fragrant Flowers Tower, he, the owner of Fragrant Flowers Tower, would also suffer. "I can't let this bitch leave." The owner of Fragrant Flowers Tower was shocked. He suddenly looked up and stared at Lu Hong like a mad beast. If this woman escaped, he would not be able to keep his life, let alone suffer. Boom. He stepped out and bent his 5 fingers like an eagle's claw to grab Lu Hong's arm. Lu Hong snorted and was about to attack. But at this moment, a white figure appeared in front of Lu Hong out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he stretched out his arm and grabbed the housemaster's wrist. Immediately after, he only used a little bit of force, and the housemaster's technique was crushed, causing blood to gush out. The heart-wrenching pain caused the tower master to cry out in pain. What's the situation? At this moment, the guests in the main hall and the various private rooms were all looking at the room Qin Feiyang and the others were in with bewilderment. Previously, it was the young city lord's screams, and now it was the tower master's screams. Who was committing murder in that room? Who would have the guts? One had to know. Whether it was the young city governor or the house master of the Fragrant Flowers Tower, they were both at the top of the pyramid in the 2nd district. Who would dare to touch them? Everyone was curious, but no one dared to go up. However, the news had already spread. More and more people rushed towards the Floral Fragrance House, including the guards of the Ice City. Inside the room, regarding the sudden appearance of Qin Feiyang, the OP was a little confused at first. But after seeing Qin Feiyang's real face, he completely forgot the pain and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Hong and said with a smile, "Since she's here, I'm naturally here too." What? The OP's face changed, and he looked at Lu Hong and said gloomily, "You're really his accomplice." Lu Hong glanced at him disdainfully, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked timidly, "You won't blame me, will you?" Because of her, Qin Feiyang would definitely not be able to continue lurking. "Silly girl, you've been bullied by them. I can't wait to be angry. How can I blame you? In the future, if you meet such scumbags again, just do it. If the sky falls, I'll carry it for you," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong felt warm in her heart. Now, the feeling in her heart was even more obvious. One was mature, steady, and responsible. The other was relying on his father to commit crimes. They were both young people, but why was the difference so big? While the two of them were conversing, the house master of the Fragrant Flower House tiptoed toward the door. For months ago, the battle between Qin Feiyang and the city lord had already spread throughout the 2nd district, so he naturally knew about it. Even the city lord of the 9-star battle sect was no match for this group of people, let alone him, a 2-star battle sect. Therefore, he took advantage of the time when Qin Feiyang were talking to sneak away. However, although Qin Feiyang were talking, they had been paying attention to him. Seeing that the door was close at hand, the OP was ready to rush out in one go. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at him and chuckled, "Want to leave? I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished, killing intent surged in his eyes as he took a step forward and slapped the back of the OP. Ah! With a scream, the OP was sent flying, blood gushing out of his mouth. Bang! Crack! In the end, like a meteorite, he landed in the lobby. Several chairs and tables were smashed into pieces on the spot. OP, the sudden turn of events left the guests in the lobby a little confused. But when they came to their senses, they immediately swarmed forward and surrounded the city lord, looking at him in shock and bewilderment. "He's dead!" Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Bang! In an instant, Everyone's minds began to rumble, as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded. Stormy waves were surging in their hearts. They actually killed the city lord. Who was so bold? At that moment, everyone in the restaurant looked up in unison and saw Qin Feiyong standing in front of the railing. It's him. Isn't he outside the city? Why is he in the floral fragrance restaurant? Everyone present was glaring at him, full of shock and bewilderment. The restaurant fell into dead silence. At this moment, Lu Hong also dragged the purple-robed youth out of the room and came to Qin Feiyong's side. Who is she? Everyone looked at Lu Hong again. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Suddenly, a shout sounded outside the restaurant. Immediately afterward, a group of guards with sharp weapons in their hands ran in fiercely. The leader looked at the body of the OP and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked up at Qin Feiyong and shouted, "You're courting death." Qin Feiyong smiled faintly and grabbed the neck of the purple-robed youth. Like a little chick, he hung in the air above the lobby. Young city lord. The group of guards changed their expressions. The leader of the guards said angrily, "If you don't want to die, let go of the young city lord immediately." Qin Feiyong joked, "Didn't you just say that I'm courting death?" The guard said gloomily, "If you don't let go of the young city lord, I promise you will never walk out of the floral fragrance restaurant alive." "Just by you?" Qin Feiyong laughed. "Of course they can't, but we can." Accompanied by a cold voice, 2 men and a woman rushed into the restaurant like lightning. Standing in front of the group of guards, they looked up at Qin Feiyong coldly. "It's you." Qin Feiyong looked at the 3 of them and asked puzzledly, "You've come to help the city lord again and again. I'm curious, what's the relationship between you and him?" But before his voice died away, the purple-robed youth shouted, "Mother, save me." "Mother?" Qin Feiyong was stunned. "Don't be afraid. I'll come to save you right away." At the same time, the middle-aged woman looked at the purple-robed youth and comforted him. Then she looked at Qin Feiyong and said, "Let him go, and I'll leave your body intact." "I see." Qin Feiyong showed a look of understanding. He looked at the 2 middle-aged men and said, "She's the wife of the city lord, so it's natural for her to help the city lord. What about you? Are you the illegitimate son of the city lord?" "Illegitimate son?" Lu Hong was slightly stunned and burst out laughing. The others in the restaurant also looked at each other. The 2 of them looked older than the city lord. How could they be the illegitimate son of the city lord? This bastard must have done it on purpose. The 2 middle-aged men also had gloomy expressions. They were just friends with the city lord, but they were close. But he said they were the illegitimate sons of the city lord? Wasn't this a blatant attempt to humiliate them? Isn't it? Qin Feiyong was stunned. He glanced at the others in the restaurant and said with a smile, "Can anyone introduce them to me? Is this guy here to make fun of us?" Everyone's face twitched. However, someone really did introduce them to him. It was said that these 2 people were the leaders of 2 super tribes. They were the Black King tribe and the Quicksand tribe. The overall strength of the 2 tribes was the strongest in the second area. But there was another tribe that was strong enough to compete with the 2 tribes. This tribe was called the Qingyuan tribe, and the leader of the tribe was the mother of the young man in purple. Hearing this, Qin Feiyong understood that the young man in purple did have the capital to be a playboy. His father was the city lord of Ice City. His mother was the leader of a super tribe. Although in his eyes the identity of the 2 people was nothing, but in the second area, it was enough to dominate. Qin Feiyong glanced at the 3 people, his eyes flickering as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, he said, "I'm curious to ask, do you have alchemy fire in your tribe?" "What do you mean?" The 3 people frowned. Qin Feiyong said with a smile, "Answer me truthfully, and I'll let him go right away." The middle-aged woman nodded. "What grade?" Qin Feiyong asked. "5th grade." The middle-aged woman said. "5th grade?" Qin Feiyong frowned and suddenly lost interest. His 5th grade alchemy fire was enough. What he wanted was the 6th grade alchemy fire. Although the 5th grade alchemy fire snatched from the temple had not been erased and could not upgrade the nether devil flame to the 6th grade, He had to be prepared in advance. But now it seemed that it was not easy to get 3 kinds of 6th grade alchemy fire, because it was already obvious. Even the alchemy fire of the 3 super tribes was only the 5th grade, then in the second area, there was definitely no 6th grade alchemy fire, no. But thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly lit up. The 3 super tribes did not have it, but it did not mean that the Pill Pagoda did not have it. The Heavenly Thunder Flame was the 6th grade, then the alchemy fire in the Pill Pagoda of Ice City must be at least the 6th grade. But soon, he gave up this idea. It was so difficult to snatch the Heavenly Thunder Flame, let alone the alchemy fire here. It was better to find other alchemy fires. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not intend to let go of the young man in purple, the middle-aged woman gradually lost her patience and said gloomily, "I have already answered you, now should you keep your promise?" "Well, I'll give it back to you." Qin Feiyang laughed. Crack. His 5 fingers suddenly tightened, and the throat of the young man in purple was crushed on the spot. "Catch it." Then Qin Feiyang loosened his hand, and the young man in purple fell down. "What? Kill him?" Everyone was dumbfounded. He actually killed her son in front of the city lord's wife. This was simply a naked provocation. At the same time. Chapter 772. She knew that this Qin Feiyang was very bold. Otherwise, for months ago, he wouldn't have dared to kill the 2 commanders of the Ice City in front of the city lord outside the city. But it was different then. Only the city lord was there. And now they had 3 9-star war sect present, yet they still dared to be so arrogant? Even to the point of directly killing her son. It was simply unforgivable. Boom. Her aura exploded as she leaped up and caught the purple-clothed youth. Looking at that pale face and those eyes that died with grievances, the killing intent in her heart couldn't be restrained. Swish. She silently returned to the ground and handed the purple-clothed youth to the guards behind her. Immediately after, she suddenly raised her head and stared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Today, even if you can go to heaven and earth, you won't be able to escape from the Ice City." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, waved his hand, rolled up Lu Hong, and forcefully broke through the roof of the fragrant flower building and flew high into the sky. "Stuff. Don't even think about escaping." Seeing this, the middle-aged woman and the other 2 leaders roared at the same time and chased after Qin Feiyang like lightning. High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang stood against the wind. Lu Hong had already disappeared, and it was obvious that she had been sent to the castle by him. Swish. The 3 leaders rushed into the sky and formed a triangular formation, surrounding Qin Feiyang in the middle. Qin Feiyang looked around at the 3 of them and said with a faint smile, "If I really plan to escape, even if a dozen more 9-star war sect come, they won't be able to stop me." Arrogant. The leader of the Black Mountain tribe was furious, and a dark battle chi surged out from his body. Clang. In an instant, a sickle appeared above the head of the Black Mountain tribe leader. The sickle was pitch black and huge, like a black moon hanging in the sky, emitting an astonishing aura. At first glance, it looked like a death god sickle. This was the Black Mountain tribe leader's battle art. Moreover, it was a high-grade battle art. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the leader of the Black Mountain tribe. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "You will know soon whether I am arrogant or not." Boom. His aura also completely erupted. This is a 6-star war sect. The eyes of the 3 trembled. He remembered that 4 months ago, this kid was only a 5-star war master. How did he break through so quickly? But then, disdain crawled up the faces of the 3 people. So what if he was a 6-star battle ancestor? They were 3 9-star war sects. Wouldn't it be more than enough to deal with a 6-star war sect together? Boom! The middle-aged woman and the chief of the Quicksand tribe also moved. 2 great battle arts instantly shot out, releasing an astonishing killing intent. However, facing the 3 great 9-star war sects battle arts, Qin Feiyang did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. Not bad. He just wanted to see if his strength could compete with a 9-star war master after breaking through to the 6-star war master. Little bastard, go to hell. The middle-aged woman, the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, and the leader of the quicksand tribe roared at the same time. The three great battle arts carried a world-shaking aura as they crazily charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's gaze focused as a golden light surged in his palm. Facing the full-strength attacks of the three of them, the two perfect battle arts of the Origin Returning Technique and the Origin Returning Sword Technique were definitely no match for them. After all, the cultivation of the three of them was 3 small realms higher than him. Therefore, only the 6-word divine arts and battle soul could give it a try. At this moment, the streets below had already become a sea of people. Can he do it? Definitely not. The reason why they were able to defeat the City Lord last time was because they had helpers. I remember that the Winged Snow Eagle was still a 9-star war sect. Yes, I also remember that the other wolf and that Fatso are also quite strong. People discussed in private. Although Qin Feiyang had broken through to the 6-star war sect, he was only one person. No matter how strong he was, he could not be stronger than the 3 leaders. But how would they know? When he was fighting with the City Lord, Qin Feiyang did not use his full strength at all. Moreover, Qin Feiyang, as long as he broke through a small realm, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. In the blink of an eye, the 3 great battle arts were as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived and were about to strike Qin Feiyang's body. At this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his arm and threw out 3 palms in a row. 3 resplendent golden lights immediately appeared. Crash! Rumble! The golden light was like a tide, roaring through the sky as it collided with the 3 great battle arts. Immediately, a thunderous sound exploded in the sky above the Ice City. At the same time, waves of destructive air waves, like huge waves, crazily pounced in all directions with Qin Feiyang and the others as the center. The city was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. At this moment, the Ice City fell into a state of panic. Because this wave of air was enough to destroy the entire city. It was also enough to turn all the people in the city into ashes in an instant. 3 lords, save us. If we allow the battle waves to sweep over, the Ice City will be destroyed. Countless people cried for help to the middle-aged woman and the other 2. But the 3 of them turned a deaf ear and stared at Qin Feiyang in the center of the battle. They have been driven crazy by Qin Feiyang and don't want to care about us at all. What should we do? What else can we do? Skipped. For a moment, everyone frantically rushed out of the city. Among them, there were many battle masters. But even the battle masters could not escape in time. That terrifying wave of air was like an invisible torrent, surging forward with irresistible force. Seeing that the Ice City was about to be destroyed, many people were paralyzed on the ground and gave up struggling. At this critical moment, a beautiful white figure swept out from the Pill Tower and stood above the city. She was about 1.75 meters tall, with an exquisite figure and exquisite facial features. Her soft long hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall. She also had a pair of sky-blue eyes as clear as a mirror, like the clear sky. She looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world, exuding an otherworldly temperament. As soon as the woman in white appeared, she raised her slender arm and gently waved it in the air. At this moment, a terrifying Saint aura rolled out in the void. Wherever it passed, the air wave that was surging toward the city disappeared in an instant. It's the Tower Master. Thank you for saving our lives, Tower Master. Those who had fallen into despair saw the woman appear, and their eyes regained color as they kowtowed. The woman in white glanced at the people in the city, then raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang and the other 3. Her bright eyes flickered with a strange color. High in the sky, Qin Feiyang stood firmly in the void, but there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was a little pale. And in 3 directions around him, 3 golden lights and 3 battle arts crazily collided in the void, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. Qin Feiyang was somewhat surprised by this result. He originally thought that with his current strength, even if he didn't seriously injure the 3 of them, he would at least be able to reflect the 3 great battle arts back. But he didn't expect that they would be in a stalemate. But for this scene, the middle-aged woman, Black Mountain Leader, and Quicksand Leader were even more surprised. They had originally thought that they would be able to kill Qin Feiyang as easily as crushing dry weeds, but who would have thought that Qin Feiyang would actually be able to block their full-strength attack? Furthermore, it was a joint attack. This also meant that Qin Feiyang was completely capable of killing any one of them alone. A 6-star war sect already had such a powerful battle prowess. Then, when this child broke through to 7-star or 8-star war sect, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill them? At the same time, the people in the city below also looked up at the sky after recovering from the shock of surviving a calamity. When they saw the stalemate situation, their hearts were once again set off by waves of shock. With the cultivation of a 6-star war sect, he was able to fight against 3 9-star war sections. In the end, he was still evenly matched? What kind of monster was this Qin Feiyang? How could he be so powerful? People could not help but look forward to it. Who would win? Time passed breath by breath. After about 20 breaths of time, the stalemate finally broke. Just like Qin Feiyang, the 3 golden lights became more and more courageous as they fought. Boom! Finally, the 3 great battle arts were finally repelled and flew towards the middle-aged woman and the other 2. How could this be? The 3 of them were shocked. Qin Feiyang being able to block their battle arts had already shocked them. But now, he could actually return it to them intact? What kind of joke was this? How could there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? Being distracted during a battle was fatal. The 3 great battle arts struck the 3 of them, and the terrifying aura instantly drowned the 3 of them. Ah! Screams also sounded, resounding in all directions. When everything dissipated, the 3 of them were covered in wounds and dripping with blood. The leaders of the Black Mountain tribe and the Quicksand tribe were even missing an arm or a leg. Qin Feiyang actually won? The people in the city below were all dumbfounded. But in the next moment, the ice city was boiling with noise like a tide. 1 against 3, amazing! With his current cultivation, he was strong enough to dominate under the War Saint. In this second area, besides the Pagoda Master, who else could be his opponent? People couldn't help but ask themselves. The woman in white's eyes were also full of surprise. However, although he defeated the 3 of them, Qin Feiyang also paid a heavy price. The blood in his body was surging and his 5 internal organs were injured. The left hand that used the return word technique was shattered into pieces. But in his opinion, it was worth it. He could finally determine how heaven-defying the return word technique was. Before, the middle-aged woman and the other 2's battle arts were all superior battle arts. As everyone knew, superior battle arts could increase one's battle prowess by 3 small realms. In addition to their own cultivation of the 9-star war sect, if calculated according to the numbers, the battle prowess that the 3 of them had displayed before was a total of 12-star war sect. Of course, the highest level of the war sect was 9 stars, not 12 stars. This was purely a metaphor. But according to this metaphor, Qin Feiyang being able to defeat them was enough to show that the return word technique could increase one's battle prowess by 6 small realms. Because he was a 6-star war sect, he had not used any battle arts before. Moreover, if it was a one-on-one kill, he would still be able to do it. In other words, now that he was facing the 9-star war sect, he was not afraid at all. Even if it was Zhuge Mingyang, who had grasped a perfect battle art, he still had the power to fight him. After all, he still had many trump cards. For example, the battle word technique, the sacred artifact, Mu Tianyang's ribs, Chang Shui, the ancient castle, and so on. Whew! Letting out a long breath, Qin Feiyang swallowed a heal pill and looked at the middle-aged woman and the other 2. I am indeed a little arrogant, but I have the qualifications to be arrogant. You? Qin Feiyang chuckled, unperturbed. The faces of the 3 darkened. Boom. But at this time, a terrifying aura exploded somewhere in the ice city. What's going on? Everyone looked over. Chapter 773. The aura came from the City Lord Mansion. And this aura was getting stronger and stronger, faintly showing signs of rising to the battle sage level. Qin Feiyang was no stranger to this aura. It was the aura of the City Lord. He was surprised. Was the City Lord about to break through? If that was the case, suddenly, The corners of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. No matter which realm he was breaking through, the biggest taboo was to be disturbed. Because if he was disturbed, it was very likely that he would fail to break through and fail. Then he would have to start all over again. What he was thinking at the moment was to go to the City Lord mansion to stir up trouble. If the City Lord failed to break through to the Battle Sage level, it would definitely be more painful than killing him directly. He did as he said. He used the phantom steps, leaving behind a series of afterimages, and rushed toward the City Lord mansion. What is he doing? Seeing this, the crowd below could not help but reveal a puzzled look. The middle-aged woman and the other two were also puzzled. But suddenly, the Black Mountain leader seemed to have thought of something and roared in shock and anger, "Quickly stop him, he wants to hinder the City Lord from breaking through to the Battle Sage level." What? Damn it! The middle-aged woman and the quicksand leader immediately changed their expressions. Whoosh! The three of them did not dare to delay for a moment. They hurriedly dragged their seriously injured bodies and chased after Qin Feiyang. The three of them were definitely no match for Qin Feiyang. But as long as the City Lord broke through to the Battle Sage level, killing Qin Feiyang would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. No accident must happen to the City Lord. No matter what, they had to hold Qin Feiyang back. Although the three of them were seriously injured, their cultivation level was far higher than Qin Feiyang's. In addition, they had mastered superior auxiliary battle arts, so in terms of speed, Qin Feiyang was at a disadvantage. In a few blinks of an eye, the three of them were in front of Qin Feiyang. The middle-aged woman stared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Don't even think about it." "With just you guys?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of disdain. "I admit that you are very strong. But as long as we don't fight you head-on, your ability to reflect attacks is useless." The middle-aged woman sneered. "You're pretty smart," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. That was right. The ability of the returning character formula was to give oneself a taste of their own medicine. In layman's terms, it was borrowing the enemy's strength. If there was nothing to borrow, then the return formula would be useless. But his means were not limited to the return formula. "Do you want to pester me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Qin Feiyang chuckled and stretched out his hand in the air. Clang! Following a deafening explosion, a 3-foot-long blue sword appeared out of thin air. It was the saint weapon that he had snatched from Mu Qing's clansmen. As soon as the combat sword appeared, a terrifying holy aura surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Whether it was the middle-aged woman and her companions, or the people in the city below, they all felt as if they had fallen into the abyss of hell, and their bodies were cold. In the meantime, the white-clothed woman's pupils shrank slightly. "I got you in Sky Thunder City, so from now on, you'll be called the Sky Thunder Sword." Qin Feiyang rubbed the blade and muttered to himself. His movements were extremely gentle, as if he was caressing his child. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head and glanced at the three of them. "If you have the ability, take this sword of mine." He held the Sky Thunder Sword in his hand and slashed in the air. A dazzling sword chi suddenly burst out and slashed toward the three of them. The Black Mountain leader said in a low voice, "This sword is not ordinary." The Quicksand leader nodded and said in surprise, "Judging from its aura, it seems to be holy aura. Is this sword a saint weapon?" But before he finished speaking, a crisp and pleasant voice rang out. "It doesn't seem to be. It is a saint weapon. Quickly dodge." It was the white-clothed woman who spoke. At this moment, her face was full of seriousness. "Saint weapon." Hearing these two words, the middle-aged woman and her companions trembled both physically and mentally. He even had a saint weapon. Who was this little bastard? The power of a saint weapon was comparable to a 9-star battle saint. Even if it was not awakened and could only use 1/10 of its power, it was enough to kill them instantly. The three of them did not dare to be negligent and quickly dodged. Although the three of them had dodged, the sword chi slashed toward the city below with irresistible force. If no one stopped it, Ice City would definitely be destroyed. Just as the three of them dodged, Qin Feiyang swooped down and rushed toward the city governor's mansion at lightning speed. He did not care about the sword chi. because he knew that someone would take care of it. As expected, the white-clothed woman, who had been watching from the side, could not help but frown when she saw Qin Feiyang's back that was rapidly disappearing. Suddenly, she flickered and appeared below the sword Qi. She raised her arm and opened her palm. Battle Qi surged in her palm. A white ball of light quickly condensed. The ball of light was the size of a palm. There were electric arcs flashing on its surface, and it emitted an unparalleled destructive aura. Go! The white-clothed woman looked up at the sword Qi and shouted in a low voice. The white ball of light in her hand was like a meteor, meeting the sword Qi head-on. Boom! In an instant, the white ball of light and the sword Qi met in the sky and immediately exploded with a thunderous sound. Countless people's ears were spurting blood at this moment. There was a rumbling sound in their heads. At the same time, the white-clothed woman also spat out a mouthful of blood and her face quickly turned pale. Her seemingly thin and delicate body was also trembling. Obviously, this collision had also caused her to suffer severe injuries. However, the sword Qi also disintegrated in the loud sound and finally stopped this disaster. Boom! However, at the same time, above the city governor's mansion, another terrifying wave of air erupted. Everyone looked over and their faces changed drastically. Especially the middle-aged woman and the other two, their faces were as pale as paper. They saw Qin Feiyang standing proudly above the city governor's mansion. His black hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, like a god of war descending to the world. At this moment, he raised his arm and pointed his index finger at the city governor's mansion. A terrifying aura spread out from his fingertip. Qin Feiyang, I beg you, don't, the middle-aged woman cried out, her face full of pleading. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to her. An invisible force gushed out from his fingertip and rushed toward the city governor's mansion aggressively. No, I beg you, do a good deed and let him go. The middle-aged woman suddenly collapsed in the void, her face full of despair. However, seeing that the city governor's mansion was about to be destroyed, the white-clothed woman actually landed on top of the city governor's mansion in a few steps. Qin Feiyang, don't be too ruthless. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them, she said coldly and waved her hand. That invisible force directly disintegrated and dissipated into nothingness. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the white-clothed woman seriously. This woman's aura was unusually strong. According to his judgment, it was definitely stronger than the Sky Thunder City's Tower Master. Suddenly, his gaze focused and looked at the white-clothed woman's eyes. A trace of surprise crawled up his face. Why did this woman's eyes and gaze have a sense of déjà vu? Suddenly, he remembered. The Sky Thunder City's Tower Master. This woman's eyes and the Sky Thunder City's Tower Master's eyes were extremely similar. How could this be? Could it be that these two people had some relationship? Just as he was in shock, a mighty holy aura, with the city governor's mansion as the center, rolled out in all directions. Breakthrough. Qin Feiyang frowned. The city governor has broken through. Qin Feiyang, your death date has arrived. The middle-aged woman and the other two were also in high spirits and laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to pay attention to them. He directly looked at the white-clothed woman and said, If I don't kill them, they will kill me. Is this what you want to see? The white-clothed woman said, You slaughtered the Min clan, Wang clan, and Li clan, 3 major tribes, 300,000 to 400,000 people. You should be killed. Qin Feiyang laughed and shook his head. I thought you were also a reasonable person, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. The white-clothed woman frowned slightly, and there was a trace of displeasure on her face. At this time, a white figure flew out from the city lord's mansion and stood opposite Qin Feiyang, his entire body surging with aura. It was the Ice City Governor. He looked at Qin Feiyang as if he was looking at a dead man, and said, How do you want to die? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Don't be so confident, war saints are not necessarily invincible. The middle-aged woman suddenly roared in grief. He killed our son, you must kill him. What? The city lord's expression changed. He looked at the middle-aged woman and asked anxiously, "Where's the corpse?" "Sir, the young city lord is here. Below." A guard soared into the air, holding the purple-clothed youth's corpse in his hands. "Damn beast!" The city lord roared, his hair stood on end, and his entire body was filled with a murderous aura. "Little bastard, today I'll make sure you don't even have the chance to be a ghost." He stepped toward Qin Feiyang step by step like a mad beast, his holy aura shaking the world. "Then come and try." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, grabbed the heavenly thunder sword, and swung it in the air. Clang! A wave of sword chi rushed out, its sharpness overwhelming, and even the void was crazily twisting. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman hurriedly reminded, "Be careful, he has a sacred weapon, you can't fight against it." "What? He even has a sacred weapon?" The city lord turned pale with fright and hurriedly used an auxiliary battle art to dodge. However, the white-clothed woman was going all out again. Because if she did not stop the sword chi, Ice City would suffer again. And now, the city lord's eyes were bloodshot. Qin Feiyang obviously would not care about the life and death of the people of Ice City. Therefore, only she could care about it. However, she could barely block one or two sword chi. After all, an unawakened sacred weapon could only exert 1/10 of its power, but if there were too many sword chi, even she would die here. Boom! After disintegrating the sword chi, she looked up at Qin Feiyang and the city lord and shouted, "Both of you, stop." The city lord roared, "Impossible, he killed my son, he must die today." "Then come," Qin Feiyang said lightly. The tower master frowned and said in a deep voice, "Then go out of the city, don't hurt the innocent here. Follow me if you have the guts." The city lord glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang, then flew out of the city with a murderous aura. "How dare you be rude to the young master, die." But at this moment, an ice-cold voice exploded. Then, a woman in white appeared out of thin air in front of the city lord. It was the mysterious woman. Chapter 774. In the face of this sudden change, not only did Qin Feiyang not react, everyone present was also confused. Where did this woman come from? But when they reacted, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know. The city lord had already stepped into the war saint realm and his strength was through the heavens. But in the end, this woman just waved her hand lightly and instantly killed the city lord. How strong was she? Who are you? Why are you helping the tyrant and helping Qin Feiyang kill him? After the city lord's wife came back to her senses, she immediately roared with grief and indignation. Just now, she seemed to have mentioned the word young master. Could it be that Qin Feiyang is her young master? At the same time, the leader of the Black Mountain tribe also looked at the mysterious lady in surprise and secretly sent a sound transmission to the leader of the Quicksand tribe. When the leader of the Quicksand tribe heard this, his pupils shrank slightly. If Qin Feiyang was really this woman's young master, then Qin Feiyang's identity was not simple. Because the aura this woman exuded was even stronger than the pagoda master. Such an existence was not something they could provoke. At the same time, the mysterious lady walked in front of Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, "Young master, your subordinate did not protect you well and frightened you. Please forgive me." Qin Feiyang was stunned. This damned woman, what did she want to do again? The mysterious lady smiled strangely, pointed to the pagoda master and the city lord's wife, and said, "Young master, do you want to get rid of them too?" At this moment, the leaders of the Black Mountain tribe and the Quicksand tribe trembled and hurriedly knelt in the air. "Young Master Qin, please spare our lives. We were all forced by her, so we had no choice but to attack you." The two of them angrily pointed at the city lord's wife and begged Qin Feiyang. "You?" The city lord's wife looked at the two of them angrily. "Did we say anything wrong? You two, one of you is the leader of the Qingyuan tribe, and the other is the city lord of the Ice City. You usually order us around and make us follow your lead. If we didn't listen to you, you would think of ways to harm us. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. We've been tolerating you for a long time." The two leaders shouted angrily. Venomous slander. The city lord's wife was furious. She knew that the two of them saw that the mysterious madam was too powerful and didn't want to implicate themselves. They wanted to cut ties with her. Actually, this was completely understandable. If it were her, she would have done the same. However, she really couldn't tolerate this kind of creating something out of nothing and betraying her trust. On the other side, the pagoda master glanced at the city lord's wife and the other two. He also looked at the mysterious madam as if he was thinking of something. The city lord's wife and the two leaders were still arguing, but Qin Feiyang had no time to pay attention to them. He looked at the mysterious madam, and his eyes were flickering. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. If he didn't guess wrongly, the mysterious madam definitely wanted to continue to set him up. Furthermore, in order to trick him, he even put down his pride and dignity to pretend to be his subordinate. He really knew how to put in a lot of effort. Since that was the case, he might as well beat them at their own game. We'll talk about their business later. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and took out the cluster of elixir fire that he had snatched from the temple. First, help me erase the blood contract in the elixir fire. If the mysterious madam wanted to set him up, he definitely couldn't stop her. Instead of trying to resist, it was better to give up directly and take advantage of her first. And the blood contract in this cluster of elixir fire had always been a thorn in his heart. Because as long as this blood contract was not erased, the netherworld devil flame would not be able to advance to the 6th grade. Qin Feiyang simply took this opportunity to ask the mysterious madam for help. And under the watchful eyes of everyone, the mysterious madam had to help. Because she had already said that Qin Feiyang was her young master. If she didn't help, her fake identity would naturally arouse suspicion. The most important thing was, at that time, when she destroyed the Min clan, Li clan, and Wang clan, she deliberately left some alive. The purpose of leaving these alive was to let the news spread quickly. But because of this, her current situation became very awkward. Because the survivors of the 3 major tribes had all seen her true face. She fell out with Qin Feiyang here, then the rumor that Qin Feiyang had slaughtered the 3 major tribes would be dispelled. Then all that she had done would be tantamount to falling short of success. Qin Feiyang's sudden move made her very angry. Looking at the deflated mysterious madam, Qin Feiyang was very happy in his heart. He had been repeatedly set up by this woman, and he had been very unhappy in his heart for a long time. This time, he finally got back at her. Cough, cough. He coughed and frowned. What? You don't even listen to this young master. Do you want to rebel? Seeing Qin Feiyang becoming more and more proud, the mysterious madam couldn't help but be furious. But in the end, she still chose to endure and respectfully said, "How dare I not listen to young master's words?" After that, the battle powers surged and pounced on the elixir fire. At the same time, Great Qin Empire, Temple. On the balcony of a courtyard, a beautiful woman in white was sitting cross-legged, closing her eyes and meditating. This person was the temple master of the Pill Hall. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. What happened? The next moment, she opened her eyes, and her eyes were filled with shock. Immediately after, she closed her eyes again and carefully sensed for a moment. Swoosh. When she opened her eyes again, her face was filled with disbelief. He actually erased the blood contract of the elixir fire. How did he do it? Now, where exactly was he hiding? Swoosh. After pondering for a moment, she stood up and opened a portal, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Forgotten continent. At this moment, the ice city was in dead silence, and everyone was in danger. The mysterious madam retracted her battle power and said, "Young master, the blood contract has been erased. Do you have any other orders?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and sent the elixir fire to the ancient castle. He smiled and stretched out his hand, saying, "Give me your Qiankuan bag." What? The mysterious madam was furious and transmitted her voice, "Brat, I advise you not to push your luck." Qin Feiyang secretly sneered, "Why didn't I see you restrain yourself when you tricked me?" Last time in the Sky Thunder City, Mu Qing's housekeeper personally said that the mysterious madam was a war emperor. The war emperor's Qiankuan bag must have a lot of treasures. The mysterious madam's gaze turned cold, and she secretly said, "So, you want to fight with me to the end?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and transmitted his voice, "It's not that I want to fight with you, it's you who wants to scheme against me." The mysterious madam looked at Qin Feiyang and suddenly smiled. Looking at that smile, Qin Feiyang's pores tightened, and an uneasy premonition arose in his heart. "Brat, you want to take this opportunity to threaten me, you're still too inexperienced." The mysterious madam transmitted her voice, and the smile on her face became brighter. Suddenly, she waved her hand, and a terrifying aura surged, blasting into the city below. Accompanied by a loud sound, the entire ice city disappeared from the ground in an instant. Only the Pill Pagoda was still stubbornly sitting in the dust. Other than the Tower Master, Qin Feiyang, the mayor's wife, and the chiefs of the Black Mountain Tribe and the Quicksand Tribe, no one from Frost Ice City survived. All of them were annihilated along with the city. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded, including the Pagoda Master. The leaders of the Black Mountain and Quicksand Tribes were so scared that their souls left their bodies, and they pissed their pants. One had to know. The Ice City covered an area of dozens of miles, and there were at least 560,000 people. They were all killed in an instant. It was simply too savage. Too terrifying. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head, looked at the mysterious madam, and roared, "Do you still have any humanity?" "So that's how it is." Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the Pagoda Master muttered to himself, and a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. "Humanity? Young Master, don't be too naive. It's only right and proper for the strong to dominate the fate of the weak." The mysterious madam sighed deeply and waved her hand again. The city lord's wife and the leaders of the two tribes also died tragically on the spot. "You still call me young master?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Now, the mysterious madam's attitude and tone was as if she was teaching an ignorant junior. Moreover, previously, the conversation between the two of them was done through voice transmission. So even if the mysterious madam destroyed the Ice City and killed everyone would still think that the mysterious madam was his subordinate. At that time, this blood debt would still be counted on him. After killing the city lord's wife and the other two, the mysterious madam looked at the Pagoda Master again, and a light flashed in the depths of her eyes. Immediately, she looked at Qin Feiyang, bowed and said, "Young Master, the Lord asked me to protect you, and I will certainly do my best. If I have offended you in any way, I hope the young master will forgive me." "What do you mean? Why didn't you kill the Pagoda Master?" Qin Feiyang frowned tightly. But then, his eyebrows were full of hostility. This damned woman deliberately left the Pagoda Master alive. What he said was also deliberately said for the Pagoda Master to hear. His goal was to continue framing him. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang felt his body lighten, and instantly appeared beside the woman in white. Qin Feiyang looked at her in confusion. The Pagoda Master ignored him and looked at the mysterious madam, saying, "Who exactly are you? Why did you do these things?" The mysterious madam was stunned and asked, "What are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" "Stop pretending. I've been to the first area and just came back yesterday. From the survivors of the Sky Thunder City, I found out that you were the one who stole the Sky Thunder Flame, and you were also the one who killed my sister, Muchiyu. And at that time, you even wanted to kill Qin Feiyang. How could you be his subordinate?" The woman in white said in a deep voice, a cold light surging in her eyes. The mysterious madam was stunned and laughed. "Then why didn't you say so earlier? You made me put on a show for nothing." "I didn't say it because I didn't know what the relationship between you and Qin Feiyang was. At first, I also suspected that Qin Feiyang and you might really be in cahoots. What you did in the Sky Thunder City might also be an act. Otherwise, why would my sister die while he was still alive when facing the same attack? But when I saw Qin Feiyang's reaction when you destroyed the Ice City and killed everyone, I knew that I had misunderstood him. What happened in the second area was all you're doing. It has nothing to do with him," the woman in white said. Finally, there's someone who understands. Chapter 775. The mysterious lady glanced at the white-clothed woman, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said jokingly, "Are you thinking that you don't have to be the scapegoat anymore?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This woman, could it be that she was plotting something again? The mysterious lady ignored Qin Feiyang and looked at the white-clothed woman with a strange smile. "Thank you for reminding me." "What do you mean?" The white-clothed woman frowned and had an ominous feeling in her heart. "I reckon that the first district will soon turn into an Azura hell." The mysterious lady smiled. "What?" The white-clothed woman's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang was also very surprised and said, "You plan to kill everyone in the first region?" "Did I say that? But your suggestion is quite good. I will seriously consider it." The mysterious lady looked at him with a playful smile. "You are simply a lunatic." Qin Feiyang was furious. This woman's plan was very clear. She would kill everyone in the first region and then the truth would be buried forever. "I don't understand. Why do you want to do this? Just to frame Qin Feiyang?" The white-clothed woman also looked at the mysterious lady with a shocked face. Although the first region's overall strength was weak, it had the most people. If they really killed everyone, blood would flow like rivers and corpses would be everywhere. "Frame him? You think too highly of him. This is just a game." "In a game, there will definitely be winners and losers. No matter if you lose or win, there will be sacrifices." The mysterious lady sneered and looked extremely indifferent. "You have harmed countless lives. In your eyes, this is just a game. How can you be so vicious?" Qin Feiyang was unable to restrain his anger and wanted to kill this woman immediately. This woman had gone mad and lost her humanity. "Vicious?" The mysterious lady smiled disapprovingly. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure rushed out of her body and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the white-clothed woman. This majesty had already exceeded the scope of the sacred aura. It was the aura of an emperor. Qin Feiyang and the woman in white were immediately imprisoned in the void. "After I kill you, I'll kill everyone in the first and second zones. No one will know the truth. And Qin Feiyang is destined to be the scapegoat. He can't run away even if he wants to." The mysterious madam looked at the white-clothed woman and smiled. "What? You still want to kill the people in the second area?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The mysterious madam turned to look at him and smiled. "If you kneel down and beg me, I can consider changing my mind. Don't even think about it." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, his eyes cold and piercing. If he could really save the people in the two regions, he would be willing to kneel. However, he knew this woman too well. As long as she had made up her mind, she would never change her mind. If he really knelt down, not only would he not be of any help, he would also be severely humiliated. Then there's no other way. The mysterious madam shook her head in disappointment. She slowly raised her arm and battle chi surged from her fingertips, giving off a destructive aura. His target was the white-robed woman. How lively! But at this moment, a faint laugh came from afar. This voice, Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Two streams of flowing light pierced through the air like lightning. After their true appearance was revealed, one of them was Qin Feiyang's old acquaintance, Mu Qing. Next to Mu Qing, there was an old woman in black. Her body was bent and she held a black walking stick. Her deep-set eyes were filled with wisps of eerie light. "Why are you in such a sorry state every time I see you?" Mu Qing looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly and said. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, "Nothing good happens every time I see you. Don't be so cold. After all, we used to fight side by side. Moreover, my target this time is not you." As Mu Qing said, her eyes suddenly turned cold. She turned to look at the mysterious madam and said, "It's time to settle the score with Sky Thunder City." The mysterious madam ignored him. Her eyes were firmly fixed on the old woman in black. The old woman in black was the same. Since she appeared, she had been sizing up the mysterious madam, as if she wanted to see through her. "For you?" The old woman in black was the first to break the silence and asked in a hoarse voice. "If I remember correctly, you should be the previous housekeeper of the Mu family?" The mysterious madam did not answer but asked instead. "The previous housekeeper?" Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked. That elder Sheng who appeared back then was the current housekeeper of the Mu family. If he had the strength of an 8-star battle saint, then how strong was this previous housekeeper? The Mu family's foundation was really terrifying. He was puzzled again. With the Mu family's strength, it was easy to kill him. Why did they not do anything to him? Was it because of Lu Xingqian's instructions? If that was the case, then the relationship between Lu Xingqian and the Mu family was not ordinary. You even know my identity. It seems that you are very familiar with the Mu family. But why don't I remember that there is someone like you in the Forgotten Continent? The old woman in black was very surprised that the mysterious madam was able to see through her identity at a glance. But she was even more confused. On the Forgotten Continent, the Mu family was an unparalleled existence. As the previous housekeeper of the Mu family, she knew of anyone who had a bit of strength and status. But she had no impression of this woman in front of her. She was a stranger. The mysterious madam faintly smiled and said, "I am just a nameless nobody. I am not worthy of the Mu family's attention. A mighty battle saint is also a nobody. It seems that you won't be honest. I can only take you down and bring you back to the family for interrogation." After she finished speaking, the old woman in black's gaze was cold. She grabbed the black cane and forcefully stomped it in the air. Boom! A monstrous ferocious aura erupted from the black walking stick. It was as if a peerless beast was sealed inside the cane. As soon as the aura appeared, Qin Feiyang felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Despair, panic, fear, and other negative emotions appeared uncontrollably like a tide and instantly drowned his entire body. At the same time, the mysterious madam also stared at the black cane, her pupils constricting. Swoosh! Suddenly, she turned around and used a mysterious footwork, quickly disappearing into the horizon. The old woman in black smiled contemptuously and said, "Young master, should we chase?" Mu Qing glanced at Qin Feiyang, pondered for a moment, and nodded, "Chase." The black-clothed old woman immediately waved her hand and brought Mu Qing along. Like a bolt of lightning, she tore through the sky. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did they all leave? Mu family? The white-clothed woman looked at the backs of Mu Qing and Mu Qing. She also frowned and fell into deep thought. When the mysterious madam and Mu Qing disappeared from his sight, Qin Feiyang finally let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, he finally got rid of the mysterious madam. He looked at the white-clothed woman and asked, "Do you know the Mu family?" "Never heard of it." The white-clothed woman shook her head. "Your sister doesn't know, and you don't know either. Who exactly is the Mu family?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. The Forgotten Continent is very big. It is said that apart from the first and second regions, there are 7 regions in the depths. The white-clothed woman said, "So, there are 9 regions in the Forgotten Continent?" Qin Feiyang said, "But apart from these 9 regions, there is a 10th region, and this 10th region is called the Central Divine Kingdom. The Central Divine Kingdom's territory is very vast, bigger than the 9 regions combined. It is said that there are many strong people in the Divine Kingdom. Any one of them has the ability to overturn rivers and seas. I think the Mu family may be a member of the Central Divine Kingdom." The white-clothed woman guessed. Central Divine Kingdom, Qin Feiyang murmured. It seemed that the Forgotten Continent was much more complicated than he thought. "Have you been to the Central Divine Kingdom?" Qin Feiyang asked. "No." The white-clothed woman shook her head, a trace of yearning in her eyes. Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, "Is there a pill tower in each of the 9 regions?" The white-clothed woman nodded. Qin Feiyang asked again, "Then where is the headquarters of your pill tower?" "Our branch's tower master has no right to ask about this, so I don't know. The headquarters may be in the 9th region, or it may be in the Central Divine Kingdom." The white-clothed woman said, "Why do you look like you don't know much about the pill tower?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "The pill tower is very mysterious. Even us branch tower masters only know about the existence of the pill tower. Others, such as who is the head tower master, how long has the pill tower existed? We don't know anything. The white-clothed woman also looked confused, and it did not seem like she was pretending. Then how did you and your sister become the tower masters of the first and second regions? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I became the tower master of the second region because I was appointed by the tower master of the third region. My sister was appointed by me. Our pill tower system is that each level is in charge of the next. For example, the tower master of the first region is the tower master of the second region. The tower master of the second region is the tower master of the third region, and so on. Similarly, if something happens, the branch tower masters can only report to the higher-ups. They can't overstep their authority. For example, I can only report to the tower master of the third region. I can't directly go to the tower master of the fourth region, let alone the head tower master. Of course, I can't directly contact the head tower master either. The white-clothed woman said. After Qin Feiyang heard this, he could not help but frown slightly. The so-called system of the pill tower was very easy to understand. In fact, it was similar to the system of the Great Qin Empire. The counties were under the jurisdiction of the 9 regions, and the 9 regions were under the jurisdiction of the imperial capital. They could not overstep their authority. However, this system had advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that it was old-fashioned and cumbersome. Moreover, once something big happened in the various regions, the higher-ups would not be able to receive the news immediately. For example, this time, the heavenly thunder flame had been snatched for a long time. The pill tower's head tower master probably still did not know about it. The advantage was that the higher-ups did not have to be so busy. Think about it. If all the tower masters went to the head tower master whenever something happened, wouldn't he be busy to death? On the contrary, because of the existence of this system, the branch tower masters of each region could share some of the work for the head tower master. Therefore, no matter what, it was impossible to have the best of both worlds. Back then, after I became the tower master of the second region, in order to take care of my sister, I let her be the tower master of the first region. After all, to be able to become the tower master of the pill tower, not only would her status be higher, but she would also be able to obtain a lot of cultivation resources. But I didn't expect that in the end, it would cause her death. Chapter 776. Qin Feiyang looked at her with a complicated expression and comforted her. The dead can't be brought back to life. Please restrain your grief. The woman in white looked at the sky and did not speak for a long time. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Finally, she let out a long sigh and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, asking, "Is there anything else you want to know?" The Pill Pagoda holds an assessment every 5 years. Is it held at the same time for all the branch towers? Qin Feiyang asked. The woman in white nodded. In that case, there are still many disciples in the Pill Pagoda? Qin Feiyang looked at the Pill Pagoda that was located in the ruins and said, "That's right." The woman in white nodded again. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "There is one more question. Every time after sending away the disciples of the Pill Pagoda, Mu Chuyu would disappear and only appear during the next Pill Pagoda assessment. Where did she go during this period of time? Other than the Pill Pagoda assessment and training disciples, she was always with me." The woman in white said, "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said, "One last question. What secret is hidden in the heavenly thunder flame?" Hearing this question, the woman in white's eyes suddenly burst with a strong cold light. She looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes as sharp as a blade. But in the end, the woman in white shook her head and said, "I don't know either." "You don't know?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "I'm not lying to you. I only know that the pagoda master of the third region told me and my sister that whether it is the heavenly thunder flame of the Sky Thunder City or the ice flame of the Ice City, they are very important. Even if we die, we have to protect them. Because once these alchemy fires are taken away, the world will be in chaos. As for why, he didn't tell us." The woman in white said, "Well, the alchemy fire of the Ice City also hides some kind of secret like the heavenly thunder flame." Qin Feiyang was surprised. What was going on? Who could explain it to him? The woman in white asked, "Any other questions?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with this woman's tone? Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying saintly aura emerged. Before Qin Feiyang could react, he was imprisoned in the void. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he looked at the woman in white. Although the people from the Min clan, Wang clan, and Li clan were not killed by you, it is an indisputable fact that you wanted to seize the heavenly lightning flame. You're half the reason why my sister died. Therefore, you must die today. The woman in white spoke coldly, and a wisp of dense killing intent crept up in her eyes. Qin Feiyang's heart sank to the bottom at once. Why were the women of the forgotten continent so fickle? He fell out with her just like that. However, right now, he was at least a 6-star war ancestor. As for the white-robed woman, although she was a battle saint, she was still far inferior to Old Man Sheng. Her aura might not be able to restrain him. Die. However, just as Qin Feiyang was about to break the pressure and enter the castle, a cold shout rang out. Qin Feiyang was very familiar with this shout. It was the mysterious lady. Behind the woman in white, the mysterious lady who had escaped earlier appeared out of thin air once again. Moreover, he didn't say a word and directly killed the white-robed woman. Looking at the woman in white who was slowly falling down, Qin Feiyang was incomparably astonished. He then raised his head to look at the mysterious lady and frowned. Aren't you being chased by the Mu clan? That old woman is indeed very strong, but if she wants to kill me, she's dreaming. The mysterious lady laughed disdainfully. Can you tell me, who exactly are you? And what kind of sacred being is the Mu clan? Qin Feiyang asked. The mysterious lady wouldn't kill him. Otherwise, she would have already made her move the moment she appeared. You don't have the right to know yet. Remember, your future path will be even more difficult. The mysterious lady laughed coldly. With a flash, she landed beside the white-robed woman's corpse, grabbed a few drops of blood, and rushed towards the pill tower. What do you want to do now? Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly chased after her. The mysterious lady landed in front of the pill tower and dripped a drop of blood. When the tower door opened, she rushed in without looking back. Qin Feiyang also went straight in. Ah! As soon as he entered the pill tower, a series of screams came into his ears. Damn it! He was shocked and angry at the same time and ran upstairs. So, he saw corpses lying messily on the ground, and the smell of blood was pungent. The owners of these corpses were no more than 25 years old, and the youngest was only 14 or 15 years old. They were all disciples of the Pill Tower in the 2nd District. And they had just died. Obviously, they were killed by the mysterious lady. How many more deaths do you want to commit? Qin Feiyang roared and quickly rushed to the top floor of the Pill Tower. But when he came up, the mysterious lady was already holding a palm-sized flame in her hand. That flame was like bone fire, completely white and emitted a shocking chill. This is the frost flame. Do you want it? The mysterious lady looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at the frost flame and was not tempted at all. He said in a deep voice, I only want to know now, are you really going to kill everyone in the 2nd and 1st districts? The mysterious lady frowned and said, I don't understand. They are just a bunch of ants. What's there to care about? In your eyes, they are ants, but in my eyes, they are all living creatures. Qin Feiyang roared. Although sometimes he would also kill, but to kill innocent people crazily, even if he had a heart of stone, he could not do it. The mysterious lady said with a smile, then kneel down and beg me. I'll kill you. Qin Feiyang was angry and pounced on the mysterious lady crazily. But the mysterious lady only waved her hand lightly and Qin Feiyang was sent flying. He hit the wall hard and spat out blood. Boy, you are too kind. If this goes on, no matter how good your talent is, it will be difficult for you to achieve great things. I'll give you the Frost Flame and Sky Thunder Flame. Cherish them well. They will be of great use in the future. The mysterious lady waved her hand and the Sky Thunder Flame appeared. Following the 2 alchemy flames, it flew toward Qin Feiyang. At the same time, the mysterious lady also turned into a stream of light and flew out of the pill tower. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He quickly got up and grabbed the 2 alchemy flames. Enduring the pain, he chased after them. Mu Qing and the black-clothed old woman also turned back. Seeing the mysterious lady, the black-clothed old woman's eyes were cold. She said gloomily, "You really came back. It's a pity that you only came now. It's too late. I've already given the Sky Thunder Flame and the Frost Flame to Qin Feiyang. If you want them, go and find him." The mysterious lady smiled mockingly, then turned around and left without looking back. Mu Qing and the black-clothed old woman heard and looked at Qin Feiyang simultaneously. When they saw the Sky Thunder Flame and the Frost Flame in Qin Feiyang's hands, a trace of desire and greed immediately appeared in their eyes. "Qin Feiyang, hand over the 2 alchemy flames." The black-clothed old woman shouted coldly. Her eyes were aggressive and she completely ignored the mysterious lady. "In your dreams?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. In a flash, he went directly to the ancient castle. Damn it! The black-clothed old woman was furious. She turned to Mu Qing and bowed. "Young master, I didn't do my job well. Please punish me. It's not your fault. I was too careless. We should kill the tower master first and take the frost flame. Then we can go after that woman." Mu Qing rubbed his aching head and said, "Ever since he met Qin Feiyang, nothing went his way. Could it be that this bastard was born with bad luck? Then what should we do now?" The black-clothed old woman asked through telepathy. Mu Qing pondered for a while. Instead of answering, he asked, "What do you think of that woman's strength?" "Very strong. If I didn't have this crutch, I'm afraid I wouldn't be her opponent." The black-clothed old woman's face was extremely solemn. "Then have you ever thought about why such a powerful existence would lurk in the first district?" Mu Qing asked. The black-clothed old woman thought for a while and said, "In this situation, there's only one possibility. She's hiding from something." "That's right. She might be hiding from her enemies." And last time in Sky Thunder City, when she heard that Elder Sheng and I are from the Mu family, she immediately turned hostile. This means that she has a lot of hatred for our Mu family. Go back immediately. I want to know the details of all the enemies of our Mu family as soon as possible. Mu Qing said through telepathy. "What about you, young master?" The black-clothed old woman asked secretly. "The Sky Thunder Flame and the Frost Flame have already fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. We must not let him get the other kinds of elixir fire. So, I must go to the 3rd district before him." Mu Qing said in a deep voice. The black-clothed old woman nodded, but then shook her head and said, "I'm worried about you going alone." "It's okay, I'll be careful. After you find out, immediately go to the White Tiger City in the 3rd district to find me." Mu Qing secretly instructed. But the black-clothed old woman pondered for a moment. Looking at Mu Qing's determined face, she finally nodded. The 2 of them each opened a portal and walked in at the same time. At the same time, Great Qin Empire, Imperial Palace. In one of the big halls, the Pill Hall's hall master was pacing back and forth by himself. He seemed to be very anxious. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared. They were both middle-aged. One of them was wearing a set of golden armor. His eyes were sharp, his face was rough, and his body was emitting a terrifying aura. It was the commander of the invincible Black Army. The other one was wearing a purple armor. His body was thin and weak, but the aura that he emitted was even stronger than the commander of the invincible Black Army. Shockingly, a lifelike fire Qilin was engraved on his purple battle armor. That's right. He was the commander of the Kirin army. His position in the Imperial Palace was even higher than the commander of the invincible Black Army. "Why are you looking for us in such a hurry? Did something big happen?" As soon as the 2 commanders appeared, they looked at the Pill Hall Master suspiciously. The Pill Hall Master nodded and said in a deep voice, "The elixir fire that Qin Feiyang took away from the Pill Hall had its blood contract erased not long ago." "That's it?" The 2 commanders frowned. Chapter 777. Looking at the 2 commanders' reaction, the Pill Hall Master frowned and said, "Do you think it's not important?" "Is it?" The 2 commanders asked back. They couldn't figure out what was so important about it. The Pill Hall Master sighed deeply. He looked at the two of them and asked, "What's my cultivation?" 9-star battle saint. The two of them answered without hesitation. Think about it. I'm a 9-star battle saint, but Qin Feiyang can erase the Dan Flame's blood contract. Doesn't this mean that there's a 9-star battle saint beside him now? Or, the battle saint might even be stronger than a 9-star battle saint? The Pill Hall Master said in a deep voice. The two of them were stunned for a moment before they frowned. It seemed like it wasn't a small matter. Qin Feiyang's threat to the great Qin Empire, I believe I don't need to tell you. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, when he grows stronger, the consequences will be, speaking of which. The Pill Hall Master sighed deeply and didn't continue. His eyebrows were filled with worry. The two commanders looked at each other. They naturally knew what the Pill Hall Master wanted to say. With Qin Feiyang's hatred for the emperor, he would come back sooner or later. This man was talented, calm, meticulous, and had extraordinary means. It was almost impossible to find any flaws. If that day really came, the consequences would be unimaginable. The commander of the invincible Black Army was silent for a moment. He looked at the commander of the Kirin Army and asked, "Should we report this to the emperor? No matter what, they are father and son." Wait a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, the Pill Hall Master extended his hand and said, "Why?" The commander of the invincible Black Army looked at him confusedly. "Before reporting, we have to figure out who's helping Qin Feiyang," the Pill Hall Master said. The two commanders went silent again. Qin Feiyang definitely didn't have the ability to erase the blood contract himself. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to become a 9-star battle saint in such a short time. There was only one possibility left. Someone else helped him. However, in the Great Qin Empire, 9-star battle saints and those above 9-star battle saints were all known to them. And these people were all generals under the emperor. For example, the Martial Arts Hall Master, Law Enforcement Hall Master, various Martial Marquis, various commanders, etc. No one would help Qin Feiyang, because helping Qin Feiyang was equivalent to going against the imperial power. No matter how big the world was, it was the king's territory. On the shores of the earth, all are the king's subjects. Who in the Great Qin Empire would dare to go against the emperor? Therefore, the people from the imperial capital could be excluded. Apart from these people, who else would help Qin Feiyang? The commander of the Kirin army suddenly said, "Do you think it could be the Liu family?" Liu clan. Hearing those two words, the invincible Black Army's commander and the Pill Hall's Hall Master's eyes trembled. The old master of the Liu family is Qin Feiyang's grandfather. The strength of the Liu family is also extremely terrifying. Only they have the guts to help Qin Feiyang. The commander of the Kirin army said, "It can't be the Liu family." But at this moment, an old voice could be heard. An old man appeared in the palace. He had white hair and a white beard. His white robe was also clean, emitting an otherworldly aura. "Greetings to the imperial tutor." The Pill Hall's hall master and the other two quickly bowed. The imperial tutor nodded and said, "The lifeline of the Liu family is now in the hands of the emperor and me. They won't dare to act rashly." The commander of the Kirin army asked, "Then, according to the imperial tutor's opinion, where could Qin Feiyang be hiding?" The imperial tutor pondered for a while. His eyes flashed and he said, "I do have a thought. The Forgotten Land." "Why do you think so?" The three of them were surprised. They were also in awe of the Forgotten Land. Other than the Great Qin Empire and the Liu family, only the Forgotten Land has battle saints and existences beyond battle saints. The imperial tutor said. The three of them looked at each other and nodded involuntarily. "However, this is only my guess. I still need to verify it," the imperial tutor said thoughtfully. He then looked at the commander of the invincible Black Army and said, "Bring some people to the Forgotten Land immediately." "All right. I'll report to the emperor now." The commander of the invincible Black Army nodded and was about to leave. But at this moment, the imperial tutor said lightly, "There's no need to report to the emperor." The commander of the invincible Black Army was stunned. He turned around and looked at the imperial tutor suspiciously. The commander of the Kirin army and the pill hall master also looked at him confusedly. I believe you guys can see that the emperor still has some feelings for Qin Feiyang. If the emperor knows about this, he might stop us. The imperial tutor said. Although you're right, we can't hide it from the emperor. This is a crime of deceiving the emperor. The commander of the invincible Black Army said. Although it's a crime of deceiving the emperor, we're doing it for his own good. We're helping him to get rid of the trouble and stabilize the great Qin Empire. If the emperor really wants to pursue this matter in the future, I'll take responsibility. The imperial tutor said. The three of them looked at each other. The imperial tutor frowned and said coldly, "Don't be long-winded. Go." The commander of the invincible Black Army bowed and replied. He then turned around and left. Only we know about this. Don't tell anyone else. A cold light flashed in the imperial tutor's eyes. He said something to the pill hall master and the invincible Black Army before disappearing without a trace. After a while, the pill hall master frowned and said, "Deceiving the emperor and acting on his own. The imperial tutor is getting bolder and bolder. We can't help it. He's the emperor's teacher. Even the emperor has to respect him, let alone us." The commander of the Kirin army sighed. Forgotten continent. Ice City. The once bustling Ice City was now in ruins. The air was filled with a tragic aura and a pungent smell of blood. Near the Pill Pagoda, there was a speck of dust lying quietly in the ruins. That speck of dust was the ancient castle. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to heal his wounds. The frost flame and lightning flame were floating in front of him. They were emitting two extreme temperatures. One was a high temperature that could burn his wounds. The other was a bone-piercing cold. About half an hour later, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. His essence, qi, and spirit had recovered to their peak state. Lu Hong had been guarding Qin Feiyang the whole time. Seeing that Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, she asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Qin Feiyang smiled. He raised his head and looked at the frost flame and lightning flame. His eyes were filled with suspicion. The nether demonic flame has already devoured the 3 Tier 5 pill fires and leveled up to Tier 6. But the strange thing is, it didn't take the initiative to devour the frost flame and lightning flame. Lu Hong said, "Really?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. He stood up and looked at the nether demonic flame floating above the Jiao Dragon Cauldron. The nether demonic flame's aura was indeed stronger than before. Logically speaking, the heavenly thunder flame and the frost flame were now ownerless. And the nether demonic flame had also leveled up to Tier 6. It could completely devour these 2 pill fires. But why didn't it do so? Could it be that the heavenly thunder flame and the frost flame were not Tier 6 pill fires, but Tier 7? Or even higher? Thinking of this, with an expectant mood, he turned to face the heavenly thunder flame and the frost flame. He cut his finger and dripped his blood to bind them. So, the blood contract was completed. But the result disappointed him. These 2 pill fires were indeed only Tier 6. But why did the nether demonic flame not devour them? What secrets were hidden in this? Looking at Qin Feiyang, who was thinking hard and frowning, Lu Hong said with concern, "If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Anyway, the truth will come out sooner or later." "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Hong asked, "Then where are you going next?" "To the 3rd area." The woman in white said that the pagoda lord of the 3rd area told her and her sister that they must protect these 2 pill fires. Then the pagoda lord of the 3rd area is most likely an insider. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. After he finished speaking, he left the castle and flew toward the 3rd area. As for the double-winged snow eagle, he was really not in the mood to look for it, nor did he want to look for it. Chirp. But after flying for about half a mile, a sharp chirp sounded behind him. Qin Feiyang paused in the void and turned his head to look. He saw a palm-sized snow eagle, breaking through the air like lightning. Who else could it be but the double-winged snow eagle? Flying in front of Qin Feiyang, the double-winged snow eagle said angrily, "Ungrateful bastard, where are you going? Why don't you wait for me?" "Ungrateful?" When I was fighting with the city lord and the others, where were you? When I was imprisoned by the pressure of the mysterious lady and the pagoda lord, where were you? You say I'm ungrateful? How dare you? The fury in Qin Feiyang's heart immediately surged up with whooshing sounds. At the critical moment, he could not find a trace of it. But as soon as the matter was over, he jumped out. He had never seen such an unreliable guy. Faced with Qin Feiyang's scolding, the double-winged snow eagle laughed awkwardly. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "Tell me, where have you been fooling around these past few months?" "In the Ice City," the double-winged snow eagle said. Qin Feiyang paused for a moment, then his anger rose again. He roared, "Then why didn't you come out to help? You can handle it, can't you? Why do you need my help?" Later, the mysterious lady and the others appeared. Each of them was so powerful, how could I dare to come out? Fortunately, I escaped in time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me now. The double-winged snow eagle laughed. Cowardly as a mouse. Qin Feiyang despised. I'm cowardly? The double-winged snow eagle said angrily, "Let me tell you, after you hid in the castle, I went to follow the mysterious lady." Follow? Qin Feiyang paused and asked hurriedly, "Did you find anything?" "Why should I tell you?" The double-winged snow eagle tilted its head and put on a very cold look. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He said helplessly, Okay, I apologize. Tell me." "That's more like it." The double-winged snow eagle smiled proudly and said, "I didn't find anything, but I saw with my own eyes that she slaughtered the Qingyuan, Quicksand and Black Mountain tribes. Not a single person survived." "What? She really did it?" Qin Feiyang's face turned pale. Chapter 778. Also, she found out that I was following her, but she didn't attack me instead. Speaking of this, the two-winged snow eagle paused, its eyes full of confusion. "Instead what?" Qin Feiyang asked. The two-winged snow eagle's mind moved, and two streams of light flew out from its body and flew in front of Qin Feiyang. These were two jade slips, each the size of a palm, emitting a faint light. "What are these?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "See for yourself," the two-winged snow eagle said, with a trace of excitement in its narrow eyes. Qin Feiyang sank his mind into the two jade slips, and was immediately stunned. These were actually two kinds of battle arts. And they were both perfect battle arts. One was called Mighty Eagle Body, which was a perfect killing battle art. The other was called Azure Dragon Illusion, which was a perfect auxiliary battle art. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned for a long time before he recovered, looked at the two-winged snow eagle and said, "She didn't give this to you, did she?" "Yes, she gave it to me. And she didn't take the treasures and elixir fires of the three tribes, so I took them all." The two-winged snow eagle said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Back in White Fox City, this woman was definitely not pretending to want to kill him. But in the end, not only did she not kill him, but she also continued to give him battle arts? He really couldn't figure out what this woman wanted to do. "Not only did I get two perfect battle arts, but I also got 3 kinds of 5th-grade elixir fires and countless treasures. How is it? I'm very powerful, right?" The two-winged snow eagle smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang gave a thumbs up and said, "This mighty eagle body should be specially given to you. Take it and cultivate. As for the Azure Dragon Illusion, leave it to the Black Dragon Snake." "But she gave it to me." The two-winged snow eagle suddenly became unhappy. "It's for you, but you have a fighting soul, so you don't need this battle art. Also, the treasures of the 3 tribes, as well as the 3 types of pill flame, must all be given to Lu Hong." Qin Feiyang said. The double-winged snow eagle was enraged. "You're blatantly robbing me. I'm not convinced." Qin Feiyang teased. "Then do you still want to open the door of potential?" You. Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, the double-winged snow eagle lost its temper. It said helplessly, "Fine, you bandit. I'll give it to you." "That's more like it. Since you've already decided to follow us, you should share our blessings and hardships with us." Qin Feiyang chuckled and waved his hand, sending the double-winged snow eagle to the castle. Then, he turned into a stream of light and continued to fly into the depths. About 2 hours later, a glacier entered his line of sight. The glacier rose and fell, towering and majestic, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. Countless ferocious beasts roamed the mountain stream. Their auras were all extremely powerful. Even at the edge of the area, Qin Feiyang could sense the aura of dozens of ferocious beasts above the 5-star War Master level. One could imagine, in the depths of the glacier, how terrifying was the strength of the ferocious beasts. However, Qin Feiyang did not stop at all. He directly entered the glacier and disappeared into the horizon. 2 hours were very short for ordinary people, because sometimes cooking a meal would take an hour. But for the mysterious madam, she could do a lot of things in an hour. All the large and small tribes in the second area had been destroyed by her. At this moment, looking at the entire second area, there was not a single place that was intact. There were ruins everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. This place had become an Azura hell. It was even worse than hell. Blood gathered into a river. The entire world was shrouded in a bloody mist. Such cruelty, such inhumanity, it was simply the right for everyone to kill. But she didn't stop. Open the door of potential and head to the first area. For the people of the second and first areas, this was a terrifying calamity. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, they had already lost their lives and didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. At the end of the first area, above the ice lake in the glacier forest, a group of uninvited guests also appeared. They were all wearing black armor, and their aura was like the ocean, unfathomable. Especially the leader, who was wearing a golden armor, exuded an aura that shook the earth. That's right. This was the invincible Black Army from the capital. There were a total of 21 people, and they were all curiously looking at this world. One of them suddenly retracted his gaze and looked at the commander of the invincible Black Army. "Commander, have you been here before?" The commander shook his head and said, "But this commander has heard of this place. This is a very magical and terrifying place. Remember to be careful in the future." "Understood." The 20 black-armored guards bowed and replied, "Let's go." The commander of the invincible Black Army waved his hand and was ready to leave with this group of people. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. "Kacha, don't." Before the voice faded away, a huge snow python swept out from the ice lake below and suspended in the air, looking at this group of people. Such a strong aura. At the same time, the commander and his group of people looked at the snow python, and their pupils couldn't help but shrink. The snow python suddenly asked, "Are you from the Great Qin Empire?" This was a woman's voice. It was very clear and pleasant to the ears. The commander of the invincible Black Army nodded and said, "May I ask who you are?" "Don't worry about who I am. Where did you come from? Go back to where you came from. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," the snow python said. The commander immediately frowned. As the commander of the invincible Black Army, other than a few people, who dared to speak to him in such a tone. Even the marquises had to be polite when they saw him. The snow python's attitude made him very unhappy. But he also knew that as a newcomer, he had to endure as much as he could. After all, he didn't know much about the Forgotten Continent. "Sir, I am the commander of the invincible Black Army of the Great Qin Empire. This time, I came to the Forgotten Land under the orders of the Emperor. Please make an exception." He cupped his hands and said in a friendly manner. The commander of the invincible Black Army, hearing this, the snow python's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. After pondering for a moment, she nodded and said, "Okay, but I will only give you half a month. After half a month, if I don't see you come back, I will personally come and find you. At that time, you will have to bear the consequences." After she finished speaking, a terrifying pressure suddenly rushed out of her body. Under this pressure, even the commander of the invincible Black Army couldn't help but feel frightened, let alone the 20 black-armored guards behind him. Their eyes were filled with shock, and their bodies and hearts trembled. However, the pressure came and went quickly. Don't. In the next moment, the snow python entered the ice lake and disappeared from everyone's sight. What is this forgotten land? Why did we encounter such a powerful existence as soon as we appeared? The 20 black-armored guards looked at the ice lake in surprise, and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. The commander said in a deep voice, "That's why I asked you to be careful. Let's go, we only have half a month. We have to speed up." Whoosh! The group of people turned into streaks of light and rushed out of the glacier forest like lightning. "Commander, look, there is a tribe in front of us." One of the black-armored guards pointed in front of them. The tribe he was pointing at was the Lu tribe, which was located at the edge of the glacier forest. The commander of the invincible Black Army glanced at the Lu tribe and said, "Let's go and ask them." In less than a few breaths, a group of people descended on the sky above the Lu tribe, and they didn't hide their aura at all. Who is it? The people of the Lu tribe also walked out of their houses and looked at the invincible Black Army with vigilance. One of the black-armored guards waved his hand, and a white figure appeared in the air. It was Qin Feiyang. The black-armored guard looked at the people of the Lu tribe and asked, "Have you seen this person before? Isn't he Qin Feiyang? That damn bastard, why are you looking for him?" The people of the Lu tribe saw Qin Feiyang's shadow, and their killing intent soared. "You found him just like that?" The commander of the invincible Black Army was stunned. "Wasn't it too easy?" Cough. He clenched his fist and coughed, then asked, "Are you sure you didn't recognize the wrong person?" "Of course. Because we have a blood feud with him. A few years ago, he and his companions killed all the battle kings of the Lu tribe. So, even if he turns into ashes, we can still recognize him." The group of people roared with grief and indignation. A few years ago? The commander of the invincible Black Army was stunned. Even if Qin Feiyang came to the Forgotten Land, it hadn't been that long. How could they say that it was a few years ago? To be honest, we were ordered to hunt down Qin Feiyang. So, I hope that you can cooperate with me and tell me everything about him. At that time, I will definitely avenge your dead clansmen. The commander of the invincible Black Army said. That bastard should have died long ago. We will tell you everything that happened that year. That year, not only did he commit crimes in this area, but he also went to White Fox City and Sky Thunder City to commit crimes. The clansmen of the Lu tribe all started to talk at once. Whatever they knew, whatever they had heard, they told him in full detail. After hearing everything, the Grand Commander furrowed his brows. He didn't expect that Qin Feiyang had come to the Forgotten Land a few years ago. How did he come here? Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It must be the teleportation altar of the spiritual state. He dared to let Qin Feiyang enter the Forgotten Land without permission. The spiritual state mansion master was really bold. He looked at the people of the Lu tribe and said, "Can you give me the coordinates of Sky Thunder City? A few days ago, we heard rumors that Sky Thunder City had been destroyed, and Qin Feiyang seemed to be one of the culprits. But we don't know the coordinates of Sky Thunder City. You can go to White Fox City and ask around. The people there should know." The people of the Lu tribe also gave the coordinates of White Fox City to the commander of the invincible Black Army. Thank you. Chapter 779. White Fox City. When the commander of the invincible Black Army and the others arrived above the city, they were all stunned. How could there be a city here? Below, there was a barren, fragmented ruin. There were corpses and severed limbs everywhere in the wasteland. Blood dyed the soil red. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. It was nauseating. How could this be? The group of people's eyes were filled with shock. One should know. As a member of the invincible Black Army, everyone's hands were stained with blood. But at this moment, looking at the scene below, they could not help but shudder. It was too cruel. Who was this crazy person? Suddenly, a guard in black armor seemed to have discovered something. He pointed to the left and shouted, "There's someone there." Swoosh! The group of people looked over and saw a white-clothed woman in the sky above the wasteland. The white-clothed woman stood in the air. Her long hair and dress fluttered in the wind. There was no aura around her. She seemed to have merged with the air. If they did not see her with their own eyes, they would not have noticed her. Moreover, looking at the woman, the commander of the invincible Black Army felt a sense of crisis. "Who are you?" the white-clothed woman asked. She looked at the invincible Black Army with curiosity. "Who are you?" the commander of the invincible Black Army asked. The white-clothed woman frowned and said unhappily, "I'm the one asking you now. I don't want to ask you again. You're courting death." Seeing the woman's arrogant attitude, a guard in black armor behind the commander of the invincible Black Army was furious. His eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light. "You're the one courting death." The woman in white suddenly looked at the guard, but he didn't move at all, nor did he show any signs. Accompanied by a scream, the guard in black armor exploded and died on the spot. "What? This means..." Seeing this, the rest of the black-armored guards were dumbfounded. "No matter who you are, you must die today." The white-clothed woman did not say anything else. She raised her arm and pointed her finger in the air. Boom! A monstrous power gushed out like a raging wave of a vast ocean. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed toward the invincible Black Army. The commander of the invincible Black Army was startled. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as he shouted, "This is the Emperor's aura! Retreat!" Emperor's might. The expressions of the group of black-armored guards behind him changed abruptly, and they hurriedly turned and fled. Who would have thought that this woman was actually a battle emperor? As for that person, she was none other than the mysterious Madam. White Fox City was naturally destroyed by her. As the mysterious lady looked at the fleeing invincible Black Army, a mocking look appeared in her eyes. The strength of this group of people was terrifying. But in her eyes he was no better than an ant. She waved her hand, and the surging Emperor's might instantly turned into 20 streaks of Emperor's might that shot towards the Grand Commander and the others. Those black-armored guards died one after another, unable to retaliate at all. Their blood splattered across the sky. In the blink of an eye, there were only 11 people left, including the Grand Commander. "Your Excellency, we are the invincible Black Army of the Great Qin Empire. Please show mercy." The commander of the invincible Black Army hastily shouted. He cursed his bad luck in his heart. They had only been in the Forgotten Land for a short period of time, and they had already encountered 2 terrifying experts. What kind of place was this? If this continued, not to mention chasing after Qin Feiyang, they would probably be completely annihilated before they could even find a trace of Qin Feiyang. The Great Qin Empire? At the same time, the mysterious madam was stunned when she heard the Grand Commander's shout. In the next moment, the Emperor's throne that was charging towards the Grand Commander and the others disappeared into thin air. The Grand Commander and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The mysterious madam looked at the Grand Commander and asked, "Are you here to find Qin Feiyang?" The Grand Commander was wiping the cold sweat on his forehead when he heard the question. He looked at the mysterious madam and asked in surprise, "Your Excellency, you also know Qin Feiyang?" "Of course I know him." The mysterious madam smiled and said, "This kid almost died in my hands several times." The Grand Commander's eyes flickered slightly when he heard this. He asked cautiously, "So, you also have a grudge against Qin Feiyang?" "Sort of." The mysterious madam nodded. Hearing this, the Grand Commander's heart finally relaxed. "To tell you the truth, I came to the Forgotten Land to hunt down Qin Feiyang." He cupped his hands and said. The mysterious madam was stunned and asked in confusion, "Why do you want to hunt him down?" The Grand Commander said, "This is an order from above. It's not convenient for me to reveal it. Since it's not convenient, I won't force you. But there's one question you must answer. What's Qin Feiyang's status in the Great Qin Empire?" The mysterious madam said. The Grand Commander was in a difficult position. "If you don't tell me, you'll all die." The mysterious madam chuckled. Although her tone was calm, there was a terrifying murderous intent. The Grand Commander frowned and sighed. "All right, I'll tell you. Qin Feiyang is the son of the Emperor of the Great Qin Empire, but due to some special reasons, he has been stripped of his position as prince." "What? He's the son of the Emperor?" The mysterious madam was shocked. She had thought that Qin Feiyang's identity in the Great Qin Empire was definitely not simple, but she didn't expect his background to be so great. But soon after, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly as she mocked. That emperor of your Great Qin Empire is really an old fool. The Grand Commander's gaze darkened as he said, Sir, please pay attention to your words. What I said is the truth. Qin Feiyang is so young, yet he has already stepped into the 6-star War Master. He can be said to be an unparalleled genius. The most important thing is that he has a tenacious personality and never gives up easily. As long as he is nurtured a little, he will definitely become a great talent in the future. But your emperor crippled him and even sent you guys to chase after him. To be honest, saying that he's old and confused is already praising him. The mysterious madam sneered. The Grand Commander's face was as gloomy as water. Just what kind of background did this person have to actually dare to evaluate His Majesty like that? Suddenly, he realized a very serious problem and asked in surprise, What did you just say? Qin Feiyang has already stepped into the 6-star War Master? That's right. The mysterious madam nodded. That's impossible. The last time he escaped from the imperial capital, he had just broken through to the 4-star War Master. It's only been a few months, and he actually broke through 2 small realms in a row. Even if he opened the gate of potential, it's impossible for him to be so fast. The Grand Commander's face was filled with disbelief. The remaining 10 black armored guards also had looks of disbelief on their faces. What did you say? He opened the gate of potential? The mysterious madam was also surprised. He once said that he had already opened the 5th level of the gate of potential. The Grand Commander said. The 5th level? The mysterious madam was also shocked, but then a smile crawled onto her face as she muttered, Little bastard, you really hit it well. The Grand Commander suddenly said, Sir, since you have enmity with Qin Feiyang, why don't we join hands to deal with him? Join hands? The mysterious madam laughed and shook her head. If I wanted to kill Qin Feiyang, he would have died long ago. Why would I need to join hands with you? After pausing for a moment, she continued, Moreover, you are a 9-star war saint after all. To deal with a mere 6-star war master, you actually need to find someone to join hands with. Don't you think that you are ridiculous? Hearing these words that were filled with ridicule, the Grand Commander lowered his head in embarrassment. That's right. No matter how monstrous Qin Feiyang was, he was only a 6-star war master right now. What was he afraid of? However, the mysterious madam's attitude made him very puzzled. What was she thinking? Since they had enmity, why didn't they kill him and let Qin Feiyang continue to grow? He pondered for a moment and asked, Then you won't stop us from killing Qin Feiyang, right? Why should I stop you? The mysterious madam shook her head and smiled, Not only will I not stop you, I will also tell you his current whereabouts. Really? The Grand Commander was overjoyed. He should be on his way to the 3rd area right now. I will give you a coordinate. When you get there, fly straight into the depths. I believe that it won't be long before you can catch up to him. The mysterious madam smiled. The coordinates given to the Grand Commander were the coordinates of the Ice City. Thank you. The Grand Commander cupped his hands and thanked her. Then, he opened a teleportation gate and quickly left with the 10 guards. The son of the Great Qin Empire's emperor? No wonder that Snow Python allowed him to freely enter and leave the Forgotten Continent. Mu family, Qin family. It's getting more and more interesting, the mysterious madam muttered to herself. Finally, she pursed her lips and disappeared without a trace. Let's talk about Qin Feiyang. After entering the glacier, he kept encountering fierce beasts blocking his way. Moreover, these fierce beasts all had the strength of a 5-star war master at the very least. It could be said that they were extremely annoying. In the end, he took out the Heavenly Thunder Sword. The Heavenly Thunder Sword was a sacred artifact. Even though it had not awakened, the sacred might it emitted was enough to make the fierce beasts below the War Saint panic. Even the War Saint level fierce beasts did not dare to act rashly. So, along the way, there was no danger. In the evening, Qin Feiyang landed on the peak of an ice mountain and looked ahead. In front of him, it was a lush snow forest that covered an area of several miles. Ancient trees were uprooted and towered into the sky, looking incomparably strong. At the top of the tree, there was a thick layer of snow accumulated. At first glance, it looked like a huge snow-white umbrella standing in the snow. And in the forest, he could faintly sense an extremely terrifying aura. But more importantly, in this huge forest, he only sensed this aura. This meant that, in the forest, there was only one fierce beast. But this fierce beast was the emperor of this area. The other fierce beasts did not dare to set foot in this place. And Qin Feiyang stopped to think, should he take a detour? Because without any suspense, the fierce beast lurking in the forest was definitely a war saint-level existence. Although he had the heavenly thunder sword in his hand, he could not awaken it. If an accident happened, wasting time was a small matter. If his life was endangered, it would be too late to regret it. Very soon, he made a decision. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, it was better to take a detour. He once again soared into the sky and flew towards the right side of the forest. Chapter 780. There was a medicinal fragrance. It was very faint, but it did exist. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and scanned the forest, his eyes flickering. Although there was a medicinal fragrance, he didn't know what kind of medicinal herb it was. If it was just a very ordinary medicinal herb, then it wouldn't be worth the risk. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang held the mentality of killing 1,000 by mistake and not letting one go. He still planned to go down and take a look. Whiz! After entering the forest, he put away the heavenly thunder sword, smelled the medicinal fragrance, and carefully walked deeper into the forest. Because the holy might would alarm the beast emperor lurking in the forest. Inside the forest, it was too quiet. Coupled with the fact that it was evening, it was dark everywhere. It made one's hair stand on end. About 100 breaths passed. He seemed to have discovered something and hid behind a big tree. He stuck his head out and looked ahead. His pupils immediately shrank. Although the forest was dark, with Qin Feiyang's current cultivation, the night could not block his line of sight. A few hundred meters in front of him, there was a huge monster lying on the ground. It was a fierce crocodile. Its body was dozens of meters long, and it was ferocious. It lay motionless in the snow, its eyes tightly closed, as if it was sleeping. But unlike other fierce crocodiles, this fierce crocodile's scales were like ice. If he didn't hear its heartbeat and breathing, Qin Feiyang would have thought that it was just an ice sculpture. But that wasn't the case. According to Qin Feiyang's knowledge, this fierce crocodile was called the frost crocodile, and was also a species from 10,000 years ago. There were records in the ancient books. The frost crocodile was cruel and bloodthirsty. Its hard body was comparable to divine iron, and it was difficult for ordinary sharp weapons to break through its defense. Moreover, it also had a mouthful of terrifying fangs. Even the fierce beasts of the same realm as it were unable to block its bite. And the aura that Qin Feiyang sensed came from this fierce crocodile. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to step forward, because the aura emitted by this frost crocodile far surpassed that of the 9-star war sect. He held his breath and scanned the snow in front of the frost crocodile. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's gaze locked onto the snow in front of the frost crocodile's head. His face also revealed a trace of ecstasy. On the snowy ground, there was a small tree about half a meter tall. Little Uncle's tree trunk and leaves were all snow-white, blending in with the snow. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice. Between the branches, there were 3 fruits hanging from them. These 3 fruits were only the size of an egg, and they seemed to be condensed from ice. They were crystalline, translucent, and emitted strands of faintly discernible rays of light. And the medicinal fragrance that Qin Feiyang smelled came from those 3 fruits. But that was not the point. The important thing was that Qin Feiyang had captured a tiger-shaped spirit tattoo on the small tree's trunk. In other words, this little tree was 10,000 years old. A moment later, Qin Feiyang glanced at the frost crocodile and entered the ancient castle with a flash. He looked at the 2-winged snow eagle that had nothing to do and said, "I found a treasure. Help me snatch it." The dual-winged snow eagle did not dare to cultivate. because it was already able to break through to the Battle Saint realm. If it cultivated and accidentally stepped into the Battle Saint realm, it would have to wait until it became a 9-star Battle Saint to unlock the door of potential. By then, the time needed would undoubtedly be longer. What treasure? But before the dual-winged snow eagle could speak, Wolf King and Fatso were the first to open their eyes and stare at Qin Feiyang excitedly. What kind of people are these? Once they hear that there is a treasure, it's as if they are injected with chicken blood. The dual-winged snow eagle looked at the man and wolf in disdain, then looked at Qin Feiyang and chuckled, "What treasure?" When it spoke, its eyes were shining, and it was only a step away from drooling. After being looked down upon, Wolf King and Fatso wanted to flip out, but when they saw the dual-winged snow eagle's eyes, they were stunned. "Aren't we the same? How dare we talk about others?" Qin Feiyang glanced at them and said with a smile, "Mystic ice fruit." Mystic ice fruit? Fatso was slightly stunned and immediately lost interest. What is a mystic ice fruit? Wolf King and the dual-winged snow eagle looked at the two of them in confusion. Mystic ice fruit is an ingredient for refining potential pills and small creation pills, but it is not very precious. Fat Lord still has dozens of them in his Chinkuan bag. Fatso waved his hand and said, "I see." Hearing Fatso's words, Wolf King and the other two beasts also lost interest. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and said helplessly, "Can you let me finish?" "Go ahead." Fatso and Wolf King looked at him listlessly. If it was just an ordinary mystic ice fruit, of course I would not be so excited. But now, the mystic ice fruit outside is 10,000 years old. Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Hearing this, the man and the two beasts' eyes suddenly shone. If it was a 10,000-year-old mystic ice fruit, it would naturally be a different story. Let's go out and snatch it." Wolf King stood up and urged, his fighting spirit high. The small creation pill required the same medicinal ingredients as the potential pill. As for the potential pill, there were a total of 33 medicinal ingredients. But now, they had only found snow crystals and blood ginseng that were 10,000 years old. They were still lacking a lot. So, once they found it, they had to get it. "Why didn't I see you so active before?" Looking at the impatient Wolf King, Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, and then said, "I and the dual-winged snow eagle will go out and take a look first. If it really doesn't work out, I'll let you guys go out and help." He looked at the dual-winged snow eagle and said, "Beside the mystic ice fruit, there is a war saint-level frost crocodile." The dual-winged snow eagle nodded and instantly restrained his aura to the limit. Shwa. Qin Feiyang brought the dual-winged snow eagle and appeared behind the big tree once again. The dual-winged snow eagle had transformed. At this moment, it was only the size of a palm. Lying on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, it stuck its head out to look at the small tree. When it saw the tiger-shaped spirit grain, its eyes immediately lit up. "Are you confident?" Qin Feiyang asked via sound transmission. The dual-winged snow eagle turned its gaze, sized up the frost crocodile for a while, and secretly said, "You have a sacred artifact, so it's not difficult to deal with it. But the problem is, once we fight, it's very likely that the mystic ice fruit will be destroyed, so we have to think of a way to lure it away." Qin Feiyang nodded and sent a sound transmission, "Then you go and lure it." "Why don't you go?" The dual-winged snow eagle was startled, and immediately said angrily, "If I had your speed, would I need to beg you?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it. No, although this emperor is fast, it is still a war saint. Competing with it in speed is purely courting death. The dual-winged snow eagle shook its head. "You don't even dare to go. Do you still have any prospects?" Qin Feiyang stared at it angrily. However, the dual-winged snow eagle looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and said indifferently, "Don't try to provoke this emperor, it's useless. This emperor won't fall for your tricks." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. This bastard, there was no time for him to be reliable. Suddenly, the dual-winged snow eagle's eyes lit up, and it secretly said, "This emperor has thought of a good idea." "What idea?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Can't you hide in the castle? Now run over there. Don't be afraid of it." grab the mystic ice fruit and enter the castle. At that time, even if it wakes up, it can only watch you. How is it? This method is awesome. The dual-winged snow eagle chuckled. A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. He really wanted to strangle this bastard to death. If this method was feasible, he would have acted long ago. Why would he need to talk nonsense with the dual-winged snow eagle? The reason why it was not feasible was because the small tree was right in front of the ice crocodile's mouth, almost touching its bloody mouth. With such a short distance, as long as the ice crocodile opened its mouth, it would be able to swallow him alive. Not to mention, the berserk beast's sense of smell was usually very sensitive, and the ice crocodile was still a battle saint. Even if it restrained its aura to the extreme, as long as it approached, it would immediately sense it. If he really listened to the dual-winged snow eagle's rotten idea, it was guaranteed that he would not be able to return. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and smiled. I also thought of a good idea. What? The dual-winged snow eagle looked at him expectantly. A smirk flashed across Qin Feiyang's eyes. He grabbed the dual-winged snow eagle and directly threw it out. The dual-winged snow eagle was still in a daze. When it regained its senses, it was already only a dozen meters away from the ice crocodile. You bastard! Immediately, it was furious and secretly roared at Qin Feiyang. Then, it turned around and wanted to escape, afraid that it would wake up the ice crocodile. If you dare to run away, you will never be able to open the gate of potential. Qin Feiyang secretly snorted. You! The dual-winged snow eagle's body stiffened. It turned its head and gritted its teeth as it stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't care about the look in its eyes at all. He sent a voice transmission and urged, "Go quickly before it wakes up." Bastard, you win. The dual-winged snow eagle with a stomach full of grievances looked back at the ice crocodile. It suddenly gritted its teeth and rushed towards the small tree. However, when it landed in front of the small tree, the ice crocodile still showed no signs of waking up. What's the situation? The dual-winged snow eagle was a little stunned. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang urged, "Don't dawdle, hurry up." What the hell are you urging? The dual-winged snow eagle cursed secretly without turning its head. It stretched out its wings and waved them in front of the ice crocodile's closed eyes. But there were still no signs of waking up. It still won't wake up? The dual-winged snow eagle was surprised and then laughed. This guy must be having an erotic dream. Finished. It turned around and stretched out its claws, grabbing the small tree's trunk and preparing to uproot it. Shwa! But at this moment, the ice crocodile's tightly shut eyes behind him suddenly opened. Qin Feiyang had been paying attention to the ice crocodile's situation. Seeing it open its eyes, his heart immediately turned cold. It was a pair of scarlet eyes, filled with bloodthirst and cruelty. He hurriedly looked at the dual-winged snow eagle and roared, "It's staring at you, quick!" What? The dual-winged snow eagle's body trembled as it slowly turned its head. When it met the ice crocodile's scarlet eyes, its soul almost flew out of its body. Suddenly, the ice crocodile's bloody mouth moved, spewing out a pungent smell of blood. The dual-winged snow eagle quivered and hurriedly waved its wings, saying, "Don't be rash, I'm just passing by. You don't have to do anything, I'll scram immediately." Finished. It turned around like lightning, stretched out its claws, grabbed the small tree, and pulled with all its might. Crack! The ice on the ground shattered, snow flew everywhere, and the small tree was immediately uprooted. As if its butt was on fire, it rushed towards Qin Feiyang without looking back. Roar! Chapter 781. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. It was swallowed alive just like that? Following that, he could not help but feel chills all over his body. It was obvious that the frost crocodile had already sensed the approach of the double-winged snow eagle. The reason why it had been holding back was to numb the double-winged snow eagle. These fierce beasts were really each more sinister than the other. Clang! In the blink of an eye. When he came back to his senses, Qin Feiyang decisively took out the sky thunder sword. Although the double-winged snow eagle was somewhat unreliable, it was after all his companion now. His companion was in trouble. No matter how dangerous it was, he would not back down. He roared and jumped out from behind the big tree. He grabbed the Sky Thunder sword and slashed it fiercely. The sword aura was like a rainbow, cutting through the sky. For a moment, the ground trembled and snow flew everywhere. Those thick and strong ancient trees were like withered trees that could not withstand a single blow. They were instantly crushed into pieces by the sword aura. Qin Feiyang had not appeared and his aura had been restrained to the extreme. The frost crocodile had not discovered him. Therefore, faced with this sudden attack, the frost crocodile was somewhat caught off guard. Coupled with the speed of the sword aura, it was as fast as lightning. Before the frost crocodile could react, the sword aura slashed its wide mouth. Immediately, a stream of hot blood gushed out like a fountain and sprayed dozens of feet away. The frost crocodile's bloody mouth was actually split into two by the sword aura. If Qin Feiyang was a little closer, he could split its entire head. Roar! The intense pain made the frost crocodile roar again and again. Its huge body rolled in the snow. The earth shook and the ice shattered. A large area of the surrounding ancient trees was crushed. The rumbling was deafening. Suddenly, a white stream of light rushed out from the frost crocodile's wide mouth. It was the double-winged snow eagle. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "Aya, you weren't swallowed alive? Don't gloat over there." The two-winged snow eagle glared at it fiercely. It flapped its wings and floated above the frost crocodile. Previously, it was almost swallowed alive. Luckily, Qin Feiyang split open the frost crocodile's mouth at the crucial moment, giving it a chance to escape. But even so, it was still very unhappy with Qin Feiyang. Because if Qin Feiyang hadn't thrown it over when it wasn't paying attention, it wouldn't have fallen into such a crisis. "Bastard, I'll settle this with you in the future." It muttered under its breath and said angrily to Qin Feiyang, "What are you waiting for? Kill it." "Do I need you to tell me that?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and looked at the frost crocodile that was still rolling on the ground. Clang. He suddenly raised the heavenly thunder sword, and his saint might surged. With a wave of his hand, a dazzling sword chi whizzed out. Its terrifying sharpness tore apart the glacier. But at this moment, the frost crocodile suddenly turned into the size of a palm and flew away like lightning. Beasts that had cultivated to the battle saint level no longer needed the transformation pill to change their size at will. Boom! The sword chi slashed towards the ground. Accompanied by a loud sound, a few miles of land was instantly razed to the ground. But the frost crocodile ran away. "Want to run? Lend me the heavenly thunder sword." Looking at the escaping frost crocodile, the two-winged snow eagle was filled with rage. It stretched out its claws and snatched the heavenly thunder sword from Qin Feiyang's hands. It then activated its battle soul and chased after the frost crocodile. "Don't chase!" Qin Feiyang quickly shouted. One must know. They hadn't even reached the central area of the glacier and they had already encountered a battle saint-level frost crocodile. There must be beasts stronger than the frost crocodile in the deeper area. And once those beasts sensed the battle here and came to join in the fun, they could only run for their lives. However, the angry two-winged snow eagle didn't listen at all and chased to the end. Impulsiveness is the devil. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and could only use phantom steps to catch up. But whether it was the frost crocodile or the two-winged snow eagle, their speed far exceeded his. Very soon, he lost track of it. He stood on top of an ice peak and scanned the area in front of him. His brows were tightly knitted together. "Forget it. I'll just wait here for it." After pondering for a moment, he simply entered the forest below to see if he could find any other medicinal herbs. Not long after, a hint of bewilderment crept into his eyes as he actually smelled another medicinal fragrance. He followed the medicinal fragrance and searched. Not long after, he walked out of the forest and an ice lake entered his sight. The ice lake wasn't big, only a few 100 feet wide. On the surface of the lake, there was a thick layer of ice. And in the middle of the ice lake, there was a blooming flower. It was the size of a baby's palm and had a total of 3 petals. Its entire body seemed to be carved from crystal, emitting a hazy radiance. And on the petals, there was a tiger-shaped spirit pattern. It's actually an ice crystal flower. And it's 10,000 years old. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. The ice crystal flower was also one of the medicinal herbs used to refine the small creation pill. However, he didn't rush up immediately because such a rare treasure was basically guarded by powerful beasts. Of course, there were exceptions. But such exceptions were too rare. Qin Feiyang scanned the lake surface and didn't find any traces of beasts. After pondering for a while, he turned and walked into the forest. Not long after, he walked out with a stone the size of a dustpan. Next, he lifted the stone and threw it into the ice lake. The stone hit not far away from the ice crystal flower. The ice layer on the lake's surface instantly cracked, splashing up waves of several meters high. Following closely, a white stream of light swept out from the waves. It was a snake. It was more than 10 meters long and its entire body was like jade. White jade demonic snake. Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. He wasn't unfamiliar with this thing at all. He clearly remembered that back then, in the valley where Mu Tianyang was buried, he almost lost his life under the venomous fangs of the white jade demonic snake. The most important thing was that the white jade demonic snake was a social creature. As long as one appeared, there would definitely be a large group of them under the ice lake. However, the strength of this white jade demonic snake wasn't very strong. It was about a one-star battle ancestor. At the same time, when the white jade demonic snake appeared, it also discovered Qin Feiyang, who was standing by the lake. The snake flicked its tongue, and its long and narrow eyes revealed traces of cold light. It was obviously threatening Qin Feiyang not to approach. "Tisk, I'm not afraid of you." Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully, turned into a stream of light, and rushed toward the ice crystal flower. The white jade demonic snake immediately let out an ear-piercing scream. The ice layer on the entire ice lake was constantly cracking. One by one, the white jade demonic snakes rushed out like lightning, pouncing towards Qin Feiyang like a huge wave. Qin Feiyang hurriedly swept his gaze across. The strongest of these white jade demonic snakes was only a 5-star battle ancestor, so they couldn't threaten him at all. Boom! He released his aura. Before those white jade demonic snakes could even get close, they were all sent flying, and a large number of them were killed or injured. Blood poured down like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, the originally clear and bright ice lake was dyed blood red. So, Qin Feiyang rushed to the front of the ice crystal flower, his eyes shining brightly. But just as he was about to reach out to grab it, an unprecedented sense of danger suddenly surged into his heart. Shwa! He decisively retreated. At the same time, just as he was retreating, a ray of light shot out from the stamen of the ice crystal flower. At first glance, it was like an earthworm, harmless to humans and animals. But it was the opposite. Not only did it erupt with a terrifying aura, its speed was even faster than Qin Feiyang's by a large margin. The danger that Qin Feiyang felt came from it, because it was also a white jade demonic snake. And such a small white jade demonic snake had obviously undergone transformation. Fierce beasts that could transform were all existences of the War Saint level. So, facing the Snake Emperor of the War Saint level with Qin Feiyang's current strength, he had no chance of winning. He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying existence hiding in the stamen. The Serpent Emperor's aura was overbearing. Like a graceful swan, he closed in on Qin Feiyang with lightning speed. Its eyes, which were as big as a grain of rice, were suffused with a gloomy light. Qin Feiyang's mind trembled, and he entered the castle without hesitation. The Snake Emperor was stunned as he scanned the air in bewilderment. But in the next moment, Qin Feiyang appeared below the Snake Emperor out of thin air. Because once Qin Feiyang himself entered the ancient castle would be exposed. And the castle that was exposed would automatically sink, and at that time, it would definitely sink into the ice lake. Who knew how many white jade demonic snakes there were in the ice lake? Once trapped, it was equivalent to falling into a devil's den, and there was no way to escape. So, he couldn't hide in the castle forever. He had to leave this ice lake first. After appearing, Qin Feiyang immediately used the phantom steps and rushed towards the forest by the lake. Although his speed was not as fast as the Snake Emperor, he was not far from the shore. With his speed, the Snake Emperor was stunned for a period of time, which was enough for him to successfully escape. The result was as he expected. When the Snake Emperor regained his senses, he had already escaped from the ice lake. However, before he had time to be happy, a group of people suddenly walked out of the forest in front of him. The leader immediately waved his hand, and a terrifying aura emerged, rushing towards Qin Feiyang like an avalanche. Qin Feiyang suddenly screamed, and his body was instantly fragmented. Blood splattered, dyeing the void under the night sky red. Following closely, he was like a cannonball, shot into the ice lake, and was drowned by the huge waves. Just as he fell into the ice lake, the densely packed white jade demonic snakes swarmed towards him. Why are they on the forgotten continent? The bone-chilling cold lake water allowed Qin Feiyang to maintain a trace of consciousness in his drowsy state. But in the face of the countless white jade demonic snakes, crazily biting his body, he seemed to feel no pain, and his eyes were full of disbelief. At the last moment of drowsiness, his mind moved, and he entered the castle. With a bang, he fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Wolf King, Fatso, Lu Hong, the pangolin, and the black dragon snake had already been awakened by Qin Feiyang's screams. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear with dozens of white jade demonic snakes stuck to his body, their expressions all changed. Boom! Wolf King and Fatso attacked almost at the same time. Battle chi gushed out, quickly erasing those white jade demonic snakes. Looking at Qin Feiyang's body, which was full of cuts and bruises, everyone's mood fell into an ice valley. Lu Hong even more so cried. Wolf King roared, "Don't cry, quickly look at his injuries." Chapter 782. With this check, Lu Hong's eyes trembled, and her face was full of despair. Wolf King asked, "How is it?" However, Lu Hong didn't seem to hear it, and her eyes were incomparably sad. Seeing this, Fatso, Wolf King, and the three beasts all had an uneasy premonition in their hearts. "Hurry up and say it." Wolf King roared. "His Qi Sea is broken. His sea of consciousness is also broken. The white jade demonic snake's poison has also permeated his blood and cells," Lu Hong muttered. At the end, she turned to look at Fatso and the others and shouted, "He's about to die." What? As soon as these words came out, like a thunder on the ground, Fatso and the others trembled physically and mentally, and their minds rumbled. His injuries were actually so serious? Who the hell is it? I swear I will kill you. Fatso roared again and again, as if he had gone mad. The pangolin and the black dragon snake's eyes were also full of grief and indignation. After getting along for so long, everyone had long regarded each other as family and couldn't bear to part with them. At this time, their hearts were filled with killing intent. What's the use of shouting now? Wolf King roared angrily and shouted, "Fatso, quickly go and find the Spirit Sea Pill, Essence Soul Pill, and Detoxification Pill." Fatso immediately turned and ran towards the altar. The pills refined by Qin Feiyang were basically placed on the altar and stored in a qianquan bag for everyone's convenience. It's too late. His injuries are too serious. These pills are useless. Lu Hong shook her head, her eyes full of sadness. Fatso's body trembled. It can't be. The mysterious madam is so vicious, but she can still continue to live freely. Although the boss is not a good person, he has never done anything outrageous. He won't be so short-lived. Fatso grabbed the qianquan bag, looking for the pills while shaking his head and muttering to himself. Tears also couldn't help but burst out of his eyes. In fact, from the beginning he had already seen that Qin Feiyang was hopeless. But he was unwilling to give up. He didn't believe that Qin Feiyang would die like this. Therefore, no matter what the result was, he had to try and never give up. Because in the past, Qin Feiyang had never given up on them when their lives were in danger. "Fatso, stop looking." Suddenly, the Wolf King's voice was filled with grief that could not be dispersed. "Why not?" As long as boss is still breathing, we can't give up. Where are the pills? Why can't I find it? Damn it, get the hell out here for Fat Lord, Fatso roared hysterically. His heart was in a complete mess. Finally, he found the pill. But he didn't dare to turn around. Both of his hands clutched tightly onto a medicinal pill. He lay weakly on the altar and cried bitterly. He didn't need to look back to sense Qin Feiyang's current situation. The flame of life was already gone. His aura was also almost gone. He was no different from a dead man. Why, didn't we agree to live and die together? Why did you leave first? Wolf King walked towards Qin Feiyang step by step, muttering to himself. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife, and the pain was unbearable. I haven't had the chance to repay you for your kindness in recognizing my worth. The pangolin also cried out sadly. If it wasn't for Qin Feiyang, it would still be an unknown ferocious beast outside the city. It wouldn't have the achievements it had today. Although it didn't say it out loud, it had always been grateful to Qin Feiyang. At this moment, the emotions in its heart could no longer be controlled and poured out. At the same time, Black Dragon Snake also silently shed tears. The most painful one was Lu Hong. She hugged Qin Feiyang tightly in her arms, her eyes full of reluctance and nostalgia. At the same moment, spiritual state, inner hall. Qin Feiyang, what happened to you? Why do I feel that you are about to die? In a cultivation room, a blonde woman also clutched her chest, her face full of panic. Inside the castle. No, boss won't die. Suddenly, Fatso got up and roared. Lu Hong and the others looked at him in surprise. The flame of life. Back in the Nine Nether Hell, my heart was shattered by the Crocodile Emperor. It was the flame of life that brought me back to life. Fatso said. That's right. The flame of life can save him. Quick, quick, quick. Wolf King's eyes trembled and hurriedly roared. Back then, although that cluster of flame of life merged with Fatso, Qin Feiyang later obtained another cluster of flame of life in the mother crocodile's nest. At that time, Black Dragon Snake was also present. Hearing Wolf King's roar, Fatso glanced at the altar and grabbed a jade box. When he opened it, a majestic life energy surged out like a tide. He saw a palm-sized flame of life lying quietly in the jade box. Fatso grabbed the flame of life, turned around and ran in front of Qin Feiyang. Without waiting for Fatso to speak, Lu Hong stretched out her jade hand, grabbed Qin Feiyang's chin and gently pinched it. Qin Feiyang's mouth opened slightly. Fatso squatted down and stuffed the flame of life into Qin Feiyang's mouth without hesitation. Boom! That majestic life force immediately exploded in Qin Feiyang's body, like waves of anger, crazily surging towards Qin Feiyang's limbs and bones. His broken body also immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 100 breaths, Qin Feiyang's wounds all over his body healed one after another. His skin was like a newborn. However, although his injuries were healed, Qin Feiyang's life fluctuations did not recover. It's useless? Everyone's hearts sank into the ice valley again, and they fell into panic. Outside by the lake, the group of people who attacked Qin Feiyang was still there. In the air above the ice lake, the Snake Emperor and countless white jade demonic snakes stared at the group of people warily. Because they felt the threat of death from these people, they did not dare to act rashly. But the group of people did not pay attention to them, and their eyes were firmly locked on the ice lake. After an unknown period of time, one of them said, Lord, Qin Feiyang should be dead this time, right? He was unprepared and took a full blow from me, plus there are countless white jade demonic snakes in the ice lake. He definitely has no hope of escaping. Let's go back and report. As for that ice crystal flower, it will be buried with him. The leader said coldly. Then, he opened a teleportation gate and led the group away. Shwa. Not long after the portal disappeared, a figure of light broke through the air. Qin Feiyang, where are you? Come out quickly. I know I was wrong. I won't act on my own in the future, okay? Accompanying it was an anxious voice. That's right. It was the double-winged snow eagle. But it did not know about Qin Feiyang's death, and only thought that Qin Feiyang was deliberately avoiding it because he was angry. Shwa. At the same time, The mysterious lady appeared out of thin air above the ice lake. "Why you here?" Seeing this person appear, the double-winged snow eagle flew over with a trace of vigilance in its eyes. The mysterious lady said, "Qin Feiyang was ambushed just now, and now he is under the ice lake." "What? Who ambushed him?" The double-winged snow eagle was surprised. The mysterious lady said, "His enemy." The double-winged snow eagle's eyes trembled, and it looked down at the ice lake and asked, "Is he still alive?" "I don't know." The mysterious lady shook her head. The double-winged snow eagle was stunned, and it said in shock and anger, "How do you know he was ambushed by his enemy?" "I saw it with my own eyes." The mysterious lady said, "You saw it with your own eyes?" The double-winged snow eagle was stunned, and it said angrily, "Then why didn't you save him?" The mysterious lady looked at the double-winged snow eagle and asked, "Why should I save him?" The double-winged snow eagle was speechless. "I remember that you and he have not known each other for long. Why do you care so much about him?" The mysterious lady asked curiously. "He is a very loyal person. This empress admires him very much. Most importantly, he has not helped this empress open the door of potential. My door of potential. Bastard, come out quickly, help me open the door of potential before you die, okay?" The double-winged snow eagle cried out sadly, full of unwillingness. Looking at the double-winged snow eagle crying like a ghost, the mysterious lady's cheeks twitched. "Why are all the beasts around Qin Feiyang like this?" The mysterious lady looked at the ice lake again and said, "Don't cry, he should not be dead yet." The double-winged snow eagle was stunned, and it said in surprise, "How do you know?" "Intuition," the mysterious lady said. The double-winged snow eagle immediately rolled its eyes. If intuition could be relied on, even pigs could climb trees. Suddenly, its eyes turned, and it put away the sky thunder sword, turned into the size of a palm, and leaned in front of the mysterious lady, and said with a smile, "I'm curious to ask, what is the relationship between you and Qin Feiyang?" "My relationship with him," the mysterious lady pondered for a moment, and said with a faint smile, "It could be an enemy or it could be a friend." The double-winged snow eagle raised its eyebrows and said angrily, "Can you speak human language?" The mysterious lady looked up and stared at it, and a dangerous signal was released from her eyes. Don't, let's talk nicely, don't fight." The double-winged snow eagle's expression changed, and it quickly waved its wings. "I really admire Qin Feiyang, to be able to tolerate you guys. If it were me, I would have killed you and used you to make soup." The mysterious lady looked at it coldly, and then lowered her head to look at the ice lake again. No one knew what she was thinking, and her eyes flickered. The double-winged snow eagle also tactfully fell silent, but its heart was praying, "Bastard, don't die." As for the snake emperor, the moment the mysterious lady appeared, it had already taken the ice crystal flower and dived to the bottom of the lake. Time passed like this, day by day. 3 days later, inside the ancient castle, Fatso and the others had not closed their eyes, and had been guarding Qin Feiyang's side. However, 3 days had passed, and Qin Feiyang's life force still had not recovered. Even breathing and heartbeat were not present. Their hearts were also getting more and more desperate day by day. "It can't be, you will definitely be able to survive, because a lot of people are waiting for you to go back," Lu Hong whispered, gently rubbing Qin Feiyang's face, her eyes revealing deep love. Actually, she had long liked Qin Feiyang, but all this time, she had been hiding this love in her heart. Qin Feiyang's life was hanging by a thread, and she could no longer control this feeling. If possible, she would rather use her life to exchange for Qin Feiyang's life. Fatso looked at Lu Hong as if he had something to say, but didn't know how to say it. In the end, he sighed and said, "God is really unfair to the boss."